All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in. This is the English feed here. Hopefully I sound okay in terms of my mic being in the right place. For the English feed of the Brazilian, aka Latin American Pro League, Playday number 5. This is the English feed, meaning they give me the feed without audio in Portuguese. This guy is speaking in Portuguese right now. He's the host. They are in a LAN environment, so both teams are there. I'm sure he's talking about what's going to be going on today. So he is going to be speaking all his stuff in Portuguese. They cut that audio out because otherwise it sounds weird for me to just be talking over top of a bunch of Portuguese. So I will not have any sound from them until the game is started. It's game audio only for those of you who have not tuned into this before. So this will be the two matches here for their Pro League Play Day. And as I said, they are in a LAN environment, so it should be interesting. Anyone who has missed the previous ones, basically, I've been doing this since Playday number 2, so you can catch those previous matches in the VODs. I also put them over on my YouTube for Breaching Siege, so you can check those out there. Just keep in mind, like I said, you are only going to get game audio, so you're just going to see these guys with their mouths moving, but basically you're not going to hear them. If you want to check out the actual Portuguese version, if you speak Portuguese, that is over at twitch.tv/UbisoftEsports, also on YouTube as youtube.com/UbisoftEsports. So you can catch that there if you want to see the original audio. But basically, you're only going to get the game audio from them. They're basically playing it in that environment, sending the feed to myself and to Vertipones. So if you speak German and want to catch him doing the German version, I believe it's ESL_Vertipones at twitch.tv. So it is I know I apologize, a little sometimes awkward or confusing for those of you who aren't used to a feed like this. But it is the best way to be able to provide you this, as I am not there in the actual physical environment to do it. So first off, we're going to have Santos Dexterity, arguably one of the top two teams, versus Pain. For those of you who know Noted and are familiar with him, he's a very popular player. He's on Pain. And then we will have Keed versus Nox. Keed being the team last time we saw was some very interesting play last weekend, to say the least. So we'll see what they end up doing with that, if they play a little more seriously today. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. Appreciate everyone showing up here. This is something I do just to kind of help out the Pro League, because it's everyone wants to see the Brazilians play, but no one necessarily wants to watch it in Portuguese if they don't speak Portuguese. So I try and provide this as a way to make sure everyone gets a chance to watch it with some commentary in the language they speak, hopefully. So I wanted to make sure that this is available to everyone. Again, it is a little weird, I know, sometimes, just talking over top of what these guys talk about. They're probably talking about the previous matches that happened, how these guys played previously, and how they're going to be playing today. There is a lot of time that does need to be filled while they are getting everyone set up in the LAN environment, getting on the computers, getting their keyboards and mouse set up, all that stuff. So they will be doing that right now, and that's why they're talking. So for those of you who always like, stop talking, do the game already, it's because they're getting everyone in. So I'm sure we will be getting them in shortly. For some reason, even in a LAN environment, it still takes a while to get everyone set up. So I want to give a shout outs to everyone who has showed up so far. I see some familiar faces. Monk says, who's been amazing at making sure the Reddit has a lot of really good information about the streams. So I really appreciate what you do on the Reddit there, Monk Size. It makes a huge difference having a lot of that there. Also see Dizzle, one of the Mind Freaks players from Australia. So those of you who saw the invitationals or in February, Dizzle was actually there playing with the Xbox Australian team, Mind Freaks. So they were great, and so give him some love as well. A Pro League player essentially, although they don't have the Pro League over there, but as close as they have right now. So this is an interview with one of the Nox players. Nox is a team that hasn't done as great, say, as Keedstars. Keedstars, although we did see doing a little bit of not taking a game so seriously last weekend. So it was interesting to say the least. But they are a very strong team, and I believe they didn't want to play against Santos Dexterity, which is what you're going to see them playing in the first match. I think they are hoping to play against V3 instead. So should be interesting to see whether or not they take it seriously today against in a match that is not necessarily for deciding who they're going to be playing against after that. So probably we'll see them actually play hard today, because I think they are a good team. Nox is a team that also is pretty good, but I think they're a little bit lower, maybe more of a bottom 4 team. So hard to say. So appreciate everyone getting up on Sunday here. This is actually pretty early for me. I'm not much of a morning person, so it's a little bit of an early Sunday for me. I'm not sure why they started so early. I imagine they're pretty close to East Coast time zone, if not something earlier, and I'm Pacific, so just let me know if my mic level gets weird or anything like that. I have no delay because there's no need for a delay. First off, they're a LAN environment. Second off, they would provide a delay in the feed anyways. So let me know if anything needs to be adjusted, and I will adjust it, as I don't hear my own audio, so I don't know how it sounds necessarily. And Dizzle with the 3 a.m. in Australia, so appreciate you staying up for this. Hopefully it is enjoyable and doesn't take too long to get going and things like that. But it should be good here. So we are going to take a look at the bracket. So this is Group A for the bracket. This is the same Pro League format that EU and NA are using. So we have Santos Dexterity here playing versus Pain Gaming to decide who's going to be playing against V3 potentially here. So I have a feeling that's going to be Santos. Santos has played V3, as you see on April 9th there. V3 did come out ahead, surprisingly. So we'll see if they can come out ahead again. Santos going to have to step it up a bit. They are I think, the favorite to win this, but V3 definitely had a really good showing. They have also already played Pain Gaming before, as you see on day 1, and Santos Dexterity played against Semexora and was kind of an easy win for them, I think. Semexora really kind of need to step it up. They are the ones who I think unfortunately did that hatch plant. For those of you who saw that, I believe 2 weekends ago, that was an unfortunate. So Group B, however, we have over here with Keyd Stars versus Nox Gaming. So this is the winner of the losers bracket. So Nox did play pretty well against BRK last week, and that was a good match. They did win that. So now the winner of the losers bracket playing against the winner of the winners bracket, or loser of the winners bracket. Sorry, this is a very complicated bracket, so I apologize for any confusion because I'm confused as well. Black Dragons took that, and they are going to be moving forward as well. So this should be interesting to decide who's going to be playing what. So the idea is Keyd want to win this, and then they'll be playing against V3 instead of Santos at some point. So we'll see how that bracket shakes down. So these guys getting excited here and ready to get going in this, hopefully. We will get cracking ASAP into the match. Now again, you will hear the game audio, so don't worry about that. Assuming there's no, barring no sound problems. Occasionally we do get sound problems from there, and I am not obviously in charge of any of the production or anything. But that also means I am not in control of the spectator camera. So just an FYI, I am not controlling anything, so I don't know what's coming up, and I don't have any kind of preview or anything. Here's a Santos Dexterity, guys. These fun poses everyone loves. Gohan, a really good player. Astro especially. Gotta say, probably their top player. Definitely a good cameraman with a throat slit. Silence being oh so quiet, of course. Panico with the chest thump. You see these guys now in that live LAN environment. So they are across from each other, just like a typical LAN setup. Because Brazil is a lot smaller than NA or EU, although it is still pretty big, they are able to all play in the same physical environment, which is pretty cool. So they are going to be playing on like low to no ping, essentially. So they play pretty crazy and somewhat aggressive for how low ping they are, because aggression, you can't be a low ping aggressive player, or high ping, I'm sorry, the same way you can online. So it gets pretty nutty in terms of how these picks play out compared to, say, when you're watching NA or EU Pro League, which are in higher ping environments, a lot more variability to whether or not there's peaker's advantage and things like that. So it does play a little bit differently. You will see the Brazil players play a lot twitchier. They play at a lot higher sensitivity. So they play pretty nutty. They can't seem to stand still. You see one of them there already drinking his, I'm assuming, energy drink, although it is a Portuguese, so I'm not sure what that is. I mean, hopefully we will not see any throws today. I don't think that's likely. I think these teams are both going to play to the best of their ability. But I do think it should be interesting. We've seen, like I said, some pretty nutty play from these guys, regardless of whether or not it's a sort of throw situation or they're playing super serious. So, thanks everyone for tuning in and taking your time off on this Sunday. So, the stream has just been going for about 15 minutes here, just getting warmed up, getting towards this first match. You haven't missed anything yet, so make sure to stick around. Throwing the energy drink. That'd be great. So the teams that are playing, for those of you just stopping in now, I know people are slowly funneling in. So this is basically the Santos Dexterity, the top team, versus a little bit of a lower team, Pain Gaming, who is managing to do a little bit better now than their first match. They did play against Santos first, or V3 first, and didn't do so well. There's Noted. A lot of people know him, very familiar from the CSGO scene. Very good player as well. Pino, I'm not sure. You'll have to apologize, or I'll have to apologize for mispronouncing names. Revolts, as I don't speak Portuguese, so I don't know how they pronounce them. Gabrielios. PSK1 telling us no. So the reason I get the game sound but not the commentator sound, just to be clear to everyone, is because Ubisoft actually asked me to do this. They are the ones sending me the feed. Ubisoft does a good majority of the handling of the Pro League in Brazil, as opposed to ESL, which is doing more of it for the NA EU scene. So they have asked me to do this, so they are sending me the feed. So they provide that to myself as well as Vertipones to do the German stream, so that we can provide this to you guys. So make sure to let Ubisoft know that you appreciate them doing this. Tell them thanks for providing the feed and asking people to do it, so that they can make sure everyone can view this. Yeah, I gotta get the pop filter set up. I was donated a pop filter by a wonderful viewer, so I super appreciate that. I just need to get it set up. I have to move my computer soon to a more permanent setup here, in which then I should be able to get that a little more squared away in terms of having better quality audio. So those kinds of things do help in terms of improving the stream. So we just saw the two teams. So we are probably going to get to the match pretty soon, but we're still going to need to get the map bans done. Now they did have some problems with the map ban site previously, so I think they will be doing them on paper, but then they will show them on the screen to you, and we will see what the bans are, assuming there's no technical problems preventing that. So and just to be clear to everyone, we're going to keep this English only, please, just because I need to be able to moderate the channel. Any moderators here need to be able to moderate the channel. And this is an English stream, right? So this is here for people that are speaking English. If you want to speak anything else like Portuguese, obviously the Portuguese stream is good for that. So let's keep it English only here, so that we can make sure everyone understands what they're talking about. Otherwise, how can everyone participate, right? So please keep it to that. So I know we still got people funneling in here trying to get this cracking here. We have not started the first match yet. So this is basically the Playday number 5, the same bracket system that they're using for EU and NA. Although the matches, I believe, are playing out in a little bit different order in terms of Group A versus Group B. So it is a little bit crazier. They do have the map ban going on between these two guys now. You see them doing it on the paper. So it should be good. So let's see what these two guys. Oregon already getting dropped off. We had seen some good Oregon, so. So you are seeing the two teams playing today for the starting match, Santos versus Dex. Clubhouse getting banned. I'm glad to see that. I've seen a bit much Clubhouse. Border as well. This is probably the 3 most popular maps, Border, Oregon, and Clubhouse, getting the bans first. So this should be interesting to see. I don't know if we're going to see well, I guess we won't see a Favela. Coastline getting banned, though, sadly. We did see a Coastline last weekend, so make sure to check out the VODs if you want to see them playing on Coastline. It's pretty crazy. Bank getting dropped off, another one of the popular ones this season. So this is coming down to the oddball ones. Unfortunately, that probably does mean Cafe, which is still left. There goes Skyscraper, so all the DLC maps out. So that means we have Cafe. Let's see what else we have. Chalet. And, of course, always forgetting the third one. I really need to have that list in front of me. Tend to forget what third map is there. Certainly not going to be Plane or Yacht, right? So Cafe, Chalet, and see, help me out, guys. What's the third one here that I'm forgetting? Consulate. That's right, the other C. I knew there was a few C maps. Okay, so we're going to start on Chalet. Then go to Cafe. Nice little handshake there. That looks a little limp. I'm not sure they're feeling the spirit there. But it's going to be Chalet, Cafe, and then Consulate. So hopefully we'll make it all the way to Consulate. Consulate, a good map there. Looking forward to seeing how they play that. Should be exciting. So we will probably get the flyover soon. They are getting back to their desks. They're getting set up. So it will take them a minute to get going. But once the map flyover happens, that'll be close to the match starting. So we will see that. They'll show the bomb spots and such. As if you've watched Pro League before, you're familiar with that. What I'm talking about specifically. So again, just wanted to say thanks everyone for taking some time off on your Sunday to come check this out. Brazil appreciates the support. I know it's called the Latin American Pro League, but I think it's basically all Brazilian players, as Brazil is quite large. So hope everyone will stick around and enjoy the whole match. So we'll see. Hopefully they get cracking soon. Chalet, here we go. There's that fireplace everyone loves. So master bedroom, probably not going to get played, but we have seen that, as well as gaming room and bar occasionally. Wine cellar going to be the good second choice. Kitchen trophy room going to be the good first choice. But these guys play things a little bit differently. The Brazilian meta can be different, so I would set your expectations accordingly, but we should still see the typical bomb spots quite a bit, regardless of whether or not they play some of the more oddball ones, just because the other bomb spots are chosen for a reason. They are good. So yeah, hopefully we don't get a ton of rehosts today. These do tend to take a bit longer than you'd expect sometimes, although they had sped them up occasionally. Bugs do happen, but last weekend we had no Hibana rehosts, so there is some faith that that can happen potentially. So hopefully we'll get the match started very soon. And again, hopefully not have any of those rehosts. Hibana going to be played a little bit differently and a little less essentially on Chalet. We hopefully might see some Fuse. We'll probably see some Buck. These guys do play a little bit crazier, though. Sometimes we see a Sledge instead of a Buck from the Brazilian teams more. As, I don't know, they just don't play the same style in terms of using that Buck play. Unfortunately, I don't have any kind of bot stuff set up for any of that, so you're not going to see like an uptime thing. But the stream has been live for about 22 minutes. So we just started about, the actual match started about, well, I guess the stream started about 20 minutes ago from them. So again, for anyone tuning in, like I said, since more people are tuning in, kind of trickling in, this is the feed live from Brazil. So that means I get game audio from them only. They're speaking in Portuguese. We don't want to hear both Portuguese and English at the same time. If you want to check out the Portuguese feed, that's at youtube.com or twitch.tv/Ubisoft Esports. Also, there's Ubisoft or ubiesports.com, which you can check out for match information and things like that. I will show that on the stream here, actually, so you can see what that looks like if you want to check out any information about this. And it does have an option for English as well as Portuguese, things like that. Here, I'll show you. This is what the that looks like. If you want to check out all the information, you can see the upcoming matches for all the regions, including Latin America. So this is the one you have coming up right here. And then the one after it. And you can see all the future matches. Some of them, of course, not displaying because they have to figure out who wins what, things like that. So that is available at ubiesports.com. So make sure to check that out for upcoming match information, as well as if you need to know who's playing. So we'll see. So we are not doing Cafe first, thankfully, but we are definitely going to see Cafe. I believe Consulate is the decider map. So Cafe is going to be seen either way, but Consulate's more iffy. It does sound like we are going to get a game. That is the game sound, thankfully. So we should get in cracking here. They do take a little bit longer to cut the game, but we are getting started. Everyone, good luck, have fun. I guess I was wrong about Buck. We are seeing that Buck already. However, it's bar gaming room. Again, like I said, Brazilians like to play it a little bit differently. They are going to be in the bar gaming room to start with. Santos Dexterity picking that first. They're going to be bringing Mira. That is what makes the bar gaming room a little more workable, as you can... Oh, and it'll dock the Jaeger switch there. As you can stick mirror windows on the bar wall to see into the gaming room, makes it a little bit more doable. So as I said before, you will hear the game sound. Let me know if the game sound is too loud versus my voice, vice versa, as it's hard for me to tell the balance there, and I will adjust it accordingly. So they are setting up a lot of defense above the site, which is what you want to do. This is one of those bomb spots, like on mini-maps, where defending above it is crucial to actually holding it. Now, the problem is they've got to defend the master bedroom as well, or try and use that L where Gohan is as a choke point to try and stop them from coming across. Now, they do have some ability to choke this out a little bit. They have all the stairwells and things like that.
10 seconds left before
So they do have some flexibility in how they kind of control the flow of the attackers, but roaming is going to be a little funky sometimes too on this. They do have the ability, when you're playing a top floor like this, to defend down below. You can play all the way down to the basement and roam your way up, so we probably will see some roamers down there. It looks like we are seeing some already. So drones coming out here. We do have a Glaz, no surprise here. I haven't seen Montaigne being played a whole lot ever since the nerf the other day to his revolver, so I'm not sure if that really made a huge impact or just people are, you know, prioritizing some other people. So let's see here. We got an interesting angle being held with the hollow sight there from Jaeger. Now Jaeger is one that you typically are going to see on an ACOG because he's going to be playing a little bit longer range. So we'll see how he ends up doing on that. Trying to hold that angle with the hollows, but these guys play a little more aggressively, a little more close range. So hollows tend to be a little more appropriate for them. So he's still holding that angle over there, as you can see. Trying to figure out where he's at. Your drone is going to catch Astra there. You see them using actually a mirror window up here as well. So I imagine they have one downstairs. So this is the first map, just to be clear to anyone just tuning in. It just started. This is the very first round of the day. Looks like they're pushing, trying to take control of this basement as well. They definitely want to make sure that they don't get bit by any roamers. Now, clearing out a roamer here doesn't guarantee they can't rotate back down, though. So I would expect that could happen. There's Cameraman trying to get a pick there. Gets taken down by Nodora. I'm not sure if that's Nodora. Revolt's trying to take some pot shots in with Glass here. Actually using the trees a little bit to his advantage. They're going to be starting to push in pretty aggressively. Pino works his way around. Might have seen the tip of the gun there. Might not, but they did give away his position. He gets flanked from behind by Gohan, taking advantage of this window here. Seeing the AV batteried it. Now the pressure is coming in very slow from Payne. There's still a minute left, but they've only been taking control of the lower floors, and there goes another one from Payne. Taken down by, I'm not sure. I couldn't see his name completely. Unfortunately, it's a little blurry because it is streamed to me. Sometimes the name's a little hard to read because of the compression, unfortunately. So Panico here trying to hold the actual game room from Bar. And you haven't missed anything just yet. This is the first round still. You've missed some players dying on both teams, really, is it? And that's an easy drone there. Unfortunately, it wasn't a Twitch drone, so he can't shock the battery or anything like that. It does lose the drone, but now they know what to do on site, and they take advantage of it. Spawns knowing exactly where he's at thanks to that drone. Gets a nice, easy headshot from behind on Panico. Good flank there, although Hibana's pretty low on health here. Going to make it a little bit hard to try and get any further picks, and especially with 15 seconds left. Going to have to push fairly aggressively. There is Thermite and Glaz still left as well, though. But they're trying to push it just to take top floor already. And there's the diffuser dropped. Fortunately for them, Music just losing that is going to pretty much lose the round for them here, so they don't have any time left to finish that. Do get the kills that they wanted to get at the end, but it doesn't matter as they are able to hold the site long enough for the defenders to win. That's unfortunate for them not getting that plant down in time. Gonna be a problem. There's a nice replay here from Gohan dropping in last second, get those kills. I'm not sure who Musi is subbed in for. I don't have all the rosters in front of me right now, so I'm not completely familiar with that. That's because we do have some face cams here. Cameraman on camera here. I like how it switches to those. This is something we don't have normally during EU and NA because this is a LAN environment, so that's cool. I don't think bar game room is necessarily more common now, but it is definitely played occasionally. The reason being, now that you have Mira in play, you can play defenses a bit differently. This is something I believe we saw playing Ducks do as well. If you watch the EU matches so in Pro League, they brought the game room because of the Mira. Something that was in recent matches there. So they are setting up a bit of defense here. Because they are playing the kitchen trophy room, which is the more traditional spot to defend, they're actually setting up some defense downstairs below it. You see usually some defense upstairs as well. We'll see if they spread out all across the map or if they're actually going to play things a little bit stranger. Now there's no buck or anything like that being brought. It seemed like the lineup was to attack different bomb spots, so we'll see here. As far as Crispy asking about kicks, he would need to talk to Ubisoft. They are the ones providing the feed to me, so I definitely would not be in a position to provide that to him or anything like that because that is all on Ubisoft's side. But he can contact me and I can try and put him in contact with someone on that. He can. I don't believe muting and restreaming is allowed, so if you wanted to restream it, you can only stream your face and talk about it with the game sound on, or like with the sound on, but that's not going to work out very well for the way this feed's being done, sadly. So he would need to work that out with Ubisoft to get any kind of streaming going for this. There's already some fighting going over here at the top floor. We got Bandit there trying to hold it, but he's getting pushed back, and now the switch drone's going to come out. Unfortunately, Astro misses that throw, but he's going to get in there and do some damage, I imagine. Astro being one of their strong fraggers. We'll see if he's going to use that FAMAS to rip up some heads. Got Pino trying to work both the floors from that stairwell, trying to have that angle there. Could get pushed out to one of the floors, though, as soon as the pressure starts coming on. That would be nice if we get some team audio, but it is a little difficult to manage audio from the teams. They're in a LAN environment as well, so I imagine there will be some more shouting and yelling, things like that, because they are next to each other. They open up a lot of the floor to get some angles down. Now that the top floor control is here, this is how you want to play this, is you want to take control of the top floor, and you want to put pressure down from above. However, this is also a bomb spot where if you bring Buck, you can put pressure from below, from the garage, the big car garage, but that is not something they are doing on the attack side. They do have Ash, which they could have done that with as well. Oh, and there goes Glaz, already taken out. See Spawn's playing super aggressive here, and then giving himself a rotate to try and shoot through, but he's crossfired from every which way. You can see those tracers like lasers from both sides. Astro with a nice pick there, getting in, taking control of the library side of the map. Now they're pushing their way into Fireplace to take control there. Now they're going to open the dining room side. And this is a typical push here. You're going to take control of top floor, bottom floor, and then you're going to push in through dining. Not a lot of teams want to push in through the trophy room window anymore, as it's dangerous. Nice grenade kill there from Musi. I imagine he was finishing off Noted, but now he's Pino here trying to find someone stuck down here on the rotation. They have lost 2 players, but they did take out the Glass, so they've lost their Bandit and they've lost their Pulse. Pulse is going to be a good roamer, but he is down now. And he's not there to hold the side as well. Now the pressure's starting to come down. They're going to drop into kitchen. Smokes are coming out. They don't have a Glass to use the smoke. And there's also toxic gas as well that Thermite's going to have to run through here. Takes quite a bit of damage. Very low on health now. But the plant is going to go down into the kitchen. Typical plant spot. Astro takes down one. Pino takes down another. Is back and forth here. Down to 2 defenders versus 3 attackers. Now it is down to 1v3. Attackers taking down one more. And there we go. Cameraman finishing off the last one for a nice win without having to worry about the defuse. And that is Dexterity taking 2 rounds in a row now, winning their defensive and their attack rounds. Coming on strong. This is kind of what I'd expect, though, from Dexterity. As long as they're not slouching, this should be a pretty strong play from them. See Cameraman sticking that plant down, trying to defend it from here, spraying out, sticking it. Not a lot to see other than that, unfortunately, as it was kind of just a scrappy little fight without necessarily spectating the right people, unfortunately. It would be nice if everyone could have LAN environments, but NA and EU are much bigger, and the expense of bringing people out every week would be pretty crazy, as opposed to Brazil, which is a bit smaller, and it's easier to get people together. So maybe in the future we will get to that. So, but EU does have some LAN environments, like for example, Gamers Assembly and DreamHack. Those are situations where you can have good environments for the EU scene. So hopefully those get streamed in the future if they're not already. Some interesting double mirror being used here on this wall, down and defending the basement. So it seems like Dexterity don't want to defend the conventional trophy room. They're stuck with game room bar first. Now going down to the basement, they're not playing that typical bomb spot you see like we just saw last round. So we'll see how they play this a bit differently, but they are doing something different than we usually see playing that. There we go, that's nice. That's a spot where you can also throw a C4 out or gas for people that are trying to plant on garage, something we don't see a lot in Pro League, oddly enough. So there we go, Astro already getting a pick. That is their Buck down. That's going to be some of that top-down damage not going to be happening here. There we go. Some damage onto Pain, though, from that on that Ash from Astro. Astro just taking one down and putting damage again. He's just playing crazy here, and he's a Doc, too, so he's going to be able to even heal himself from all that if he needed to. That is someone that is good to peek sometimes, so. Yes, Kix is not allowed to restream a stream according to like ESL or Ubisoft policy as far as I know, but you need to check that himself. I'm certainly no way an arbiter of that. I'm just relaying what my understanding is, so. There we go. Spawn's taking down Cameraman. No need to call names in the chat there. Let's all be civil. Have a good time. Be super chill. Glass here throwing out his smokes. He's going to be able to use this long angle down here. Now, I've still not I was going to say not a fan of them peeking out so quickly, but there goes Astro. He'd already got 1 kill at least, so that's a fair trade. Took down their Buck, but the Glass being alive here is going to put quite a bit of pressure on the backside, and they don't have a mirror window there, so as they put both the mirror windows on the other side.
Bomb located by attackers.
PSK1 putting that on an interesting spot there. On the far edge there, they're going to blow into that closet, and this is going to put pressure from 2 sides now. Revolt needs to be in a good position. He's going to throw out another one of his smokes. He's got 1 left after this. He's going to be putting pressure on this side while they're putting pressure on the closet. Have Pain taking down another one onto Gohan. Dexterity slowly falling. Astro with a good start, but now the rest of them are slowly falling apart. Only 4 attackers left because they only lost the 1 Buck. and got a little damage onto Ash, but now there's only 2 defenders. One is Smoke, though, so he's going to be able to potentially hold him back if he doesn't get killed. However, there, as I say that, he gets taken down by Glaz. Does do a little bit of smoke damage, but that was the last damage he's going to do. It's all in Muzi trying to defend this. C4 could do a bit of damage here, but it misses everyone. That was his last real chance here to try and fight for his gun alone. The MPX is not going to be able to stop them, and the diffuser is getting planted, potentially here. Or did get planted, rather. And there's Dexterity taking down one more before Payne gets the last kill there. And that is a nice first round from Payne. So they're not slouching. It is going to be 2-1 in Dexterity's favor, though. So we'll see where it goes from here. Hopefully this will be back and forth instead of one-sided, because we at least saw them come back one. And yes, Snowder does look a little bit like Matt Damon. You see him down there with his I imagine those are gunners or some other brand of gaming glasses. Seems like gaming gear for them. So we are seeing Kitchen Trophy Room again. Payne, having lost it, wants to defend it again. And they're probably going to continue to until they win it or decide that it's not going to work out for them. Game sounds are too low. Alright, I'll turn those up. Let me know how that sound adjustment works out for you.
10 seconds to
I
insertion.
want to make sure you can hear the commentary clear as well, of course.
5 seconds remaining.
So they're setting up a lot of destruction on
Attackers
the
are
walls, but also a lot of
locate a
reinforcements.
bomb and defuse it.
Trying to make sure they can see into the kitchen as needed. Although, of course, that means that people can see through as well, so you do have to consider that. Looks like Muzi wants to go take control of game room first. Potentially here. Or just get on his drone. Always dangerous to be droning. You never know where people could see when, for example, Noted has a Valkyrie camera here that he's using. Going to give a lot of intel on the outside play. A lot of maps definitely need those outside cams, so that is something that Valkyrie has really brought to the table, is the ability to get a lot more intel and a lot more jump outs, things like that on the attackers, or at least get some idea where people are attacking from without necessarily having to use Pulse to do so. Astra holding a tight angle here. There we go. We saw the payoff for it. That is something we've actually seen a lot, is an angle like that. Oh, you see the attempt at repeat from Pino doesn't get punished as they have already moved away from it. So they are trying to put enough pressure on him, but that is a good start. They're taking down Noted already. There goes Pino. He must have gone for the repeat. He gets taken down as well. That is 2 taken down from the library. As far as Noted's fame, I think his fame comes from CSGO. I'm not entirely sure. He's a good player, but he's not like the #1 player in Brazil or anything like that. But he's a good player. So unfortunately, he is dead now. His peak did not work out. Revolt's trying to stick him down on the site with that pulse. Could be using that heartbeat sensor to get some idea if someone is outside that trophy room window or if they are upstairs. I do think pulse is a good play for this particular bomb site. You get a lot of flexibility out of him being able to see where people are attacking from. As you see Revolt's doing right now, he has some idea. There's the 2 upstairs, cameraman and Gohan, trying to work their way down. We saw a great attack from them from top down last time, so I imagine we will see that again as well. You see Gohan holding a nice angle here. Smoke's going to come out from him. Now, they don't have they do have the glass to take advantage of that. Go ahead, though, with a nice kill there onto PSK1. It is all down to Pulse of Valkyrie here. It is going to, the attack's going to come down. When it's a 5-2 like this, pressure's coming to get him down heavy, but at least Spawns trades it back onto 1, making it now a 2-4. C4 going to come out, but not going to catch Glaz there as he's pretty far away from that. Glaz going to rotate around and try and find someone. But Diffuser is already planted now. It is all on these two to try to do something about it. He almost had a kill there, but Glaz was just ready for that. Panic, so just with a nice kill there. And there's the last defender going down. That Pulse not able to defend against 3 attackers left. And that is another win on the board for Dexterity. They are now 3-1. Only 1 round being won there now. Of course, I imagine, unless they think differently, we are going to see this bomb spot yet again from Payne, as they have not won it yet. That is 2 losses in a row on that particular bomb spot. Now we'll see Kitchen Trophy Room finally coming out from Dexterity as they've defended the other 2 bomb spots. So, should be interesting. Now, of course, they lost one of them, but they are definitely changing things up all around. Now, this will be the 3rd bomb spot they've played. So they've played the kitchen, game room, bar room. They've played downstairs in the snowmobile garage, and now they're playing Kitchen Trophy. But the question is, will we see them play Master Bedroom? Do they have strats for all 4 bomb sites? Probably not, but
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
and I'm not sure how many viewers Brazil Pro League gets in Portuguese, but it is streamed on YouTube and on the Twitch, so between the two, it should get quite a few viewers. Hopefully, some of them come over here if they're English speaking as well, but it is up to them what they want to do.
Camera feed up and running.
So we are
10
seeing
seconds to go.
a similar setup for the most part, although a little less walls being destroyed here from
5
Dexterity
seconds
guys.
left
They're actually going to open that hatch. Now that's an odd choice. Usually you want to have the hatch closed so they can't jump down, but it is a case where you can use that to rotate out yourself, of course. I'm not sure what the resolution is, but I am streaming it at 60 FPS at 1280 by 720. And I'm getting the feed from them and just restreaming that, so
Bomb located by attackers.
I'm not sure what they're set at on their side, so I'm doing good, Renegade. What's up, buddy? So Astro waiting for his chance. Now we saw him do some good peeking out and some good damage early on as Doc last time. Now go ahead and playing Caviar. That's something we've seen more so from the Brazilians. Obviously playing their natives there. There we go, some nice kills coming out there. One of them with the Ash charge, and then the other one with Cabana's gun there. Some nice double kills starting out the round. Take it down too, but there's the Caviar they didn't expect inside the tub. Unfortunately gets traded back down though, but it was a nice try for Gohan, and we are going to see a little bit of a close range semi-BM kill there from the pistol of Ash. Noted, just feeling good for that one kill there. So Caviar did something, but they've lost 3 already. They've lost the mute, they've lost the smoke now. Hopefully those mute jammers did something first. But it is now a 4v2. And we saw what happened in the last 4v2 last round. Did not go so well. This might be Dexterity's best bomb site, or at least one that Pain are good at attacking, just not good at defending. Starting to find some angles. And as I said, they tend to use Sledge a lot more than Buck for whatever reason. There we go, some shots coming out from Astro, but he's very low in health. Easily taken down for that. Didn't get a chance to juice himself back up. Usually trying to stop something here. Does at least get the diffuser down, but it's an easy trade back on him through the window there. And that is Pain actually winning their second round. Now it's 3-2. So coming back a little bit. Not a huge comeback yet. So we'll see. Trying to find an angle there. Does have a nice easy kill through that kitchen window. That big yellow highlighted body. So Dexterity up by 1 point. They are going to be attacking for the 3rd time in a row now to potentially win it again. Kitchen trophy room. Now, of course, if they win this time, it's going to be match point. And it's going to be a situation there where Pain are going to have to win 2 in a row to stay on this map. If not, then they will lose this map and we will go on to... why am I blanking on it now? Cafe. So it's unfortunate if VODs are not working for you. They will be on YouTube as well, so like they should work on Twitch. But if not, I also put them on YouTube.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So we'll see Musi here trying to find an angle. See if we can get any early picks. Looks like Pain not actually peeking his windows just yet, but we'll see Bandit doing so here. Is Astro going to get another easy pick here onto Bandit? Nope, not going to do so. Noted, doing it a little bit differently. Might have been an easy one as well. See if Noda can catch anyone trying to get up on this here. Trying to peek in. See if Astro can find someone here. Get some angles in.
Loading mag!
Cameraman gonna start opening that up. Oddly enough, using no Habana here, just using the Thermite. Yeah, I mean, if Kix wants to set up co-casting or something, please just hit me up. Like, Kix has my contact info. You can just hit me up. You know, we can figure out how he wants to do it. He can just host it on his stream if he wants, or I don't know how he wants to set it up, but that would probably be better to try and figure out for the next match, as we are already in the middle of this one. I certainly don't have a problem with him commentating with me. That would be cool. Pino trying to work his way up here as Jaeger playing that roam downstairs. Now, again, they have not successfully defended this bomb spot, so we'll see if maybe they can do something different here. There's a minute left, though. They are actually staying alive longer, so this is so far a much better defense than we've seen the last two defensive rounds from them on this spot. But, again, they have not won a defensive round, so we'll see if this will be the round that changes everything or if this is going to go to match point. Gohan trying to work his way down safely down these stairs. Not sure how well droned it was, but a lot of shots coming out down from the basement there. They need to work the angle from the master bathroom and have some control of those stairs to his right there, downstairs. They are not doing that currently, and that is why they are kind of at a disadvantage. If they were covering that, Gohan could be pushing down right now. I like how he peeked the jungle there just to make sure. Smokes are coming out here, though, from Glaz. He's going to be able to use those to try and move the pressure on the trophy site. I think he looks away just in time to not catch the smoke here there, who might have been visible through the drone hole after that. C4 coming out there. He hears the Velcro rip. No kill from that. 15 seconds left, though. This defense is actually working out. It's still 5v5. And as I say that, of course, 2 kills going out. A third kill there. Go ahead, and then a 4th kill. Back and forth, back and forth. Smokes coming out. Pain getting that smoke kill, getting 1 kill on them, as well as getting a team kill. And the back and forth. Pain finally winning their first defensive round on that bomb site there. Now bringing it to a 3-3. So the pain comeback is starting to look a little real. They could potentially make this work here. I like how they got down to the last 15 seconds without losing a guy, playing a lot more careful, not getting any easy picks there for the dexterity guys. Really paid off for them as they were able to bring that down to a chaotic finale during that last 15 seconds. And that's what you need to do to make sure to win a bomb site if you're on defense play time. And that's exactly what they did different this time, and that paid off big time because now they are not at match point. Whoever wins this round, of course, is going to bring to match point, but then the other team just needs to win the following round. So if we go tit for tat again, we are going to see overtime. If one team wins the next 2 rounds in a row, this one and the next one, then they are going to take the map. So it is getting very close, potentially to the end here, depending on whether or not one team can get momentum. And yes, they are on a LAN environment, so that's why it looks like they're playing on LAN, because they are. They are all physically in the same room, so. Yes, they are able to do that, which is really cool. So hopefully we can do something like that, more regions in the future. But
5 seconds remaining. Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
So they're setting up some of that defense upstairs we saw from them previously. So yeah, I think the bomb spot was the game room again. Let's see, check here. I am not in control of the spectator camera, so I can't actually move it over there to take a look, unfortunately. Yes, they actually have gaming houses in Brazil. Brazil's got a very different scene, so. Well, there we go. Pick's trying to come out from Pino on that side. There's that typical bandit peek. I'm not sure why that is such a bandit thing. It's something we've seen a lot of. Provide the Portuguese stream link for anyone just tuning in that wants to catch it Portuguese. So they are joining that top level, trying to figure out where they're at. There we go. There's a link for everyone for the Portuguese stream if they want that. So there's a nice angle there from spawns. And yes, it is bar gaming room, so just to be clear.
Bomb located by
So a book is informed me here that is it. Just the bandit peak is just there to control the ladder, which it makes sense, but it is obviously, as you've seen, not working out for most teams. So I'm not sure I would recommend it. As we've seen a lot of bandits get killed doing that, so I'm not sure that that peak is the right angle in terms of trying to control the ladder. I think you'd be better off with a Valkyrie camera and peeking it only when you know someone's actually climbing the ladder. Which is what we saw Noted trying to do previously, but it's just not working out. What's up, Dino? There we go. Nice little Doc juice there coming out. Potentially to go for a peek, I imagine. That is going to be juicing, overhealing. And then we do see it working. Astro getting that peek out of PSK1, and that is the strength of a Doc peek. It's a little bit late into the round for a Doc peek as well, too. With only a minute left, 2 minutes into the round here, we're going to see Pino finally go up, try and take control of the top room. You see another kill. There are 2 kills from Pain onto Astro and Musi. Spawns in another one. There we go, and Pain getting a third one onto Gohan. That's all the top fraggers down here. Cameraman and Panic, though, going to have to try and hold this against attack from above here. Nice angle there from Buck. There we go. A nice rotate up from Cameraman, finally catching one. But it is still 2v3, and they're getting a little health. But Cameraman picking up another one, and a third one. He's just decimating the enemy team now. It is just against Glass. Cameraman going to potentially bring this home for Dexterity to take it to match point. This is definitely Cameraman doing what he needed to do, what we haven't seen from him sometimes in the past. Now it is all on him as Panico is now down. However, there's only 22 seconds left, and Glass is going to have to make something work. They do have control of the side above. He has control of the diffuser, and this is what he's going to have to play now. There we go. And there is the Glass pick, though. He should have played it a little more cautiously, as unfortunately that cost him. We hear a little bit of electricity going out there as he might have walked into a battery barbed wire at the top of the stairs. That is Payne getting match point. Dexterity just not being able to close it out there with Cameraman's help. But he did a nice 3 or 4K. So that was definitely close. Now, of course, if Payne can keep the momentum up and actually manage to win one more here, then they are going to take the map, which is a surprise. They were definitely down in the beginning there. Dexterity going to get their act together on this attack, which they've done successfully every time except for that last attack round. Then we will see if they can manage to make this work. However, Payne having won their last defensive round means they're going to switch down to the basement, I imagine here. Let me see. Didn't get a chance to see where they were going. But they do have to switch up. There we go. Yes, Snowmobile Garage Wine Cellar. So they're playing a different bomb site now. We have not seen Payne play this yet, so we don't know exactly how they're going to play this. They may play this better than they do upstairs, but this is obviously their secondary site. So I would imagine this is in Santos Dexterity's favor to take this round back and then bring this to overtime. Unless they just don't have a good attack strat for the side. We'll see where PSK puts that second mirror window. We saw the wall right there where he's at. Santos Dexterity putting 2 right there on that corner. Now, I think most teams will put 1 there, and then we'll put 1 on the back of Wine Cellar to see back towards the car garage, which is, I think, the smart way to do it. Yes, this is definitely a 1-3 comeback to a 4-3. So that is, I think, 3 rounds in a row now, potentially, from Payne, if I haven't misremembered how the rounds went. So they've definitely figured out what they're doing wrong, at least. So that's a good thing for them. Whether they can carry that all the way home or not, it's hard to say. And there's that second window. That is the other spot for it, as well as you can watch the door through that wine closet. Shout-outs again to everyone tuning in. We've got a lot more people than earlier, which is awesome. Glad everyone wants to see these matches here in English or Portuguese, whatever you want to see them in, supporting the Brazilian scene. Make sure to retweet. Let other people know that this is here. And that is the big challenge, right, is getting everyone to know that there's an English stream of Brazil. So please, anyone who might be interested, let them know about the stream so they can come check it out. If they catch it late, they can always check the VODs. But it is a good way to enjoy Sunday afternoon, checking out some great Pro League matches here from these crazy Brazilian players. Playing Echo, of all things, taking advantage of a lot of cameras, including his own, to be able to provide some good stun control. They don't have a smoke, so he's going to be the one to try and deny a plant, potentially, if it comes now. Hopefully he's got his Echo drone, at least on the side he thinks they're going to come on. Generally, he's going to be good to control the garage side a little bit easier to try to stop a plant on the green can. There's Gohan getting caught out by Revolts here. But it looks like Gohan's just sitting there. That may be a little too far up for him to get a C4 kill. I'm not sure how well that'll work from there. There's a pick on Astro from Noted. That is a good early kill. Astro being one of their better players in terms of fragging, getting him out early. In fact, we've seen Astro take down Noted as well. But that was a good drone follow-up there by Cameraman. But that was a good pick on them early, taking down Twitch there. Oh, and Cameraman with a nice drop shot there. He's starting to show up today. That is Payne, though, trading one back onto Gohan. So it is now a little bit of a tip for tat. The attacker's actually down more players. Spawn's almost getting a kill there onto Glass, but he's going to get followed up on by a sledge. Does get pitched down. C4 throw. That could do something. Does down him. And he is not going to know that, though, because the kill feed is not going to be on to show that. Wow. Just drops down to kill Panico. Amazing play by Spawns here. Really just playing flexibly on this spot. Taking advantage of that. And there's another kill on the board for him. It is all down to Thermite here. Cameraman's going to have to really show up. We saw him with a nice attempted clutch last round. Probably not going to work out this time against 4 fully health players. Is going to get 1 kill to start it off, though, on Spawns. Now he's going to have to be working his way down. He's going to have to get 2 floors down. He started to work through the blue hall here. He's going to give away his position by doing that, though, and have to slog through some barbed wire. Now, they're going to know he's there. He's going to take a peek through the drone hole. Revolts is going to be waiting to get a crossfire on him, and PSK1 playing the site to hold it back. Now, they've got a hole in the wall here. That's going to be an easy potential kill. That is a pulse, though. He's going to know exactly where he's at. He has it on the heartbeat sensor now. He gets it 1 more kill, but it's easily traded by Revolts back. Payne taking this all the way here, actually winning the map, coming back from a 3-1 to a 5-3. Well played by Payne. Coming back, we hadn't seen a lot of great play from them from some earlier matches, but they had started against V3, and that was not an easy bracket start for them, but they're coming back. That's showing that Chalet is a map that they do have down, even though they lost 2 times in a row in the same defensive spot. They managed to come back on it, win it, get all their momentum back, and win their other defensive bomb spot as well. So well played by them. Amazing play by those guys. What's going on here? They should be done with this map there. There we go. Yeah, we see them over there celebrating a little bit. Definitely a serious comeback for Payne. Now the question is, can they take this to Cafe the same? Because this is a Fraggers map. Cafe is one where players like Astro and Gohan are going to be at an advantage. And playing it a bit more strat heavy is not going to work out as well. So some of these guys that are a little bit more of the fraggers on the Payne side are going to have to play well, step it up, and do some good roam play if they want to take control on Cafe. And then, of course, if Dexterity can win it on Cafe, we will see Consulate. But if Payne can take it all the way, then it's hard to say who exactly or how exactly that'll play out. But we may or may not see 3 maps here. So they were talking about how the match went and stuff. They're going to be setting up for the next one. So here, let's see. Talking to Kix as well about a rebroadcast, and then see if I can help sort that out for him. So they are going to set up for that. So, whew, definitely intense match there. Yes, please, everyone, retweet, spread the message that this is going on, so people can come in, check this out, catch this awesome match that's going on here. So, I'm a little bit almost exhausted. So yeah, so I was a Pro League caster for EUNA previously for seasons 2 and 3, so this is certainly something that has been done and awesome. So let's see here if these guys are going to get it back in. Get going again. Shouldn't take too long as they're just changing maps. They might be switching sides as well, though. So there's that. So I'm discussing it with Kix as well. Maybe we could see if we can get him to co-cast. It's up to him if he wants to do that or not. Set that up. I don't know if he just wants to get it on his stream or not, but either way, if he wants to co-cast, we can, I believe, set that up. I mean, he's a Pro League caster, so I imagine that wouldn't be an issue in terms of that. So hopefully we can get something squared away here. All right, what do we got here? 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Precious moments. There we go. Nice pick there, getting the drone from behind. Some great top-down attacks from Dexterity on that bomb spot. Nice pick there by Glaz with a 1-tap. And then an Astro 1-tapping as well onto for a turnabout there on Bandit. Again, more kills there from above. Great play from the Dexterity guys attacking from that side. So it's generally, to be clear, normally I am not a play-by-play commentator, but I am doing a lot of solo casting. So there we go, cameraman, that 3K. But solo casting, you got to do both jobs. So generally when I do Pro League, I'm just on the analyst chair. So just bear that in mind. Nicely played there. Spawns, though, did manage to try and save that, or it did save that round quite a bit for his defenders, forcing cameraman to get 1 kill on him, and that's it. So nicely played. Some great plays from those guys. So hopefully we will get into the next match soon here now that we've seen the highlights of that map. So, imagine they're talking about all the great plays there. The comeback from pain, that was real. Gotta be nice for all the noted fans out there. See that. So we will hopefully get back into it soon. And I think if Pain do win this and can move forward, I'm not sure what place they will be. I'm not sure if this is something that can get them into a land position or if this will just be a guaranteed spot for next season. This is a little confusing in how all that works. So. So we may be going to a break here. Not sure if that's what that's for. Let's see here. All right, yeah, we're going to a 3-minute break. So I'll just throw on the music and get a chance to kind of rest my voice here. And we'll be back in just 3 minutes here to get cracking. Throw that on. You will also, it sounds like, get the music from the game as well. Hopefully we can fix that out. But enjoy the tunes for the next 3 minutes. I'll still be in the chat though. All right, good news, everyone. We got Kix on the line here, who's going to be co-casting. So, are you there, Kix? Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, babe. Can you hear me?
Let's see here. Make sure this can pick me up. Oh yeah, here we go. Let me switch it to. It's on push to talk at the moment. Let me switch that off.
All right. Am I coming in clear on your end?
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and turn you up a little bit though.
For sure, dude. For sure. Yeah, I know. Discord doesn't really get me very loud, to be honest.
So everyone in the chat here gives a shout out here for Kix. Hopefully I can turn up his volume enough to make. There we go. I can turn up his volume quite a bit. Go ahead and talk again, Kix. Make sure we're good.
What's up, dude?
So cool. So you got the stream up? You can see them okay?
Yep. Everything's
Okay,
good,
cool.
man.
Yeah. So unfortunately we have to not hear what these guys are saying in Portuguese here, but yeah. So those of you who aren't familiar, everyone I assume should already be familiar with Kickstar here. He's the
Hey,
color
guys.
caster at the moment in Pro League. So.
Yeah.
I believe he is streaming this on his stream as well, so if you want to catch his face over there, you can do that also. So he did get the okay from Ubisoft to do this, so we're all cool, ready to like kick some butt on this, and we're just gonna. I'm doing the play-by-play, so feel free to chime in whenever Kicks. You know how this works.
Yeah. I got
So
you,
it should
man.
be good, man. But I'm interested to hear your insights on the Brazilian side of things here. Should be interesting. We've definitely seen some different play here. I'm not sure how much you caught of the stream earlier, but we saw them playing bar game room and downstairs instead of preferring kitchen trophy room from Santos Dexterity guys. What did you think of that the bar game room defense they were doing?
Well, the bar game room defense round, I didn't catch the majority of the first map, but I did happen to catch, I think, the second half of that particular round. And it was an interesting interpretation of defense, but I think it was mostly done in an attempt to throw Pain through a loop and have them not, really be sure exactly what's going on. And it worked for sure for Dex. I mean, there's a real complication with taking bar gaming room. You can't really take vertical control very easily. You can't take upstairs as easily as you might hope because there's the ladder to the balcony, right? You can't rappel on that balcony. And that ladder is easily held by the defenders. So essentially, the defensive team in that particular instance doesn't have to worry about the balcony. And as such, they can turn their focus to the east side of the building and simply look inwards towards the master and office area and keep control over there. And it worked out for Dexterity. In that instance, you saw there were 3 attackers still alive at the end of I think 2 at the end of the round, but 3 going into the last 20 seconds. And then the only option they really had was to push in through kitchen and dining table, and it just didn't work for them.
Well, it was definitely interesting to see. We've definitely seen really good attacks in general from the Dexterity guys. They kind of lost a bit of their momentum though towards the end, like in terms of they were just winning all the attack rounds, but.
I didn't actually see what happened in like the end of the match. I was busy doing something else, so I don't even know who won. So if you could, who won
So Payne actually won in the end. They managed to make a comeback from a 1-3 all the way to a 5-3 with a 4-round comeback, I believe, unless there was one in between. But it was.
Good on Payne.
I know, right? It
Good
was
job.
something we didn't expect. We saw them in the first match they played on Playday 1 was them versus V3, and they got crushed pretty well, like by V3. But then V3 beat Santos Dexterity, so I guess that's not a huge surprise. But it is surprising to see them come back.
Been hearing very, very good things about V3 as a team.
Yeah.
And seeing, apparently, they're like the new up and comers in the Latin American Pro League. And unfortunately, personally, I haven't had. I'm not the Latin American Pro League expert. That would be Emzo. He's been paying much closer attention to the scene than I have. I would have liked to have been watching each and every one of the matches, but I haven't had the time personally. It's really cool to I think is it the last day for Latin American Pro League?
No, this is still day number 5. So it's basically the end of the week from the previous. So you guys did Playdays 5 for EU and NA, and so the Sunday at the end of the week represents the same play day. So this is week 5 for them. So they got 2 more weeks left, just like you guys got. So it is unfortunate. I thought I mentioned that Panky left, and it's going to be you guys trying to hold down the fort there. Hopefully it doesn't get too tiring.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what we're going to be doing with the caster lineup, but as far as I can tell, it's just going to be me and Blood now. I mean, I've actually been casting all of the matches so far anyway, so if nothing's super changed.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not casting with Panky. That's that's it.
That's got to be tiring doing all the matches though. I don't think that's usually the case.
Actually,
though.
It's one of my stipulations. I want to do all the matches.
That's great. Well, I mean, at least you managed to see everything going on then.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, compared to the way we used to run the bracket, the way we're doing it now with the best of threes, it's a lot less tiring. And I mean, you were there.
Yeah.
Season 2, Season 1. I mean, Season 3, Year 1 in general. It was, it was a slog, and it's not as much of a slog anymore.
Yeah,
So
especially without tons of disconnections and things like that.
Oh yeah, the game has gotten much, much better on the note of maintaining connection to the server.
Just have to worry about the Hibana rehost, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of problems, but Ubisoft is working on it, so
cool. Yeah. Well, I mean, at least if you caught Playday number 2 at all when I first did the Brazil Pro League, we had like 10 rehosts for Hibana. Like, it literally took 3.5 hours for the first match, and then it hasn't been that way since, thankfully.
I heard something about that, but I didn't actually get to catch it myself personally.
Yeah, it was harsh. Yeah, it was a pretty bad start, but we actually get it started here on Cafe. Should be interesting. Something we've seen a lot in NA and EU, so we'll see how they play it differently. Of course, they're going to be playing the top floor first. I mean, what do you think of the lineup?
Well, as I was looking at the lineup, from the attacking lineup, there's not much missing other than I would say a Hibana. You're bringing that Twitch to get rid of the mirrors that are going to be inevitably placed in the freezer. But it would have been ideal to see, for example, a rotation of maybe even the Ashe. And I know a lot of people are thinking, what are you, crazy? Kickstar, you can't bring an Ashe out of lineup. But utility speaking here, he brings a lot to the team, but not as much as Hibana could bring. Because again, you're bringing those Twitch drones to open up the mirrors, but you could also bring the Hibana to simply destroy the mirrors. And you have to have that Thatcher in general, to get rid of, for example, the ADSs. I mean, it's not a surprising lineup from Dexterity, although it could have been tweaked a little bit more, I feel. From Pain, the defensive lineup, pretty standard. Nothing surprising at all here.
Yeah,
you got that smoke for the aerial denial, the ADSs to get rid of the grenades, obviously, the mirrors for the freezer, Bandit to deny the Hibana going into the freezer, which there isn't one, and Valkyrie for visibility.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how they use the Thermite. That's not as, like you said, Hibana probably would have been a better choice for how they're going to have to play this here.
Well, I mean, yeah, I feel like, honestly, on this particular attack, on the upstairs attack, I'd bring both. Because you have to bring the Thermite to open up the wall, right? From red stairs into the piano room, but then he's unable to open up the mirror wall.
There we go, early pick there by Runout. That was Dexterity, like, getting the kill on that, though. That really didn't work out for that Runout.
So I don't know much about either of these teams, but I have noticed in the couple minutes that I've watched this matchup that Spawns tends to like to, spawn peek quite a bit.
Yeah. But they're definitely getting some of those Thatchers done early, though. They want to be able to open up that wall. At least that's something we see typically from the Thermite play, is opening up that wall right there. Not just from Brazil, but from some of the other sides as well. For whatever reason, they really like to be able to get into Christmas that way.
So how is Brazil on this particular map? Because again, I haven't been watching the Brazilian Pro League.
So the Brazilians play a bit more aggressively, and this is a map where, like, especially we've seen from Elevate, for example, aggressive play can work out pretty well on this map. So I imagine could be pretty chaotic from these guys.
Right. Are you getting the frame stutter, or is that just me?
Yeah, getting some stutter as well. Let them know that on the production side. It's noted, though, the nice pick there, already punishing Muzi. That was who got the kill on the run out, so that was a good trade, I guess. We've seen a lot of Noted playing Bandit. Sometimes working out, sometimes not. He plays a little aggressively, I think, and gets sometimes taken down pretty early in the round.
That's Noted's play style for sure. I mean, he is a very aggressive player. He's got that super nice sense and that super run out mentality.
Yeah, we'll see if he can stay alive long enough to get another pick. At least he's got one, though. That was onto the Thatcher. Now, I'm not sure if the Thatcher had finished doing his job or not, but he did at least help get that one wall open from the Thermite, so that was a good start for them. They've only got a minute left, though, and they've got to start making some serious pressure on here. We're not seeing Glaz doing anything just yet. The smokes are coming out, though, so it looks like some pressure is going to come down, but Noted sneaking around from behind potentially here. Could get taken out if he's not careful of that hatch working his way up, as that's typically going to be open, and he does see it open, but they're all down. Already, he does see Cameraman not able to get the pick. Nice knife kill, but he gets traded by Cameraman turning around at the last possible second. The Glaz is in his position, trying to do the thing through the smoke there. Astro ready to run into it as well, but it's going to be a little chaotic down here to the last 30 seconds as they start to push their way in. Going to have to clear out Freezer as well as the bar area onto the A site so they can make that plant. See a lot of shots coming down here onto Glaz. He doesn't quite get killed yet, but he knows there's someone over on the A side, and he does get taken down. It looks like Revolt's taking down another one as well. There goes Cameraman. And then the final kill from Pino. Payne starting off strong on map number 2. Actually, after they're winning map number 1, and now getting the first pick here on map number 2 with a defensive round. So
Yeah, well, that was a good round from Payne, but honestly, from Dexterity, the attack, like it didn't seem like they were trying to, or they didn't seem like they got the execution down that they really wanted. They couldn't get their way into Piano, or at least they couldn't take control of Piano, and they kind of struggled to get any kills when they were making their push in through Cigar Door. Their glass was used to ill effect, and I don't know, it just kind of seemed like a dud from Dexterity. And there were a lot of aggressive peeks out from Payne in situations where they could have been, you know, taken advantage of.
yeah, I think they just didn't seem to have the ability to actually put enough chink in the defensive armor to make progress. And then down to the last 30 seconds, they were forced to push in through the smoke and hope that they could make that work. But I didn't see any kind of flank from the White Stairs or anything like that to try and control the A side. And it looks like that's what cost them, really, is not having any kind of actual pinch pressure, and just all pushing from one side of the bar.
Attackers have discovered the location.
I mean, you don't necessarily need the pinch push. I mean, a lot of the mentality from certain teams going into this particular attack and upstairs attack is you don't need that pinch pressure. You put someone in a position to deny the C4s from underneath, you push away with smokes through the cigar doorway, and use that glass to get those picks on the anchors. And that's been pretty much the entirety of a lot of teams' attack strategies here. But unfortunately, again, their glass couldn't get any kills. They didn't get any kills. They just pushed in and died. And they didn't have any sort of control over Piano, so then you even had the smoke coming up at the end there, getting that flank kill on the player playing in Cigar. So it's just kind of a lack of control overall. And you know, you're right. I mean, a pinch could have helped them out a lot as well. So it's just
yeah, even from the window, right? They wouldn't have had to use the or the White Stairs. They could have just been on the window, and that would have been enough to really kind of keep the A side guy down. Looks like Gohan though, like sneaking around pretty close to that freezer side.
No.
We'll see if he's gonna go for peek, but he's got drone, so I don't think he's going to.
Drone is deployed.
Well, let's see if they can defend it any better than they attacked it. They are bringing the Habana, like you mentioned, instead of the Thermite, but they're bringing a Blackbeard. Do you think that's useful in this?
Yeah, Blackbeard definitely could be useful. He'll get those picks and he'll trade back at more damage than he can take. Ooh, Astro.
Nice start for him. We've seen some good early picks from him as Doc. He'll actually juice himself up with the overheal and go for picks early. That's been working out for him quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting take there downstairs. Noted trying to clear out the floor below. Pino getting the pick back onto Astro, though.
Yeah, that aggression coming out from Astro is, you know, playing in the Cigar like that. It can work to hold out for just a little bit longer, but it is also very risky. The reason they brought Habana instead of a Thermite on this particular attack is because they're going to want to use that third Habana charge to open up those mirrors like we were talking about earlier. You don't really need any more than a 2 on a hole to get through that wall.
It worked out for him, too, because they didn't bring a Bandit or a Mute to stop those Habanas from working remotely.
Right, and there's no there's no Thatcher on the Payne Gaming lineup, so that's incredibly lucky for them.
Yeah, very fortunate for that attack. Otherwise, this probably would be a little harder to pull off. But they do have a Twitch that they could have used for the Twitch drone, but unfortunately the Twitch got picked off early, so looks like they're already starting to put their pressure on from the Cigar Lounge here. For the last 40 seconds, trying to make their way into the actual Cigar Lounge, to the actual bar if they can. With the diffuser too, no coverage, no smoke grenades or anything like that. I'm not sure why Glaz isn't down there for that pressure that we saw from the last attack. But there we go. He's finally going to drop, going to come around now. Smoke grenades should come out soon as they only got 20 seconds left. Diffuser just sitting at Cigar, waiting to be pushed into the bar. Gohan here spending a lot of shots pre-firing, but this could hold them off a bit. They are ducking down below the shots. The smoke's going to come out. He's going to be pre-firing a lot, hoping to catch someone through that smoke, but he just barely misses. Does catch Pino, though, who tries to plant outside the smoke. There goes the Glaz, and now the Glaz getting his kill. Now PSK1 trying to make pressure from above, but it doesn't do any good as the diffuser's just chilling there. Dexterity win their defensive round. So far, that's 2 defensive round wins in a row from that top floor. It means we're going to see probably Train for the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, that is interesting from Payne. And this has happened with Payne before in the past. We saw it with on Chalet, on that bar of defense that we were coming out from Dexterity. They end up wasting too much time on their attacks and not actually being able to come in the last couple seconds and execute onto the defending team. And it is kind of disheartening to see and odd to see at that.
Seemed like the coordination just wasn't there, right, in terms of getting all the manpower down there to back up that plant. So the plant was down to the last, like, 20 seconds or so, and then planting exposed like that just didn't seem like a good idea.
coordination aside, altogether, as players, as individuals, you should be able to take it into your head and be like, okay, there's 30 seconds left on the clock, and I am standing on the roof. I need to not be standing on the roof. Since I need to be either in a position to drop down from the roof, or in a position to move my way into the site to help my teammates secure the plant.
Yeah.
Regardless of all of the factors, as a player, you need to be able to put yourself in that position.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it just didn't happen for Pain that time.
No, definitely
You
not.
have to wonder if it was their coordination, their strategy that they were trying to set up in a team through communication, if that was what was causing them to have that problem. Maybe they were trying to do something, and it just didn't work out for them, and it stalled their attack altogether.
We'll see how they defend then, and they will be attacking this bomb spot. Maybe they have a little bit of a different or better strategy or coordination to attack this bomb spot in the next round, which I imagine Dexterity is going to go to, but we have seen Dexterity not necessarily picking conventional bomb sites all the time, so it's possible we could see another one, although I imagine unlikely. We're going to see some aggressive play from Astro, though, pushing his way in early. So they are having to defend the mining train room, which is a little bit harder to defend because you've got a lot of window access. You've got the ability to attack it from above once to take control of Christmas Piano. Things like that. It's definitely not an easy one. So that's why you saw a lot of defensive stuff upstairs that's set up with the mirror windows and a lot of reinforced walls in the bathrooms and things like that. Similar to, I mean, we see this on a lot of maps, right? It's something we've talked about a lot. There's a lot of maps where you defend the top floor almost the same as you would as if it was your bomb spot because of the disadvantage of losing it.
And sometimes that could be a little bit of an outdated mindset too, going into certain maps. Not necessarily cafe, however, but when you're defending in that predictable style, like for example on ventilation on border.
Yeah, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, when you're defending ventilation from upstairs in armory, it can be so predictable that if the team will often just execute their armory take before they execute their ventilation take because it's that simple. And, there's not much for them to think about. And it causes a situation where the attacking team, they don't have to make any sort of adjustment, and it puts them in a more refined mentality going into each and every round.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rounds won by just even straight up just attacking the lower floor, not even bothering with the top. Actually working quite often, surprisingly. So we'll see if that ends up being the situation here or if they're going to fight for the top floor, give Pino a chance to get some picks here, but Cameraman clearing it out early with that drone. Now the smoke's coming out almost like they're attacking the top floor normally. You see Panico getting his smokes out to attack the bar. Shots coming down already on the Blackbeard, though, from that bar side. He's actually just going to take it off and switch out. Now he's going to be... Gohan gets one pick onto Noted, so that is the Bandit down, which, again, we've seen him die a lot earlier on. Now this Pino getting pinched out there. Nice kill, second kill by Gohan. Does almost see Revolts down in Reading Room there. Astro taking down one more. This is just now a 2v, looks like 4 as PSK does take down Astro finally, but Astro already got his kill, so it is all down to these last two trying to defend it. It is a Smoke and Jaeger, so you've got a little bit of range and you've got the ability to try and smoke back, but Revolts gets a nice kill there. His attempt through the drone hole doesn't work out. Now he's going to rotate around. He does see Glass there with a nice easy kill as PSK finishes off the last one. That's another win for Pain. They're doing quite well here. Coming from, I think, being more the underdog. I mean, all the Noted fans aside there, this is definitely a team that hadn't been playing as well last season or this season. I mean, I guess they didn't have a last true season, but like in previous matches that they'd had.
I had a conversation with Noted about his coming matchups in the Pro League going into the future, and he stated that he was confident going into this particular matchup, that he had that he thought that his team could do it, and it's clearly showing that they have just that confidence to bring it from, I think, what was just now a 2-4 to a 2-0 in their favor, and that's an impressive feat, to say the least.
Yeah, well, I think this is definitely a situation where Dexterity, being normally kind of the top team, maybe that loss to V3 has kind of put them on a bad footing in terms of feeling like the dominant team. And we all know how much confidence plays into this game in terms of like playing confidently. Having lost that first map as well has got to put a little bit of a tilt here on Santos Dexterity, who thought they were the top team, thought they were playing against a team that was going to be a bit easier, even starting off Chalet with some strong wins at the beginning and getting it to 3-1, thinking that they were going to take it and then just losing, and now being in a losing position again. It's got to hurt.
Yeah, so what you can see here with that mirror coming from Cameraman there, or is that Cameraman? Is that his name?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So coming from Cameraman, that mirror in library, that's an interesting mirror, and it's gonna put a lot of pressure onto anyone who's trying to come from the white hallway. However, the thing is about that mirror is so easily counterable from simply opening the drop above library upstairs. And if we don't see a lot of pressure coming from Dexterity to hold that upstairs, and it doesn't look like we will based upon their setup, then it's going to make it really easy for Payne to apply set pressure without any sort of confrontation at all.
I like how Noted knew he was hiding in that desk there. Might have droned him out. Might have just known that was a common spot. But that was a nice wall bang through that desk for an early kill for Noted.
And getting smoke right off the bat that quickly. I mean, we aren't even a minute into the round, and none of his smoke's been used. He hasn't done anything for his team, and now that's a lot off the board for Dexterity.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be relying on this Caviera to try and make up for that. That is something we don't see usually a lot of in Pro League in terms of EU and NA, but something that's going to have to pay off. This is actually the first Montaigne we've seen of the day today. Do you think the Montaigne is just not picked now a lot because of the Revolver nerf? Because we haven't seen him as much.
I don't think it has anything to do with the Revolver nerf. I think it has to do with the ever-evolving meta and especially the addition of Glass. I mean, we see a Glass here, but a lot of teams are actually favoring to bring the Glass because he fills a similar role to Montaigne. A little bit of a higher skill ceiling though, in that you can win and lose a lot easier when all you're relying on is smoke to block bullets rather than a shield. But I do feel like when you're talking about high skill ceilings in Pro League, I mean, of course, most teams are going to favor the Glass to the Montaigne.
Going live.
On this particular instance, it is kind of interesting that they are bringing him though, however, because I don't see how he's going to be especially useful. It kind of seems like what they're trying to do is what we saw from Brazil in the European Pro League not too long ago, where they open up the north wall and leading into that, I think that's the A-bomb site on the wheel, to get that nice and easy plant while they stand behind the A Montaigne.
Yeah, we'll see. Now that the smoke is off the board, it's a lot easier to do, especially with a Glass to back him up. That window being open now. Like Pino using that against him right there. That is 2 defenders off the board now. Although a nice trade to Caviera, like I said, having to try and make up for the lack of that smoke now. Didn't even finish off that kill to just now having to use that shotgun. Now he's going to have to try and actually rotate around onto that Montaigne. Looks like Payne's going to take down one more, but that is traded quickly onto Noted there. So that was a good trade for trade, but it is down to 2v3 now. One of those 3 being Montaigne. They're going to have to take him down before they can take down the rest because Glaz is going to be able to take advantage of the distraction that he provides. Now he's got to fight against, it looks like Caviera just takes advantage of it, but trades go back and forth there. One revolver kill onto the Caviera, but then there is a trade back from Cameraman. It is all down to this Mira to try and defend here. Now he's just given away his position. Cameraman, has seen in a lot of clutch situations before, managed to pull it off. And there was the down from Astro working out in the end, him actually managing to salvage that round. We've seen him try and salvage it before get very close, and that was him actually pulling it off. Cameraman's not someone that used to be really a huge fragger, but we've seen him really show up today.
Yeah, I actually did not get to see the end of that round because my feed's lagging a little bit behind, but hey, there it is.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of a finish. Now, we are at 2-2, though, so neither team really taking the advantage here, although obviously Payne having won the first map puts Dexterity in a bad spot to try and actually win this so they can go to Consulate, which is
just
the
help
map.
me out here, man. You just started the round, right?
Yeah, so I'm going to pause mine for a second, see if that'll give it a chance to be slightly more lagged, catch up with your, a little more sync with yours.
Mine should be on live, but it's just like,
slightly
popping out.
Well, so keep in mind, Kix is in Poland, so he's going to be a little more lagged behind because he's getting streamed all the way from Brazil, essentially. So it's going to be slightly, I think, behind.
I think Brazilian players get like 250 ping to Siege servers when they play in Europe, something like that. So it's pretty extreme.
I know Verdi has a little bit of issue as well because he's getting streamed to Germany, which is slightly closer than Poland.
Probably about like 20 ping closer.
Yeah.
It's a good amount, yeah. But anyway, yeah, Dexterity going into this attack round, they've got a pretty standard lineup, very similar to what we've seen from them before. No surprises there.
Now, Astro's playing
Ping
these
as
roofs
well.
here as Blackbeard. Well, I guess he's not going to stay up there. I mean, again,
Is
do
he
you
on
think
the
this?
roof right now?
You think this? Well, he just came down, so I'm at 2:45 on the game timer. So hopefully that should give you some idea where
I'm
you're
at
at.
237.
Oh, you're actually ahead of me now.
5, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Go for live, man. We'll see where we are.
Yeah, I will refresh
this is
this.
an aggressive peak from Notera. Or that's Noted, isn't it?
See, I'm going to go ahead and refresh mine here. See, now I'm at 228, so hopefully we're more caught up.
218. Wow.
Wow,
Correct,
you
bro.
somehow jumped ahead of me there.
Too fast for you now,
Too
bro.
fast, too
All right,
furious here.
We'll go with it, man. We'll go
Yeah.
with the flow.
That's right. So we got Pino already pretty low on health. That is the smoke, as you said. That could be critical, but he still managed to live at least. So hopefully that helps him stay alive in this a little bit longer. Hopefully Noted not going to get himself killed early in the round, as we've seen him do many times.
Well, you know, Noted's one of those players. He gets killed early in the round, yes, but he also manages to get a lot of those early picks, rather, and puts his team in a good advantage. And that's just kind of how he is as a player.
Yeah, I guess it really depends on what pick he gets, right? Who he kills, whether or not that makes a huge swing in the round or not.
Right. I mean, and a lot of it is kind of just randomness and chaos. And if you had a team full of like 5 Noteds, it probably wouldn't be very good. But one is always, you know, a sort of thing that you can use to your advantage.
Lights out.
Well, hopefully he can do so here as the pressure's starting to come down. Minute half left, so they've still got a bit of time here, but they're not really far into the site yet, and they're still taking Christmas right now. So it's taking them a while to get in here. And they are going to probably be down at least the last 45 seconds before they can make a push on the train. I mean, that Mira, the windows there are actually holding Glaz back quite a bit. He was able to kind of take some pot shots, but not able to get any kind of kills from there. Although there is one kill coming out from Noted, taking down Astra, so that is a good kill from him. Astra being one of the top fraggers, that's a good early pick. Now it's down Noted, trying to rotate around, but Cameraman knows where he's at. And that's the problem with being the roamer if you get pinched out like this, right? So
Right.
we'll see if he can stay alive. Looks like he's going to rotate around a little bit more, though, but he is now still pinched by Cameraman. Smoke's coming out to try and take this top floor, but they're still fighting for the top floor. Haven't moved their way down yet. They definitely want to take top-down control. Noted trying to find a nice angle. Almost catches Cameraman's head, but there's 2 kills there. Revolts and Pino taken down to a Dexterity. But Dexterity trades one back via Gohan before Pino takes down Cameraman. And the last kill comes out there from Payne, taking another round, making it 3-2 now.
There's honestly not a whole lot to be said about that round. I mean, it's a cut and dry attack round on upstairs that went wrong. They pushed in through cigar door, and they couldn't get any. They couldn't trade it back in their favor very much. And there's not much to say for me. And like you talked about earlier, how pinching from the white stairs sometimes could be something that puts your team in advantage in that situation, or repelling onto the white windows to deny the rotation from the defending operators, or you can even open up line of sight into the bathroom, into the freezer itself, as that hole is usually opened. But none of that went down from Dexterity. They simply tried to force their way through and ended up losing. Nothing else to it.
Well,
I mean, it works if you win the fights.
Right? And that's what I mean, that's what it comes down to. While this isn't a game just about killing, winning your fights makes a huge difference of winning the round.
I mean, yeah, it isn't about a game about fights. It's a strategic game. But again, as I said, there wasn't a whole lot of strategy coming out from Dexterity in that attack.
Well, hopefully they can do well on this defense again. Astro pulling out that Caveira. Again, that's going to be a roam play, right? You're not going to be playing on site with Caveira. So we'll see if Astro can manage to find a spot to hide that he doesn't just get easily droned out. I mean, rotations are definitely a big thing, I think, on this map. Like, especially from Elevate, for example. Laxing and Sky's playing some really good roam play and rotations around the map. Like, taking advantage of all the stairwells and things like that.
Oh, yeah. On that matchup against CTM, Laxing and Sky has definitely assisted their team in that roam play, like you said, to win that match and knock CTM out of the Pro League. That was huge by them.
Yeah, I think if they can pull that off here with Astro playing that Caveira, maybe even Cameraman or Gohan might be on their own. Sometimes you see the Mute go on the roam after he does his thing with the jammers, taking advantage of that to kind of know where he can kind of cut off some of the drone play, as well as Gohan, you know, the typical Pulse being a roamer. Although we could see him in the freezer kind of playing to see if people are attacking onto the bar.
So it's kind of interesting that Dexterity decided to bring a Mute rather than a Jaeger. On this particular bomb site, oftentimes Jaeger is favored for that he denies the detonation of barbed wire for that much longer, which allows the attacking team to get stalled out and caught up in said barbed wire.
Not to mention the smokes that Glaz is going to be throwing, right?
As well as the smokes, yeah. We do have a glass coming from Pain, and that would be very useful. But instead, bringing that Mute to deny the drone game, I mean, it can be helpful, but at the same time, it's just, you're losing something significant in your hold. And when Pain doesn't have a Thatcher to get rid of, and it's not like Dexterity could know that, but when Pain doesn't have a Thatcher to get rid of said Jaeger devices, I feel like it maybe isn't the best call.
It seems like they've both been doing that. Situations where one should have a Thatcher and the other should have something to do about it.
Right.
Neither, I don't know. It's almost like
Yeah.
they're coordinating with each other to have the right lineups.
Whenever they do have a Thatcher, it's because they don't need it in that instance.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
It's definitely not been working out, and that's something we see occasionally. You know, trying to read the enemy team when you're setting up your lineups. Sometimes some teams just don't care that much about it, and they're more about their own lineup. I mean, obviously, we see teams more like Continuum, for example, being a bit more of a counter strat team. Obviously, focusing a little more heavily on that than some teams that are just running their strats.
Right.
So.
Pain is taking this attack very slowly. They don't want to risk anything unnecessarily. I mean, they have only just now, with a minute left, made their way into Cigar, and look at that. Pino gets picked off. Their caution not being used aptly.
But I think that really, again, it comes down to that coordination in this attack, right? That they're backing each other up, that they're trading the kills, and managing to actually take parts of the map instead of just getting into 1v1 fights.
So.
Looks like they are, at least they're pushed up this time. You've got spawns with revolts there, so you've got the Glaz and the diffuser ready to try and take a take on here, but they lost the Hibana, and so that's going to take down some of their gun power in this fight. And then Dex here with the pulse actually catching spawns. Nice kill there. Down to the last 20 seconds. Cameraman getting another pick here. Pain slowly falling apart. The diffuser left sitting there with no Glaz there. There's another one from Noted, all down to a 2v4. Gohan being half health, but that's not going to matter much in this situation. He's going to get taken down by Noted. And then there's another kill coming out from Noted. Just going ham on this Ash, but it is a 2v2 right now. The smoke is still here to potentially deny it. However, he's not going to be in the right position. However, the shots do come down, and that's what matters, getting it the last second there. Dexterity managing to pull that out. We are seeing, again, tit for tat on this map. So, I mean...
That was a fantastic round from Noted, but strategically overall from Pain Gaming, again, it's a flip-flop on the upstairs attack. Both of these teams are doing the same exact thing on their upstairs attack. They are coming down from that red stairs drop, moving their way into Cigar, proceeding to then lose fights to defenders who are waiting for them to come from Cigar and not doing anything about it. I mean, you saw in the end an attempt that didn't work out for them, but Pain, Noted, he tried to salvage that round for his team by simply getting those frags, but that's just not enough. In a game like Siege, you need to apply some adjustments to your strategy when something like that isn't working. You know, maybe come from the white stairs, maybe repel the B windows, and come from the scissor lift outside by front door, and apply a different form of pressure. It's something like we've talked about before, Emzo, how if you're defending one particular bomb site and it just doesn't work for you twice in a row,
you need to adjust.
Don't go there the third time. Choose the other bomb site.
Interestingly enough, last map we saw that from Pain. They lost Kitchen Trophy 2 times in a row. Still went there the third time, but they actually managed to win it. They finally adjusted, and it actually came down to a 5v5 in the last 20 seconds. So that was interesting.
And that same philosophy with defensive sites applies to attacks just as much. If your attack that you're using does not work consecutively and consistently, and it hasn't worked for either of these teams so far, not really, then mix it up. Try to pick something different.
Now, speaking of which, we are seeing Caviera again, but this time from Pain. So, I mean, what do you think of... I mean, we don't see Caviera generally in NA and EU. Why do you think the Brazilians played? Just because of national pride, or that they have, some better strategies for it?
You could say national oh, no Terra. Oh, he doesn't see him!
Wow!
What? No!
Speaking of the Caviera there, what a spot!
Behind the barrels.
Yeah,
he's hidden behind the barrels. That is crazy. What a spot by Noted. Like you said, something really kind of... that I know Noted as a player, as an individual, he's the sort of guy who finds these particular things. And that is awesome that he found something.
Yeah, we'll see if this Twitch drone finds him. Doesn't? They're not even checking it.
No, I mean, who expects that?
Right.
Who expects that?
That's what Caviera is for, right?
Exactly. Oh, they found her, I think.
Oh no! Keep in mind, you're ahead of me by a couple seconds.
Okay.
There's the down.
Try refreshing your stream, see if
I don't know how you managed to get ahead of me.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You should not be behind me here.
So maybe I need to lower my quality. So they did get the Caviera down. That wasn't a huge critical pick. I mean, do you think picking Caviera is worth it? Because if it's a gamble, right? If you don't make it work, then you've lost the chance to have a better operator. Oh, and the plant already going down from Gohan in dining room. They're not even ready for this just yet. They're going to hear it now. But they were not ready for that. The shot's going to start going down here. Astro winning his fight, though. Cameraman winning his as well. This is now a 2v4 as PSK picks off one. It was a 2v5 for a second there, but the plant is already down. They're going to be forced out with the smoke and the Valkyrie smoke. Not even going to be nearly as effective now that the diffuser is actually down. But he does get a smoke kill nonetheless. And that is him getting picked off, though, and the trade for it is all down to Valkyrie to try and catch 3 with this diffuser down. We are seeing IQ unexpectedly as well, but Cameraman showing up again. Now Dexterity getting on the advantage foot when we expected Pain to trade that round. Nicely done.
Yeah, no, that was... see, that's the adaptation that we were talking about just now. Trying something completely different, you know, pushing your team into a situation where no one really ever expects you to be going. And coming up from those white stairs straight into the site, through the door, no less, not even opening up the wall, is something that nobody really truly expects going into a train attack. Generally speaking, train attacks are, let's take control of piano, same as an upstairs attack. Then we'll take control of the whole upstairs, and then we'll move our way down slowly by picking people through the floor and just, you know, establishing control on the staircases. And sometimes that works for teams, but at this point in the meta, I mean, it's kind of been figured out. People know what they're getting themselves into when it comes to defending train, and they are able to counter just that. So, great adaptation by Dexterity, putting themselves in a match point now, and hopefully for them, they're going to be able to win this round and bring it to the third map, which is, by the way, because I have no idea.
Try pausing your stream for a couple seconds, see if that'll give me a chance to catch up, because refreshing doesn't seem to be doing it.
All right, what do you want right now?
Just I'm on 18 seconds.
18 seconds, okay.
Down to 12 now.
Tell me when you're on 6.
8, 7, 6.
All right, we're pretty much the same now.
Sweet.
I'm
All
4,
right.
3, 2, 1.
Okay,
right?
you're like a half a second ahead. That's fine.
All right, perfect. We'll leave it as-
Good enough for now.
We got it
Technology.
working. So what exactly is the third map, Emzo?
So the third map's Consulate. So that should be
Awesome.
interesting. I mean, if we'll see it, right? Dexterity are ahead with match point here, but they've been going back and forth, so I'm not sure if we'll see Consulate or not. It's hard to say at this point.
Actually, I think oh, you were talking about in-game match point. I'm sorry, talking about series point. I'm like confused, but yeah, I know there's a lot on shoulders of Dexterity, but at the same time, like you said, they have the advantage here going into this round. I wonder if Payne is going to see this smoke. Oh, and he does.
Oh.
That's the second round that Noted has picked off Panico without Panico being able to influence the round whatsoever.
Yeah, he's really going to need to like stay on site a bit more, I think, because it's not working out being a little farther away like that, giving an easy pick to Noted.
You know, it is the good mentality on train hold to have control of the other ends of the map other than just the sites themselves. But putting a smoke in a position to maintain that control is just not ideal.
Well, you're not going to be able to choke off a whole lot away from site with that smoke, right? Like, I mean, the smoke, its advantage is choke points, and those choke points are generally going to be on site itself.
Right.
So, I mean, we'll see if Noted
Now-
can get any more picks.
Payne has established complete control on the bottom half of the map instead of trying to take the upstairs, and they're trying to go for the opposite site to what we saw Dexterity go for, and I think it didn't work out for them last time.
No, it definitely worked out for Dexterity on the attack. I mean, on the... No, I'm sorry, yeah, Dexterity on the attack last time, though, that's for sure.
Yeah, did for Dexterity on the other site.
See if Astro can do anything with this Caveira. So I didn't actually get a chance there. What did you think? What do you think in terms of playing Caveira as a role?
Her shotgun is really good at like 10 meters thereabouts. So honestly, she can be useful. But the thing about her ability is that it is almost always useless. If you're in a pro league situation and you get down by a cav, the moment you get down by a cav, you are screaming at your teammates, "I'm gonna get interrogated! I'm gonna get interrogated!" And it most of the time will not ever be allowed to happen. However, it does from time to time. We'll see.
The C4 denied.
So hard. Yeah. And see, when a team is expecting a strategy like this, it's just not going to work very well. We saw it used to great effect by Barrage in the European Pro League, but that was mostly because it wasn't expected. And now they're trying to again and again just put another player in a position to plant this bomb, and Dexterity is there to answer it every step of the way.
It's looking like they might be able to take this map here. It is now down to a 4v2 or 3v2 situation. Now it's all on Hibana to try and defend or attack this, and it's just not working. I mean, had they had the smoke, it would have been even harder to get that plant down. But there goes the kills there. Dexterity bringing it to. They take this map. Now we're gonna actually see that Consulate after all.
Fantastic. Now that was honestly a bit of it was a bad call coming from Payne Gaming there to try and force plant in that corner where dexterity, obviously, they set themselves up in a position to defend just that same exact strategy. So they should have, again, it's the sort of thing is if your strategy is not working, try something else. It doesn't even have to be something you've organized as a team. Just go to a different location, apply pressure somewhere else. And I don't know, try to be different because the predictable is so easily countered.
Especially on a map like that is very small in terms of where you actually end up playing at.
Oh yeah, Cafe? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I mean, they could have easily taken it. They could have won that round, right? But I think the main problem, underlying thing, and this is just a mentality issue, is that they kept over and over again, continually trying to put themselves in a position to plant the bomb. One player would go in to try to plant the bomb, he gets C4. The next player gets killed by a UMP, and the next player gets killed by a UMP, and they just keep trying to do this over and over again without trading any of their teammates back. And that's the real problem, the underlying reason they lost that round.
And we're still not seeing them even have any good flanks on that. Like, let's say you have the people stacked up behind the planter, but no one's getting the crossfires.
Flanks are useful, yeah, but sometimes they're actually to the detriment of the team. On a map like Cafe, for example, I mean, we saw the flank from Pain, or from Noted right in the beginning of the round, right, getting rid of that smoke. But the reason they then did not continue on to try and they keep applying that same backwards or back end pressure is because they're worried about dealing with any of the roamers. And like you said, on a map like Cafe, roamer game is, even if it's a small map, roamer game is very, difficult to handle.
Yeah, you've really got to know when you've killed all the roamers or not, and then you can push on site from multiple sides. But if you don't know where the roamers are, and you're in a situation where you can't risk sending your people off to pitch from a flank, then yeah, you're ending up putting a lot of pressure on one particular side to get that plant down. And then, of course, you saw like Pulse being able to just sit there because he's facing basically everyone on the opposing team all in one spot, and then you just kill after kill of that diffuser.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's definitely hard. I mean, I didn't really see a lot of top-down control on that from Pain either, right? Applying pressure from above. They were all kind of focused on just pushing that wall from the red stairs.
Yeah, instead of top-down, they went for, instead of top aggression, they went for taking control of the bottom floor, denying any of the roamers for the late game. But, again, that's not really going to help you at all when you're trying to plant in a roamer-exposed spot. And I feel like, I don't know. There's a number of ways that Pain could have handled that, and it just wasn't what they ended up doing. And yeah, they're going to be going into Consulate now. Now, Consulate is a map that is, similar to Cafe somewhat. And what was the first one? It was Chalet.
Yeah,
they all kind of fall into the same group.
Destructible
They're well
floors.
balanced. Yeah, well balanced, very destructible floors. Older maps with a lot of strategy that has been time tested and developed on all three of these maps. However, looking at the matchup and what we've seen so far from both these teams, they are not using the old hat time tested, go-to strategies. They are using varieties of their own making, and it's working out for them sometimes and not others. I actually find overall, I think the majority of the time when these teams are losing rounds, it's when they're trying something that's been very predictable and used over and over again from European and North American teams, for example, like going through the cigar lounge straight into the bar. I mean, that didn't work for either of the teams much.
Yeah, that's something we've seen a lot. I mean, you see the pressure exactly what you're talking about right here. That was a nice flank from behind, though, but he kind of sacrificed it by going for the knife instead of shooting, where he might have been able to hit both of them.
I think he was trying to not give away his position, but he did just that. I mean, the knife sound or even the knife indicator in the kill feed is going to give you away in that situation.
Yeah, you definitely kind of need to just, hopefully, maybe even just spray for both heads at that point. Try and catch them.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah.
And here you can see Astro, he's like, okay, I down a player with Cav, right? And that's great. But he's not, I'm not going to be able to interrogate him. There's no point in trying.
Yeah, it's all about silent step at most, right?
Yeah, you could say it's all about the silent step, but honestly, that might be a merited call. But I have to personally feel that when you have so much drone coverage from a good team that's going to be working together to drone you out every single roamer's position, I don't think that's going to be helping you. Silent step won't help you.
Yeah, you'd be better off with picking a bandit, right? And just playing his speed and ability to use his MP7 and set up his batteries than you would be, as well as barbed wire or even a C4, rather than just bringing a cav, right?
I mean, there's a number of ways you can handle it, but I don't think it's national pride that's causing them to pick that particular operator. I think it just works better in their meta as it is now. Obviously, they're finding some use for it, and they have calculated decisions. I don't think that any team in a professional setting like this would simply take an operator because, it's representing my own country. I don't think that any of these teams are going to be doing anything like that. So they're finding use for it, and that's good for them.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Hopefully.
what's going on, man? What are we waiting for? Are they taking like a break or something?
They take a while. It always surprises me because in a LAN environment, you think it would be faster, right, to get stuff
Well, I
set
saw
up.
them getting up I saw them getting up from their desks, and I'm like, wait a minute, what are you guys doing? There's a third map.
Yeah, I think they get bio breaks between or something like that, or hydrate. I don't
That makes
know.
sense, I guess. Yeah.
So I mean, yeah, they're definitely not ready to jump into the next map each time. There's definitely a lot more delays for some reason than you'd expect on these.
I'd say that's a good thing, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, giving your teams, the extra time to relax is important.
Keep them fresh.
Yeah.
Especially going into a potential 2-1 situation for one of the teams. Having that ability to okay, we need to regroup. We've won one map. They've won one map. What do we need to do different to not lose this last map?
Yeah, it's going to allow those teams to apply a lot more strategy into their thinking. And maybe, for example, in a best-of-3 situation, we talked about earlier how, okay, what they need to be doing here is they need to be adjusting and trying to go for a different attack strat rather than repeating themselves over and over and over again, going into the same exact defensive site and the same exact attacking strategy. And that's going to, having these breaks is going to allow them to do just that. It's allow them to take a deep breath, back at what they did, think to themselves, okay, we repeated an attack going into Cigar on the upstairs floor, or we repeated that attack going from red stairs into the wheel room, and it just wasn't working for us. It did not work for us. What are we going to do differently going into this next matchup? We need to have multiple interpretations going into each round. Or at least, hopefully, you'd imagine they're going to be able to apply that sort of thought process going into their next.
Well,
match.
I mean, I think they've learned enough about which team. How does the team play a top-down attack? How do they roam? How do they do those sorts of things that are gonna apply to Consulate? This is the perfect opportunity to think about we know a bit about how the teams play on 2 different maps that have a lot of similarities to Consulate. How can we use that information to our advantage?
Right, definitely.
It's not easy.
So how's it going?
It's good, man.
How's it going, Emzo?
It's good.
Yeah.
Just
That's good,
having a good time trying to enjoy doing the stuff as best I can without being in the Polish environment.
So what was it that it was your job that you're working outside of the Pro League, or?
Yeah, so I hadn't said anything publicly, but just to be clear, they had
you don't have to,
they had asked me to come back. Just so I know everyone's always bugging me about it, but unfortunately, due to my job, I wasn't able to. So hopefully, we'll see everyone for finals at least.
Right.
Coming up in about a month.
Yeah, look forward to meet you or hanging out with you.
Yeah. Because it's ironic because you're from about an hour from where I am originally, but now you're 9 hours away.
I'm moved back in. I'm in the apartment block that everyone else is in now.
Yeah. No, I mean normally in California, you're only from about an hour.
Yeah,
so it's we live close to each other over here, but now
where are
separated.
you in Cali?
I'm in Sac. So you're
you're
over
Sacramento.
Yeah, so not too far.
Dope. Yeah, so. we could totally hang out when the
if you're ever back out of Poland.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I'll be living here for the rest of my life.
Yeah, seems like
as long as the Rainbow Six Pro League's happening.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah. Definitely. So I mean, hopefully, since if it doesn't look like I'm able to make it at the moment, hopefully they can find another third person so that you guys get some ability to rotate around. But
they're gonna have to find a third person, but I'm not sure how exactly it's gonna work. The dynamic of whoever the third person is, it could just come down to being straight up me and Bloodbath, and then this third person who comes in is just there in case.
Yeah.
You know? But it might be that we find a third person that we're all happy with and comfortable with, and he gets rotated in from whomever, and we'll see exactly how they choose to handle it.
Just means if you think you got the chops, you better apply.
What?
You better apply then if people out there, if you got the chops, right? Now's the chance.
Yeah. To anyone watching, if you want to be a Pro League caster, you go ahead and make that application, and good luck. Maybe maybe I'll be working with you soon.
Yeah, right.
Remember that dude we found? He commentated on just a short clip on Hereford, and his voice was fucking caramel, and we were like, dude, you should totally go be a caster. and he's like, no, I gotta do college. And it's,
Yeah.
no, imagine if we could have had that guy.
Yeah. Well, I definitely
I-
wish
I
I was
can't-
in a situation to come back out there. It would definitely be fun. I definitely miss doing that with you guys.
I'm sorry about that nonsense that
Yeah.
they're not gonna let you. So like,
Yeah.
what is your job? Like, what is the details, or do you not want to share them?
I'm doing some development stuff for actually a robotics / software company, and unfortunately the remote thing just didn't work out like I was hoping it would. So,
Right.
but hey, here I'm
Oh.
still able to do Brazil, still able to do Challenger League, so it's not a big loss. I mean, a huge loss, right? So it can contribute.
Mm.
You're here bringing some Pro League love as well to the Brazil, so.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, honestly, I just like when so when you messaged me, so I started watching the stream, and you messaged me and like said, oh, you gotta get permission. I was like, okay, well, sure, I'll get permission. But like I didn't really want to cast this. I just want to like chill out and talk about what's going on, from like a non-professional standpoint, because I mean, it's just like I just want to watch the match, because my man noted, and like I'm not gonna pretend to not be biased right now, because, like when it comes to like I'm a good friend of noted. We go way back, but I just kind of wanted to watch him play, see what was going on in the Brazilian Pro League, because I'm not very familiar with it. I haven't been. I'm gonna hopefully be more so going into the future.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, it's good to see like some well-known people playing and playing well today for the most part, because like it brings a little more visibility to the Brazilian scene, right? Like we want everyone to be involved. Like I've been doing like a casting of like Asia and Australia, New Zealand, and stuff, because it's like there's good players everywhere, but it's sometimes hard to get the visibility because everyone's so remote.
Yeah, no, I feel like the Brazilian scene, it definitely gets that visibility. Just most of it actually in Brazil, from Brazilians. And I feel like you're right. There is a higher level exposure that is needed going into the future for the Brazilian Pro League scene. But I mean, well, hopefully we'll see that. Hopefully you see that later on.
I mean, at least we saw Santos at Invitationals, right? And now we're going to see two teams joining us, hopefully, in Poland for the finals. So, I mean,
Right.
So I know you haven't seen a ton of the scene yet in terms of, like, all the play days and stuff, but, like, you have any idea who you think you might see there in Poland?
Well, obviously, and I'm sure you would say the same, but the rumors I've been hearing are we're going to be seeing one of the three, that is being Pain Gaming, Dexterity, or V3. That's what I've been hearing. I don't know what you've been analyzing this a lot more than I have, so I'd like to hear your opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like, my money's been on Santos and V3, because Santos, I mean, hadn't necessarily been playing at the level of V3. Obviously, they lost to V3, but so did Santos, right? So this is kind of, I think, a good fight for that potential second place right now, because V3 have shown they can do it. They beat both these teams.
They're good. Like a dominant form.
Yeah, but then we had K-Stars throwing to play V3 instead of Santos last weekend, and they were like very clearly throwing the game. So I don't know if you saw that or not, but
if they were very clearly throwing, did they get disqualified?
No, I mean, I don't know what the ruling is, but they were very clear on Reddit that they played subpar because they would rather play V3 instead of Santos. Like, that was no secret.
Is that allowed?
Honestly, I don't know. The Brazil rules, I think, are a little bit
allowed.
different too. So it's definitely
whatever.
weird.
Hey, they run their own ship. I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
whatever.
It is definitely different. I think some of the rulings are different too, but I believe ESL is still involved in the rulings, as I think there was I don't know if you saw the hatch plant. One of the teams, Cemex Aura, planted on a hatch that was unreinforced. And the other team
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that.
So I know
was
BK
hilarious.
made a ruling on that and ruled that was allowed. that was fine.
Yeah.
So I know that they're still involved in
it
ruling
should-
stuff.
It should be allowed, but it's also like clearly, you know what I'm talking about. Like,
Yeah.
I hasten to say the words that are coming into my mind because I feel like it'd be a little too harsh.
All right. So
But here
hopefully
we
your
are.
timer is accurate. I'm at 23 seconds. Hopefully it's close.
22, 21.
Close.
So
Yeah, we're
pretty
close
good.
enough. All right, cool. Garage Cafeteria to start with, though, interestingly, on console here. Dexterity, like I said, playing some of the off-bomb spots. Garage,
Well,
I don't know. What do you think about it in the current meta?
The thing about Consulate in the current meta, as you say, is that each and every one of the bomb sites is defensible, if done correctly. It really just comes down to how you're choosing to set yourselves up. I do feel like, personally, from my standpoint, from the teams that I've been on in the past, I least prefer going into the basement. However, that is straight up personal preference. When it really comes down to it, each and every one of these bomb sites are easily defendable. Because, and the thing about that, the reasoning behind that is that you can defend the basement bomb site from the first floor. You can defend the first floor bomb site from the basement or the upstairs. And you can defend the upstairs bomb site from the first floor as well. So like each floor can be defended from its adjacent floor.
So, I mean, we've seen a lot of meta change on the attacker side, mostly because of Glaz and Montagne. But do you think overall Mira has been kind of the driving force between more flexibility on bomb sites and different defenses in the meta?
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? Mira's like, you're totally right. You called it. You're definitely right on the dot there. Mira has been changing the meta overall on each and every one of these maps. And I think it's for the better, personally. I feel like a lot of love, balance-wise, has been applied to the attacking lineup in terms of operators. And I feel like bringing some love into the Mira side of things, or sorry, the defensive side of things is nice. Oh, love that snap from Noda going into the...
Yeah, that was... He just right through the door. That was weird. I don't know if he just crouched and stood up at the weird time and it just like popped right through.
Yeah, on that, that's actually what it looks like in game. If you shift prone immediately and then unprone and then vault, that's just what it does.
Yeah, the animation's being kind of a little funky. Now, keep in mind, of course, there's no like weird ping issues or anything because they're all on LAN. So
yeah, these guys are...
that. But
it would have been hard to hit that, though. It's so much challenge. It would have been difficult to hit that shot.
Yeah. So they are bringing a Hibana and a Thermite for attacking this garage here, but no Thatcher. And there is a Bandit. So this is going to be... I mean, obviously they can attack from above, right? Take Piano, get those batteries out from there, or even a Twitch drone, but they don't have a Twitch drone either, so...
The way that Payne is doing this, or executing this attack right now, is taking control of the upstairs and the first floor in order to then apply that vertical pressure, as you're talking about, through the floor. And the only one in a position to stop them right now is this Mira, and if she gets droned out, she's not going to be of any use at all.
Yep, and there's that drone. Yep. She's going to have to rotate back to site pretty quick to not get picked off here.
Yeah, and Payne has established themselves on every lane to get up from that bottom floor. There's no way that Sentinel's Dexterity is going to be able to get a flank out here, unless Payne messes up in any substantial way.
So they pretty much given it up.
Open.
Yeah, this is definitely going pretty well in Payne's favor, surprisingly, considering they weren't prepared for that Bandit necessarily.
One thing I have to say, though, is so far Payne is taking this round extremely slowly. There's only a minute left on the clock, and we've seen time and time again with both of these teams, the clock run out and the attacking team lose the round with players still alive, and that should never happen. And
yeah, when it's a 5v5 and you're down on time, like the gunfight trades can really go in defenders' favor, especially with Pulse here getting this intel on Blackbeard. Comes around for the perfect peek, go ahead with an easy kill, gonna actually rotate around, but gets caught out by the Glaz. Finishes him off. Now Astro finishing off Payne, or spawns, but there's trades back and forth from both teams here, bringing it down to a 3v3 now. Glaz trying to push his way in, trying to identify anyone behind the wall. Actually takes a bit of smoke damage. Thermite is down, unable to finish the plant. Gets finished off here by the smoke, and now it is all down to Glaz to try and carry this, but he can't do it. Panico. Now, as you said, that 5v5 there towards the end with the last, like, say, 40 seconds left just did not work out in attacker's favor.
Yeah, no, you have to at least get one or two picks going into that sort of situation. You're trying to plant in such a small location, and in this instance, the smoke was still left alive. He knows exactly where you're going to be planting. It's in front of the white van, and there's all he has to do is use his ability to stop you from doing just that. So, an interesting way for Payne to be handling that. But when you can establish control on the first and second floor, why not use that control, open up the floor a little bit, and shoot people, like, for example, who are playing behind the white van with that smoke, who stopped that strat from working in the first place. I mean, you had noted upstairs with those Ash breaching charges, she could have easily opened up above the... done exactly that. But she chose not to.
That's what we've seen time and time again last map, especially from Payne, is they attack from 1 point. And every time they do so, they're getting in a situation where they can't make a push because all of the pushback comes from the defenders onto that one spot. And the defenders are the ones camped in their positions with defensive structure. And it's just not working out, especially if like you said, the smoke is still left alive and you're only attacking from 1 point. That's an easy denial, right? There's no flanks on that smoke. So it's definitely not easy for them. So, I mean, we'll see if they can defend this differently. Like, the lineup's a little bit different now. What do you think of the IQ pick? It's something we've actually seen a lot more, and especially, for example, from Cass on Penta.
I think in this instance, it's going to be working really well for Dexterity, especially given that it looks like Spawns has thrown one of his cameras outside. Could be wrong about that. Didn't quite catch it, but if he has in this instance, then you're going to see IQ made good use of. Having a camera outside in any instance for a defensive team is very, very helpful. And it's not necessarily because of, knowing exactly where an attacking player is, but you can see where they go into the building, and that can be extremely helpful in itself. Even if you're not spawn peeking,
yeah.
Outside cameras.
What do you think of the IQ's guns and as far as gunfighting? Once you get into the building,
they're all good. I mean, they're all good. I think that it's interesting that this IQ decided to bring the LMG. My opinion, it's the least useful of all of them, and there's only one reason for that. I mean, it's got great rate of fire, great damage, great control. It's a good gun overall. However, that slow ADS speed, when you're talking about at pro league level here, that's going to put him at a disadvantage going into any firefight straight up. But if preference is preference, and all of her guns are viable.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, considering these are generally more aggressive players. You think they would want to go with whatever's going to be faster ADS.
Yeah. You think of Brazil Pro League, you think of the guys that hit those really quick shots, and that LMG is not going to allow you to do that.
So it looks like they're still concerned about those cameras, despite having the IQ. Blackbeard's still sitting there watching for them. So maybe that's just a lack of coordination on their part in terms of making sure that they cleared all of them. But they are doing at least a lot of droning here. IQ still working the outside, hopefully going to get in there and do something at some point.
Yeah, again, there's 1 minute left on the clock, 1 minute 17 seconds to be precise. And there's that, it looks like that Valkyrie cam they were looking for. And used to great effect, but 1 minute left now, and you haven't established any sort of control over the site, only now just opening up the batteries onto the garage wall.
I like how they're doing it from one floor above, too, so they're not exposed to any kind of C4. Although there's the rotate down.
I like the way that Dexterity is handling this, but they're doing it even slower than Pain.
Looks like they're worried about a peek back on the piano. They're still holding control of it, though, but they've managed to take control of the piano and open up the doors. Now they're able to push their way in. 45 seconds, though, and we saw what happened last time. It was a 5v5 at 40 seconds. Did not go in the attacker's favor. They've got the mirror. They've got the smoke. This is the same situation we just saw from the previous round. Looking like it could go in Pain's favor finally, although Astro managing to get some good picks there to start with. That's going to help, although almost punished. Here we go. Noted just pushing him back up. But it decides to back off at the last second. Astro going to rotate around a different side. Pain, Revolt's getting flashed there, but not sticking on the flash. So he's going to be in a situation where Spawns is able to get Astro. Then a smoke kill from Noted. Now Revolt's getting Panico. Attackers are falling left and right. Noted gets one and Spawns gets one. There we go. That is exactly just like last round, right? The trays at the end, and the defenders just easily winning it. They're not getting those early picks.
Yeah, it's the same, as you said, it's the same thing, and we've been seeing this time and time again, not just on this map, but in previous maps. These teams played very similarly going into each and every round, going into the same defense rounds, or the same the same defense sites, other than, I guess, I didn't catch the whole Chalet match, but I'm assuming that Pain didn't decide to go gaming bar?
No, they didn't. They played the typical, they focused on Trophy the entire time until they had to go Garage at the very end.
So aside from that, both of these teams are playing very similarly. In my opinion, they're doing the same thing over and over again between each other. I mean, and it's not working out for them because they read each other very clearly on defense and their attack strats, and they're able to then counter the attack strat without any worry in the world, really. I mean, the attack rounds that have been incredibly successful have been the ones, like, for example, by Dexterity, where they're going into... Which bomb side was that? The B bomb side, I believe, on the train room on Cafe.
Yeah, in the dining room. Yeah,
because that worked really great because Pain didn't expect it. They didn't see it coming. They didn't even stop IQ or Twitch.
Well, they couldn't even hear it, I don't think, as well. Like, they didn't know till it was actually down.
Right. So when they're doing these unpredictable strategies, both of these teams are having having good success with that. But when you're doing the monotonous over and over again, repetitive stuff that's been countered time and time again by the opposite team, it's just not going to work out for you.
Well, now we're seeing the top floor. This is a site where it's a lot harder to hold all 5 defenders until the end, right? This is something where you see a lot of picks early on from different windows, especially if you're trying to hold admin, for example, that generally kind of eventually you lose people in there, right? Or you get forced back to site. Oh, looks like we're going to have to do a remake, though. Maybe Habana Bug?
Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
Bonabug that early into the rounds?
Yeah, not sure. I mean, it might have been for something else.
Whatever it was,
yeah.
we host, boys. Let's
Unfortunately,
go.
the thing was the chat was covered, so it was hard to see what was going on.
Yep.
So.
All we saw was remake being typed by the admin, so whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're gonna. defending upstairs, which is, interesting. In the European meta, I find that more often than not, a European team will prefer to go upstairs than basement first. I mean, I've seen some teams choose basement, and I've seen some choose first floor as their secondary, but most teams prefer top floor to be their primary. And it is interesting that Brazil, they choose both of these teams, Dexterity and Pain alike, they choose for that basement first. It just it seems counter to the expected. And also, equally interestingly, one of the main reasons that the basement tends not to work for a team is because of the aggression that comes out from the defensive operators. I mean, sitting behind White Van for 2 minutes can be tedious.
Yeah.
It can really the monotony can really sink into your brain and go, I want to peek, I want to peek, I want to peek, and cause them to peek and lose to an attacker who has a rifle and an ACOG waiting for you to do.
Especially from the Brazilians, right? They can't sit still.
And another counter to that from the attackers is to open up above. But we're not seeing both of those things from these Brazilian teams. We're not seeing opening up above, which, first of all, is blowing my mind. It really is kind of throwing me through a loop how both of those
we only saw Buck
fly.
even once on Chalet, I think, and it was even on the the wrong bomb spot, so they just gave up on it.
You don't need a Buck. You don't necessarily need a Sledge, an Ash charge, breaching charges, anything will
We've
do.
seen a little bit of that. We've seen Ash sometimes hitting the floor, and we've also seen Sledge.
I'm talking about in this instance.
Yeah.
In this instance, the only Ash charge we saw opening up the floor was to open up for the batteries.
Yeah,
we didn't see anything used to get those picks, like you were talking about earlier. You're not getting those picks moving into a 4v5 or even a 5v5, and whether it's in favor of the defenders or not. When you're pushing in through garage, that's not going to go in your favor. You're just throwing your whole team into a gigantic crossfire.
Yeah.
And that's just it's not a good situation to be in. But either way, as I was saying, we're not seeing either of that from either of these teams. So, whether it is upstairs control looking down or, peeking aggressively. And that was what really threw me through a loop, was the peeking aggressively. We're not seeing that on a basement hold from Brazilian teams. It's counter to the stereotype, and so far I don't have much information, having not watched all these matches. But is that something that you see commonly from Brazilian teams?
Yeah, I think so, and it's a little strange, to say the least. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously they play things their own way. They're not going to be playing. Everyone in their own region tends to not play a ton against the other regions, right? I mean, Asia and Australia, New Zealand are a bit more isolated. Brazil will tend to play a bit with the North Americans sometimes.
That's not necessarily true. I feel like that was true in past seasons, but going into these current seasons, I know that's not true. Actually, I've talked to a lot of teams. And I'm not gonna name names because I feel like that's their business to discuss. But I have talked to a lot of North American teams and European teams alike who have stated very clearly and adamantly that they choose to scrim against teams of other regions more often than not.
Well, sure, but so that's going to be on a high ping environment, right? So they're going to be playing on that, and now they're playing on a LAN environment.
So environment doesn't influence strategy at all. It simply influences how gunfights are played out, and it will invoke a little bit more aggression for players, because the thing about high ping is when a player has high ping, it doesn't matter who has the high ping in the engagement. If there is high ping in the equation, the one peaking more aggressively is going to win the firefight, because both of the players have delay. But that's beside the point. That strategically, that doesn't mean anything in this situation. I know a lot of North American teams that choose to scream exclusively Brazilian teams. I know a lot of North American teams who choose to Asian teams, European teams, Brazilian teams. It goes all in a gigantic circle. There's been a lot of more mix and matching going into this particular season of Pro League, and I think that's fantastic to see, because in the past, we haven't seen just that. We have seen teams do just as you were saying, sticking to their own region simply because of the ping.
Well, hopefully that means that then, NA and EU start picking up any interesting Brazilian meta stuff. But we are going to be going back onto the fight now. So that's good.
Yeah, finally. The rehost.
Yeah. So now they have a Montaigne. Where do you think they're going to end up using that? Which side, pushing in through admin, or pushing in towards the middle of the connector, or up the Visa stairs?
It's difficult to say. I don't see a lot of Montaigne play going into an upstairs attack. I would venture to guess that what he's going to attempt to do is maybe take control of yellow stairs, but I don't know if that's going to work there. I mean, it could help them in an attack, but again, this is something a Montaigne play upstairs is something I haven't seen before. It's going to be hard to call exactly what they're going to be doing with it. If it were my team, if we were trying to pick something out on this, it would be pushing up through those hills.
And it seems weird too because they're taking him in place of a Glaz and taking a Blackbeard instead. I mean, we obviously see Blackbeard on those B window plays, right? But we've also seen, and I'm not sure if you know, I mean, we've seen it probably in in EU as well. Glaz playing that position instead and being a lot more effective because he's able to open up parts of the walls and see through those a lot clearer and things like that, as opposed to Blackbeard, who's just kind of counting on his shield to provide pressure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we'll see how they end up playing it, but they are definitely bringing some other good attack-heavy operators. You have Twitch and Habana with really good guns, and of course Ash. So this is going to be very like attack-heavy strat outside of the Montaigne. And then on the defensive side, what's that?
Sorry, Noda's already in the building. He's being very aggressive here, not taking any time to drone himself in and simply establishing himself in piano. And this is a little bit risky from him.
Yeah, he's definitely willing to take risks in these games.
I think he is kind of that player, huh?
Yeah, I mean it's not Z level risks, but
no, not Z level risks. But there's a notable amount of preference going to the east side of the building here from the defensive lineup. There are very few players in position to stop a B plant in this scenario, and Payne is setting up to do just that, a B plant. They have this Blackbeard repelling on the B windows, and it does look like the Montaigne is setting himself up to go up those.
But this is why I prefer the Glaz on this, because the Glaz can throw smoke in there to help the plant and to help him shoot through it. So it's like it's a 1-2 punch on this attack. But they've just got the Blackbeard instead. And of course, this is a typical situation you see with Blackbeard, trying to hold whoever's in the closet in there or get a pick on them if they get careless.
Right.
But then, of course, there's a Valkyrie, right, with the C4, who could potentially get that Blackbeard if the position, if the opportunity presents itself when they're not going to get picked mid-throw. You see the Silence there trying to catch a drone, hopefully, if it comes around. I think Silence actually got switched out mid-game. Now that I think about it, because Silence was subbed out for someone else earlier, but now he's playing this match instead of, started with an M, I can't remember his name, but so they actually did switch players.
Interesting. That is, it is an interesting call to be making in the middle of a matchup like
Ooh,
this.
there goes the mirror window thanks to the Twitch drone. That's going to help the Blackbeard.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is
yeah, you don't see that Pro League.
Who gets eliminated from the Pro League, right?
Yeah, so I think
the loser here is then done, right?
I think so. Yeah, it's 2 losses, just like Continuum suffered.
That's a lot of stakes to be putting on a rotation of a player.
Yeah, they really got to have some faith.
You don't necessarily lose synergy, but you mix up your synergy when you change players in and out.
Oh, there goes that Blackbeard. Go ahead and take it down. Looks like we're going for this B plan in the closet here potentially, but that Montaigne losing his shield to his back cost him his life, and now, almost noted getting his head taken off with the smoke. The blocks, and then there's 2 kills going out from Payne. They're at a 2v3 situation, not the best situation to be in. They do still have the diffuser, but now it's a 1v3 situation. Good luck on Habana trying to make this plant here. Revolts having to try and get through smoke to make a plant. Nearly dies from just the smoke alone. Silence there to finish it through the flag, and it was, I guess, Musi who was replaced out. Thanks to Monk's Eyes for letting me know about that.
Okay. Well,
that was an defensive win.
An interesting way for Payne to be handling that. They I'm sorry. They opened up those mirror walls for a crouch. It seemed as if the Montaigne possibly couldn't crouch through it. He put his shield on his back. That pretty much, well, that's going to cost him his life right off the bat. But then they got the trade onto the Valkyrie, and then they got another trade, and that put them into a 2v3. But instead of running through said Valkyrie or through said mirror hole, getting yourself established in the site, when you know the site player is dead as you just pick him off, they opted to run through the doorway from the stairs to the middle hallway, and that just, I feel like, cost them, locked out the round in favor of the dexterity. Was not a very good decision. But
and it was another, like, 5v5 during the last 45 seconds, too.
Yeah, and you're right. We are getting down often, or a lot on these rounds. We're getting down to the very last couple seconds, that is.
Well, it really shouldn't have been like that, right? This should have been one where they were able to get some picks because the defenders are a lot more spread out on this defense.
Yeah, no, they were very spread out. And on the note of being spread out, they were very much slanted to holding admin rather than the B-bomb side itself. So it is interesting it went in favor of dexterity, but...
you got to give that up to the Valkyrie holding the site, right? Managing to keep them out.
No, not the Valkyrie holding the site. You got to give it up to the Habanas not being opened up in a proper fashion to allow the Montaigne to crouch. If Montaigne crouched there instead of proning, they very easily could have won the round.
Yeah, Valkyrie would have been done.
Yeah, because they're relying on that main Montaigne to take care of the Valkyrie in the site. That's their whole strategy. We push a Montaigne right into the face of whoever's holding in B. Then we can establish control in B, get the bomb plant. However, what was happening there was that, well, Montaigne put a shield away. That's the end of the story.
Pretty much. So yeah, shout outs to Macy J who's tuning in now. Yeah, we got Kicks over here co-casting for fun. Having a good time enjoying our Sunday. So we've seen all defensive wins so far. So if that continues here, we're going to see Payne win this defensive round, right? So we're not seeing a Monte strat this time. We're actually seeing a Blackbeard and a Glaz, and that IQ to be able to get those cameras, right? So that Montaigne or that Glaz can feel a little safer because they won't know when to run out, say, yellow stairs door, for example, to go pick on that as easily because they won't be able to be secure knowing that that's safe to do. So this is looking a little bit more in the attacker's favor, I think, this time from this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, having the glass to peek on that B window is not necessarily as good overall. I'd say compared to a Blackbeard, you're fully exposed and can still lose an engagement even if you have those smokes. The main problem is that the smokes are timed. The defenders, as you're seeing right now, don't necessarily need to expose themselves to you when you smoke the window. So it's not going to open up any avenue for you to vault in with the smoke. And at the same time, no one in the right mind is gonna peek a
what do you think about having a Glaz on the A connector window and then having a Blackbeard on that window? Oh, there's a nice pick there from Dexterity.
It's not necessarily what we're seeing.
No, definitely not. The Pulse here at least having some idea where they're at on the roof, though, giving some intel in terms of those rotations. Seems to be helping a little bit, but they did lose their bandit, and there goes their smoke. That's going to cost them quite a bit for sure. Now it's a 5v3, and they've got a lot more control, but it's all from the outside right now. Definitely looking like the defenders are struggling a little. And without that smoke to delay, like the Pulse isn't even going to be doing a ton. At least that opened the hatch for him right there, right? So he can drop if he needs to. But there's another kill there from Payne, or onto Payne. Go on. Glaz pushing his way in aggressively, actually getting that quick pick there. Now down to just Valkyrie. Glaz being the one to play it. No coverage on him necessarily. There is one kill on the cameraman coming out from this Valkyrie, but still got 4 to find, and that C4 didn't do the job. Diffuser is planted down now. This is not a good situation to be in. We'll see if he can rotate up successfully, but they're going to be watching for this because they've got the manpower to do so, assuming they're not being dumb about it. They are watching the yellow stairs, so that rotate's not going to work. That's going to give away his position, rotating up the spiral if he's going to, but instead he might rotate around to the Visa stairs to rotate up through there. It looks like he's going to. And the barbed wire might give away a little bit of noise, but no one nearby.
He's not going to have time to kill 4 people and then...
Yeah.
This round is basically over. And I'd like to take an interesting note. His C4, when he threw it up for yellow, actually got shot. And I think it might have been mid-air, but it got shot in general. Have any of you guys ever tried to shoot a C4 mid-air?
Yeah, it's always like lucky at best.
No, yeah, it is near impossible to shoot a mid-air C4 online. I mean, it's so difficult. But at LAN, and I've had this experience myself, practicing at LAN numerous times, shooting C4 mid-air at LAN is easy. It's fantastic. It's great because you can counter an easy pick from any player by simply getting that C4.
That's just something you don't think about. Well, actually, we're seeing a lot of... Oh, no, I was going to say we were seeing a lot of donuts, but then I realized we did have the rehost. So yeah, that's the reason for that.
It was only 2 rounds, though. I mean...
Yeah.
Who knows? The scoreboard is not reflective of the actual scoreboard of any of these players.
Now,
it could very well be that all those donut guys dropped,
Yeah, we're just top fragging before. So we're seeing Santos Dexterity actually taking the lead here. And, something we've talked about a lot in Pro League and stuff is that when it goes tit for tat, right, whoever wins the first odd round is generally going to take it, right? They get the point advantage. They get kind of the momentum advantage.
And that was the odd round, as you were talking about, winning the very first attack round on this particular map. They might be able to get that momentum, as you were saying, and put themselves in match point. And it really does come down. I do feel like a lot of this comes down to this particular round here from Payne Gaming. I mean, if you cannot get the mentality up in a 1-3 situation, put yourself in a 2-3 situation, then it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to come back from.
To be fair, this is what we ended up with on the first map.
But
yeah.
That was from a 3-round deficit, not a 4-round deficit. And when you're faced with, okay, we've got 1 round on the board and we're at match point, that's a lot to ride on.
Oh yeah, definitely. So
and it does
Payne need to win
your
this
mentality and limit your play, limit the ability as a player for you to do something.
Make big plays.
Yeah. Make big plays. Yeah. Win rounds through big plays.
Now, this is a situation, too, where Santos Dexterity are at the advantage because we've seen how this defense has gone down every time. If Pain don't adapt and attack from more than 1 point, I think we're going to see a repeat 5v5 at the end, and then the loss here, especially if that smoke stays alive. They are getting it open early, at least. I'll give them that, right? It's still 2:17 left, and they've got the door open, but they've got to do something besides just start throwing bodies through the hole, right?
Right. I'm going to eat a cookie, so I'm going to mute it.
This is a good time to eat a cookie since nothing seems to happen to the last 40 seconds from these guys. But, I mean, this is a situation where
I had to unmute to say just how fucking right you are. That's beautiful. nothing happens in the last 40
drones
seconds.
the best, right?
Yet again, they did get the garage open 40 seconds sooner than they have every other time prior going into this basement attack. However, we're likely to not see very much.
I would just love to see one of them attack cafeteria from the back. I mean, just please, just some person try it at this point, because this is just not working. I mean, look at the pressure you could apply on these two if you could hit cafeteria from behind, even just as a distraction. But alas, they're still able to just throw those smokes out free without having to worry about their back. I mean, we are down to 2 smokes left, but there's still a minute left. So baiting out these smokes is working. I'll give them that, right? They are managed to baiting out 2 of the smokes. And still have a minute left. But there goes a pick finally before the minute mark. And a Gohan trade back by Silence. Astro getting taken down. Panic trading as well. Both trades back and forth. 3v3 situation. At least this has come down a lot faster. 55 seconds left. Diffuser actually gets planted this time. Attackers slowly changing up what they're doing and managing to make it work. Getting a lot more aggressive start is actually paying off here. Cameraman hoping to catch someone who's going to hang out up there, but no one doing so. They're in a situation now where they're forced to catch these 3 guys outside. They're going to have to make aggressive peeks outside to even make this work here. Assuming Payne actually covered this correctly. See if Thermite can hold this Dex. Silas trying to get a nice pick, actually using the middle of the wall there. They're going to have to try Ninja Defuse, but it's not going to work. There goes one of them. But a knife kill, though, from Cameraman, surprisingly. And then a trade back from PSK1 is all down to smoke to get this Ash and Thermite and try and stop this. It's not going to happen. There's a nice attack win for the first time from Payne. So both teams have managed to find holes in the defenses and actually change things up. So we are now seeing maybe the start of a comeback from Payne. One can hope, right? That this is not just going to go straight into a crush from the Santos guys. But again, This is what we saw in Chalet. So
I honestly feel like I could analyze that round, but you know, the honest to God, like the baseline reason they won that round, Payne managed to bring it back there, was that they got the garage door open before it was at the 1 minute mark. They got it open at the 150 mark, and that afforded them much more time to maneuver around and think about the way that they're then going to push into the garage instead of having to rush in at the last second and expose themselves, you know. And
by attackers.
yeah, I mean, the round went in their favor, and that's pretty much the gist of it. I mean, affording yourself a lot of time on an attack is very important. Opening up what you know you need to open up before it becomes, you know, how do I put this? Opening up the wall before it's the end of the world is very important.
10 seconds
Getting that done right off the bat gives your team a lot of options.
not to mention baiting out the smokes early, right? We see on some maps in particular, like say for example, Bank servers push, or even the Chalet when you open up the garage and you attack Wine. Baiting out those smokes early can, I mean, we saw the plant actually get put down, right? And that's the first time that that's happened on that bomb spot partially because they were able to bait out those smokes early and have that extra time to play with. And we'll see if this works out this time for the Dexterity or the Pain guys, though, if they can successfully defend it as they had in the past, or if Dexterity learned from what just happened to them and are going to get this open early. I mean, it is getting close to that same time mark, and they haven't gotten open early yet, so I'm not sure if it's going to go exactly the same way as it did last round.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Hard to say how this is going to go. I mean, they've got to learn from that last round, right? Like, hey, they opened up stuff early. Kills came down earlier. Smokes came out earlier. Plant got put down. That all worked out in the attacker's favor. But it looks like they're still messing around with a lot of other floors instead of putting pressure down right now. And it's at the 2 minute mark. They haven't started working on getting the door open yet. The Bandit's still alive. They don't have control piano.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that this is, you know, Dexterity. They managed to get the first attack win, but that was on the upstairs bomb site. Now they're attacking downstairs, and again, as you said, they don't have the garage door open it at this point. Pain, when they were attacking, they had it open 10 seconds ago.
Yeah.
And that's going to force Dexterity to make those tough decisions with very little time.
Now, at least Dexterity have control of the piano room and are opening up some of the floor, so I'll give them that.
Yeah, they're actually using breaching charges on piano now. That actually might be the nail in the coffin for Pain Gaming if they don't have anything up their sleeves to counter that.
And they're actually having to use the shock drone here to take out the batteries instead of shooting down through the floor, which is an interesting choice given they had already shot up the floor. Not sure why he didn't shoot that second one.
Charge that. You could just like use your common knowledge to shoot it.
Yeah.
They're using the ash charge now, but I don't think that's necessary.
No. There goes.
Planted a thermite charge.
Yeah. Well, at least they've taken them both down now. They're going to open up both walls, but they've only got 58 seconds left, and it's still a 5v5. I still think this could favor Pain, and there's the start of it. Gohan getting taken down. That's their Ash player down now, so some of their top-down control has been lost. Now they're all fighting on the garage door again, and we've seen how this goes. They still have their smoke alive. They still have the mirror windows. They still have the ability to deny this for quite some time. Heck, they could throw batteries on the barbed wire if they wanted to at this point, just to slow down a push on the yellow stairs. But
however,
there we
30
go.
seconds left, and they are at a man disadvantage here. 4 versus 5, 27 seconds now on the clock. They are gathering information on the enemy players, but they're not going to be able to capitalize on it if they don't spend some time pushing in.
Giving away his position, too, like that, without the angle yet. He's down to, like, 2 health. Panico takes down 1, though. That is a little bit of a trade going back, but there's at least an attack. That's what I wanted to see last round.
Oh!
That is it right there. As I said, attack from the cafeteria, and that was it right there. He won that round single-handedly by attacking from the cafeteria.
That was straight up Astro winning that round for Dexterity, and that was... I think that's is that it?
That's match point now. So it is now 4-3. Or 4-2.
Dexterity, or sorry, Pain Gaming, they have the ability to bring this back. However, it's, you know, your mentality in this situation has got to be that of, oh shit, we just lost a round that was so much in our favor, because it was 20 seconds on the clock, then Astro comes from behind and just murders 3 people. I mean,
I feel like if we'd seen people doing that before, I think we would have seen more attack wins, because you see the effectiveness of that. Now, he gave away his position a little bit ahead of time by trying to shoot that Valkyrie in the feet into the little office, but they didn't do anything.
When he got lit up by that Valkyrie, I was like, what the hell, dude? How is he not... Okay, I wasn't amazed that he wasn't dead by the initial engagement for the Valkyrie, but I was amazed that he was on 1 HP and then took that 1 HP and killed 3 people. That's 360 more HP than he has, or 359 more HP than he has. Like, so that's amazing that he managed to make that work. Even though he's using it with a Twitch man.
And I don't want to beat a dead horse, but the reason that works is because they're all focused on the front of that garage, trying to stop that plant, right?
Yeah, no one was like, oh, hey, maybe they're gonna, vault their way through the kitchen doorway. And then even if you do vault your way through the kitchen doorway, you're not expecting them to then be all the way so far into kitchen that you're gonna not be able to respond to it. It was a good play.
Luckily he was using the FAMAS with like super high rate of fire too.
Yeah, that helped. Definitely.
Because he was able to react to the shots.
Overall, it was some nice shooting from Astro, and a good job by him to deny Pain Gaming the overtime. But now it's on Pain Gaming to execute that same attack that they executed previously, opening up the garage door with 2 minutes to spare and getting a nice plant in front of the white man. Question is, will Pain Gaming be able to deny that front white plant?
Well, here's the interesting part. They actually have changed their lineup on this attack. They're bringing the Montaigne now. So the question is, are they going to try and bait out the smokes again like they did previously and then push their way in slowly? But the defenders actually switched up as well. They're bringing a mute now to try and deny like some of the intel to try and get picks down in there. So this is like, we're seeing change-ups on both teams. And as you said, it's match point. So Pain don't have as much flexibility as they would had it been like 3-3, for example.
Right.
Let's see if they get this door open, though. Did they get the door open already? So it's stuttering a bit, so it's hard to see. And that's going to deny a bit there. But they did get the door open on both sides already with 1:40 left. So they are in a good position like they were last time. The question is, can they bait out enough of those smokes to make this Montaigne push work? Not sure. They're definitely trying to. At least they've got a lot of attackers down here. They're not really putting pressure from above or anywhere else. They've got like all 5 people down on the front door, though.
The problem here is, again, this is a very simple strategy coming out from Pain. They're going to push it through the garage, and Dexterity, they're in a position to counter that because they know where you're coming from. There's no spontaneity, there's no adaptation, there's nothing different. So there's not any sort of thing they have to think about other than
dropped.
ones and zeros.
Now they got to bait out these smokes. There we go. There goes the Montaigne though, and Astro Gohan taking down one, but then Astro gets taken down by Pino. It is now a 4v4, and it is 55 seconds left. So this could go either way still. I mean, I'm going to favor the defenders in this situation as that Montaigne was part of the strat, and he's lost now. And there's Payne taking down another one on Gohan, but gets traded off by Silence. Just going back and forth. The diffuser does get planted, though. We are starting to look like it could be an attacker win if the attackers could get back outside and just hold their angles. But they're pushing it aggressively. You see the Ash is holding it down. Takes down one, but the trade comes back out from Cameraman. It is a 2v2 now, but the diffuser is counting down the seconds here. Cameraman's got to get out and try and catch one of them. They're watching the crossfire. You've got Spawns watching one side, and you've got the Thermite watching the other, and a Smoke here who may not have any smoke charges left to cover for it because he attempted a ninja defuse, but it gets countered. Now the defuse has precious little time left for Smoke to do anything. This is looking like an attacker win here from Payne, and they are trading it back.
A very well executed round by Payne. You saw Dexterity. They put themselves in a position to counter that attack strat because they knew it was coming. They had the C4 come to the front of White. Unfortunately, it did not kill the planting Thermite, and then that allowed Payne to lock out the round. I mean, once you get that plant down on the outside, on the edge of Garage, there's not a lot the defensive team can do about it. If you have at least 2 players alive, establish the crossfire and play it out, and they did just that. It worked great for them. However, we're not in overtime yet. Payne Gaming still needs to win one more round to put themselves in a position where they're not on match point, and they are now going to be defending, or was it basement, looks like. Yeah, they're going to be now defending just that basement, and we saw strategically they won that round, or this particular defensive round last time. However, they didn't actually. They lost it. They won it strategically, they lost it to Gohan coming behind with 1 HP and killing 3 people. So I mean, if they could avoid that twice, then hopefully they'll be able to put themselves in overtime now.
I do hope Payne can win this one because I would like to see this go to overtime. Nothing better than the third map to go to overtime, right? Between teams in a Pro League situation to show that, like, it's a good close match. And I think, as we were talking about earlier, this is kind of the fight to be sort of the second place team here. Payne started out badly at the beginning of the season. Santos started out at a strong advantage. So this is kind of an underdog situation for Payne to be in. And then, again, they are down a point. It is match point against them. But we saw a strong comeback on Chalet. They figured out what they were doing wrong and changed everything up, came back 4 rounds in a row. I do think there's a good possibility here we could see them pull that off, you know, especially due to the similarities. And both teams have figured out how to successfully make an attack, which is, I don't know, get stuff happening earlier in the round, and then it'll work, right? That seems to be it.
Not necessarily both teams is the thing, because Dexterity, they didn't do their things earlier in the round when they won this game. Oh, that mirror
that's going to burn.
That is going to hurt the defense of Payne quite a lot. I think the greatest use of Twitch drones is specifically taking out those mirrors.
Well, because now you've turned an advantage to them, and it's an advantage for you, and there's nothing better than that, right? Taking an entire operator's special ability and turning it into your strength.
Right.
Ooh, there we go.
And Dexterity, again, strategically, they didn't really figure this particular bomb site out. They just... It just happened that Gohan came from behind and killed 3 people.
Oh yeah, that's Astro on that
just came
Twitch.
Down to that one guy.
Yeah, we'll see if Astro's. Yeah, well, hopefully he'll do that because he's on that Twitch drone again. He's already done something great for his team by getting the mirror window open.
My bad.
So, but I mean, like we could see that from him again. He's got to know that that worked well. He's already opened up the mirror window to help put additional pressure from the Garage side. So now if he comes around behind, they're going to be in an even worse position because they're like really pressured by having that mirror window open already. And now Mira's a little more cautious about it. You see PSK1 like thinking about like, are they going to come from behind us again? Is Astro going to do that? All he's got to do is hint at it, right? And then they're going to be distracted.
Right.
There's the use of that glass to take out a battery of all things. Pino though taking out Panico.
That was an IQ right off the board.
Yeah.
Now that's not a whole lot of utility, but at the same time, a player this late in the round coming off the attacking lineup is going to put Payne in a good position to hold this out. Astro coming from the servers.
There we go. Jaeger's going to have his chance. He makes it. That is big. That is big for Payne to try and take this out. They may be able to take this to overtime. Pino's got this. No! Gohan with 2 kills there, playing that glass to a T, just barely takes any damage. This could go either way. Payne, though, in a really good position, though, in a 3v3 with only 39 seconds left, but they lost their smoke, and they have a mirror window open.
they don't necessarily have any way to stop the plant from White Van either. The Mirror has a C4. I don't know about the Bandit, but
Oh.
she's in no position.
There goes the
C4 all
glass.
through the smoke.
All right, so this is going back in Payne's favor now. The diffuser's got to go down. 20 seconds left. They're going to be super pressured. They're going to have to run in, and this is actually where Cameraman's going to die. PSK1 basically sealing the round for him as Revolt finishes off an easy win there at the end. Nicely done. 4-4 now. We are going to go into overtime. Payne figured out what they did wrong, but it really came down to Jaeger Pino with those two
that was
kills.
Pino.
He saved that round.
Getting those 2 kills on both of the flankers from the back end of the site. That then allowed his team to focus entirely on the front end, and it worked great for them. Payne Gaming now putting it into overtime. 4-4. We are going to have a rehost in order to, I think it was the coin toss. We're going to need the coin toss because normally in the game what happens going into overtime is the game automatically decides if your team, randomly, it decides if your team's going to be defensive or offensive going into overtime first round. But now we're going to need the 2 teams to flip a coin and call it, and we'll find out exactly what the results of that are.
Yeah, it's all about the fairness. I mean, it's a strange system, I'll admit, and how it has to work, especially with rehosts.
I don't think it should be random at all. I think it should be predictable, but that's just my opinion. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they had their reasons for designing it the way they did. It just makes things a little complicated in terms of this.
Yeah, I feel like it used to be consistent or something like that. It doesn't really matter, but I feel like they changed it.
Now, we have seen, though, now if this was, defensive-sided, or all attack-sided, this would make more of a difference, right? But since both teams have kind of figured out what they're doing a bit more, I don't think this is as crucial, right? But it depends. Now, so it's overtime, right? So teams can choose whichever site to defend. So they're probably going to end up in the garage again because that seems to be the favorite one. However, defenders have been losing garage now. So I'm kind of curious if they're going to try and switch it up. Maybe we'll even see the main lobby defense with the circular desk just to throw things off now that they can defend anywhere and throw it off a little bit.
Yeah, I totally just messed up my feed. So what are you? Oh, well, there's no timer. We'll talk about it when we get back to the game. We're gonna need to resync. We're gonna need to resync again.
Yeah, I feel like this is. You ever done the Rift Tracks thing? That's like the Mystery Science Theater guys. No. They do like a Rift Track sort of. Mystery Science Theater sort of thing. You can just buy the Rift Tracks essentially and just play them over movies you already own, and trying to keep that synced up is like the same sort of thing. It's always awkward and lots of pausing and unpausing, and feels similar to that. But this has definitely been intense, and this is only the first match of the day. I don't know if you're going to be able to stick around or not. I don't know what your time's like, but we will have a second match as well.
I'll do the other one for sure.
Sweet.
Yeah, this is fun stuffs.
We can always switch it up for fun if you want to try play-by-play. It's not easy though.
I mean, just playing it, cast, I'm not really like I talked about at the beginning here. I'm not really going in serious mode on this one. I feel like we just chill out, have some fun.
It's 9 p.m. for you there, right?
Yeah, it's 21:39, so thereabouts. It is, yeah, it's 9 p.m. I think. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it should.
Crazy Polish.
I always triple check my math on that one because I've actually had times where I'm making the conversion from 24 to 12, and I'm off by an hour or something like that, and I'm late to something, and I always I don't want to fuck it up.
Yeah, I'm curious what happened that one day you didn't show up. If you can say, I don't know, you just said sorry about that. There was miscommunication.
I don't really want to talk about.
Yeah, I know.
It was
okay.
Entirely my fault, basically.
There was one time, not everyone knows, but there was one time Blood had a solo cast. Because we had, remember we had discussed over Discord who was going to do which match, and it was completely my fault. I just retardedly thought I'd agreed to the other way around, and then woke up late and was like, where are you? And I was like, oh crap, Uber time.
Yeah.
Got there partway through the match. So I was like, I don't know if it was that kind of situation, but I thought it was pretty funny just because I'd been in that situation before, and it's at least they didn't have to solo cast though.
Yeah. I think it was also Punji Stick had to solo cast.
Yeah, I heard that because Pinky was sick that one time, right?
Yeah, that didn't work out very well, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's unfortunate we don't have a big pool of casters out there in Poland where everyone can kind of rotate in, so we could still have Punji. We could all be over there, still have Pinky. It definitely is. It's hard. I mean, where is all the casters for this, man? Everyone wants to do it now. I keep hearing people hey, I want to get into casting. I want to get into casting.
Dude,
where are they?
I cannot tell you how many pro players I've talked to. I want to be a caster. I want to be a caster, and it's hey. we need a caster right now.
Apply.
Record a video of you casting a match and then upload that shit.
To be fair, Remorse actually has been applying and trying, and he actually casted. I had him cast some Asian Cup with me, since that wouldn't conflict with him being in Challenger League, and he did pretty well. Like on the analyst side, we had to do Skype screen sharing, so it was a little. It was similar to this, but a little more complicated. But I don't know. I mean, there are some people that can do it. I mean, I wouldn't say the analyst side is easier, but it can be easier to step into first because play-by-play is very hard.
Right.
But I mean, you still have to know a lot about the game to do the analyst, as both of us know. It's like there's still a lot to it. So it's crazy, but it's like I don't know. I hope more people show up. I mean, I know it's a competitive environment too, and I'm asking people to steal our jobs in a way, but we need some more people doing this. So it would be great to have some more people involved and whatnot. But I'm glad you're able to join in today. It's cool. I mean, I'm glad it wasn't at such an odd time or anything where you weren't going to be up. Although I imagine you're on a late night schedule more so.
My sleep schedule's all over the place.
Right.
It's sporadic.
Yeah, I know before we were doing 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., but it's like now that there's the different things on different days, like I don't know if that affects your sleep schedule or not, if you can just be kind of somewhat consistent or not.
Huh? What? No. My sleep schedule's all over the place because, I mean, you go from casting, the way it works now is you go from casting NA to casting EU. So like on Tuesday you cast, or Tuesday morning you cast at 1 a.m. to like whatever, and then on Thursday you cast in 7 p.m. to whenever. So it's like opposite ends of the stick, and you have to like adjust your sleep schedule in the middle of the week, and it's weird.
Yeah, that's why I liked being on 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. I'll be honest, I'm a night owl. I had to get up so early for this. To me, it was like painful because it's just like this is 10 a.m. for me is when this one started. So. At least we're going to get back into the game, though. Hopefully this isn't like a 3.5-hour game. Although we are getting close to the... Actually, we're overtime right now because there's normally 2.5 hours allotted per match. And it's actually been 2 hours and 43 minutes. But this is going to close out soon, right? We're in overtime on the third map. Someone's got to win this, assuming we don't get 10 million rehosts.
Right.
So hopefully it won't go on too long. But then maybe the next match will be quicker. We'll see. I mean, there's 5 hours allotted to this, but we have been kind of hitting that 5-hour mark most of the time. Every Sunday.
Yes. And we got a whole nother matchup after this one.
Yeah.
Tell me what that is, because I have no idea.
So that was, I believe, Nox versus Keed. So we're going to see the team that was kind of throwing last time versus the team that, like, really worked their butt off last weekend. So we'll see how that'll go down. I mean, Nox, I feel like we're a team that I wasn't favoring to win. I was favoring Black Dragons to win last time. And Nox like really looked like they were like sweating it. They were pushing super hard on it. Like, and actually, like, I don't know. I just felt like I saw a lot of effort from them, and it paid off. But I don't know if they have the stamina to carry that into this weekend. And Keed are a strong team, so I'm still thinking it can go very Keed favored this next matchup, and so it could be a 2-0. We may not see a third map. Hard to say though.
Right.
Well, but who knows? It is at least it's 1-1 now. Like Santos and Payne showing that they can both like actually not just win a map, but showing they both adjusted, right? Because we saw a lot of that from Payne in particular, where they were not adjusting, and then they would adjust and all of a sudden come back, right? Like the same with like Chalet, where they adjusted and finally came back, and now they're in that situation again where they've got to adjust and come back.
What the heck is taking so long?
I don't know. I heard the game starting up, but then maybe there was an issue getting in.
I can hear people coming into the lobby, but I haven't heard the game starting up. Are you sure you heard the?
Yeah, I heard that. Well, the whoa, like the sound that you get, like right when it goes to the operator select screen. So I don't know.
I hope they didn't like start it and then realize they were on the wrong side.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm guessing. That's what happened. Either that or someone dropped out on operator select.
So what we are waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just tuning in now, is basically we got to overtime, so it is 4-4. The score is 4-4 right now. And we are waiting for the coin flip or the coin toss to happen so that these two teams can figure out who is going to be playing on what side first going into overtime. Because the way, again, that it normally works is the game automatically selects for you randomly who will go and to which side. But since the instances that we had to rehost prior to overtime happening, it is the case that a manual coin flip must be had.
Yeah, they much like we saw them doing map bans on paper, they have to do coin flips analog as well. I assume. I mean, it's not hard to have a computer version, which is going to be a lot more accurate. I don't know about you, but I found you can manipulate a coin toss fairly easily. But it is a ref doing it, so I don't know, unless he has a bias. I don't think that you necessarily need
I
additional.
mean, I'm gonna go ahead and hope that we're not
Right.
seeing something like that in this instance. But
Luckily, there's no
I'm
skin
sure,
gambling, right? So.
yeah, I'm sure they have a ref who's on site to actually provide the manual coin toss, and it's very fair, I'm sure. But who knows? Because we don't.
Yeah.
We don't know. We don't know these things. We just bystanders. We're watching the game,
Yeah.
we're casting the game, we're seeing what happens.
So just be clear to anyone who's just tuning in, because I know the numbers have gone up and down, so some people are probably new to tuning in. This is the third map of the first match. I am Emzo here, that I've been doing the Brazil Pro League English stream since Playday 2. We have Kix here, who's doing Polish casting, casting English from Poland for NA and EU Pro League, joining us here remotely from Poland, co-casting. So we're both seeing, hopefully, somewhat in sync, although we'll have to fix that now. 25, 24, we good?
So I think I don't know where you are. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm not in match yet. So
Okay,
we're
so
gonna
I think
have
I'm a little bit ahead. So let's see. Tell me when you got the countdown, and I'll pause mine.
Attackers need to locate and
I'm in
defuse the
preparation
bomb
phase
if they
now,
can.
so
All right, so go ahead and pause yours.
Okay.
I just got to do the operator.
let me know when you
select.
get 40 seconds on the thing. Sorry
40
for everyone
seconds
watching
in
this. Yeah.
All right, 40 seconds to prep. I'll let you know. Oh god. And ready, 1, 2, 3, go.
All right, cool. So now we should hopefully be synced up. Sorry, everyone, for watching. I had to watch the pause screen a little bit there. But we should be good now. Hopefully it doesn't drift off too
Right.
much.
Bomb located by
33,
attackers.
32, 31.
Okay, I'm
Yeah,
about 1 second ahead of you. I'll just
That's
pause.
fine. We're good with that. 1 second's no big deal.
Okay, cool. So they are setting up for the garage again. As we said earlier, it's overtime. They can choose any site they want. Now, they have preferred the garage, so it's like, okay, they'll choose garage. But garage has been losing on defense. The attackers have been figuring out what to do.
Again, we talked about this earlier. I mean, Payne just won their defense hold. On
That's
garage.
true.
That's how they brought it into overtime. And the previous time they lost this defense hold, it was due to Astro. I was saying go on at first, but it was actually Astro who came behind and just got a 3K. You know, and sometimes clutch situations are not indicative of a team how they hold a certain site strategically. So seeing the way that they actually got to hold it on that when it was 3-4 and they managed to bring it in overtime, it leads me to believe that this was the right decision from Payne
Yeah.
to bring it to this basement again. Hopefully dexterity for Payne anyway. Hopefully dexterity won't be able to make the necessary adjustment to actually win this attack.
To be
So
fair,
we'll see.
their adjustment was also that they came from behind. It was just with the defensive roamer instead of an attacker. So the question is, like,
Yeah.
will dexterity actually have better control over the roamers?
Mhm.
And if they do, then this probably will go in their favor again.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what happens.
Because that was really down to Pino playing that Jaeger from behind, getting the picks onto the aggressive operators, stopping their ability to get frags towards the end, and then bringing the man count in their favor.
And it looks like he's going to be doing just that again. He has put himself in a position where he's playing from the actual server room this time instead of playing onto those spiral stairs. And that's a good call because you can, as you saw there just now, Astro has put himself in a position to kill anyone peeking from either Visa or Visa or the top of spiral stairs. Well, the bottom of spiral stairs.
I like how they're using the Glazier to just open up a bit of the floor, but they're having to use a lot of ammo to just open up a tiny spot because of the angles. But at least that was enough to get the battery, right? Like you said, they didn't need to use a breach. They just needed to use the right angle to get that battery. But it sounds like they got bandit tricked. Or either he pulled it off. No, he got bandit tricked and lost one of his thermite charges. This is actually going in the defender's favor. They looked a little frantic. You see cameraman kind of bumping into IQ there. That usually, to me, signals that they're starting to lose a little bit. Like they didn't plan on losing that first thermite charge. And now they're not feeling as confident. Because now they didn't blow the correct wall to push on to that side to actually make progress. But they used... it looks like almost part of it's open, but there just might be some destruction. But they're definitely not as good a position on the attack. Pino, again, he's right behind them. They don't even know. They're in piano room, and he's upstairs right behind it. This could be Pino clutching it for his team again. This is looking really good for the defenders. I'm gonna think Payne can win this if they don't goof up their advantage right now. Oh,
I think
Astro.
they might have heard the Jaeger.
Yep. Well, there was a kill from Glaz at least. There's a run out.
Oh!
Nice Pino! Just crushing it again. Pino MVP for Payne today. Whether they win this or lose this, giving hope to this team. And there goes a nice Jaeger ADS taking care of that smoke. That was his last smoke.
25 seconds on the clock, 3 versus 3, but there is still a Glaz on the board for the attacking lineup. He doesn't have any smokes left, but
Yeah.
he will be able to win any.
They have lost their
with
smoke,
1-1.
though, to be fair as well. And they have smokes still from the other attackers. Looks like
The
smoke's
diffuser's
gone.
upstairs! The
There we
diffuser's
go.
upstairs, they have to kill everyone!
Now he just walks into sight, misses every shot under that Valkyrie. Doesn't actually finish. How did those shots not reach? Astro taking down one though, but the defenders clearly winning this. That was a hell of a match.
The diffuser was upstairs!
Oh, my. I told you they were feeling flustered. You could see it there. They could not get it together. They were just bumping into each other. That was an embarrassing attack round for Dexterity. Payne's got to be feeling good about that. Wow.
Oh, man.
Heck of a round for Payne. Payne's got to be feeling good, and Dexterity is going to be on tilt now. I guarantee it. If I was Dexterity now, I would be like needing to take a timeout to just breathe.
Okay. We have to talk about how huge that was. Okay, now we're laughing about how the diffuser's upstairs, right? That's what's going through our heads. Oh, the diffuser's upstairs. How hilarious! They threw, blah blah blah. But the reality of the situation is, sure, the diffuser's upstairs. Sure, it was dropped upstairs. But they weren't expecting Pino to come from behind.
And not to jump out a window either.
Yeah, and have it be forced downstairs like that. Wait a minute. Did Pino actually kill anyone up there? He killed the Twitch up there, didn't he?
I think so, and then jumped out the window like a maniac and killed someone midair.
Okay, so yeah, it was a 3K. I didn't even see him killing the Twitch at that instance. I was busy. I was
And then
distracted by all
obviously
this-
Glaz's hit Reg not hitting that Valkyrie didn't help either.
Well, actually, I think he just missed. I'm honest.
It was hard to tell,
I was
yeah.
watching for this match. I'm pretty sure he just missed.
Okay, well, that
but
feels better.
regardless- I mean, a lot of the time people think that, oh, I hit the shot and
Yeah.
it couldn't have been a miss. And the reality of the situation is they straight up missed.
Oh, yeah.
And it feels that way because of the way the recoil in Siege works. When you're using a fully automatic weapon in this game, there's a lot of recoil, and it's sporadic, and it's hard to control. And sometimes you'll get like a random headshot, or you'll randomly get enough body shots by just spraying, and it'll make you feel like, oh, I'm so good at aiming.
Yeah.
Ha, ha, ha. And the reality is that, no, the recoil just kind of got that kill for you.
Yeah.
And when it doesn't get that kill for you, when you're talking about like a Glaz, he's not fully automatic, it's a semi-automatic rifle.
Yeah.
So you have to actually aim every shot.
That's very
intentionally.
true. I want to take a second too to mention something that that the mirror was doing in the admin office, shooting out just little pieces of the window. That's something I've tried to explain to a lot of people, is that opening up just a piece of the window gives you a lot more audio through the window, so you can hear those repels on that window and have some idea where they're repelling to pressure you inside that admin office, and that was very smart. We don't see that a lot in Pro League, so I like that he was doing that.
Definitely.
But we are seeing a little bit of different attack lineup. We're seeing Buck for the first time on here, attacking this top floor.
Yeah. And the way that Payne is handling this, they're very spread out. They've established themselves all around this bomb site. They have players over by the admin side of things. They have players repelling on the connector window, getting picks onto Paniku, who is sitting in A.
Oh, there's another pick there. Payne coming on strong here. They could take this home. They're at a point advantage and a man advantage up by 2 people now. And that is the Doc and the Smoke. And there goes Cameraman. They're trading it back. That is their Buck loss. Not super critical, but they trade it back onto Gohan. He's down now. It is just Amira and Rook. This is a site defense. Rook falls thanks to a nice attack there by Hibana. It is all on Cameraman. We've seen him play some great clutches before, but fighting 4 in this position, not likely to happen. We're looking to see a win here. He is going to take down Noted, but they know where he's at now. Diffuser's planted. It is all on these last 3. We've got Hibana, Thermite, and Glaz here, all ready to put pressure with the Diffuser down. That is a win there. Payne taking it home today. Big upset here. We expect the Santos Dexterity. A lot of people were writing Payne off this season, but that's got to feel good for Noted fans.
Yeah, personally, having actually, again, Noted's a friend of mine. I've actually talked to him. Having actually talked to Noted, he and his team were excited to go into this matchup. They were giving themselves good odds, and it looks like that did definitely work out for them.
Yeah, nice little cheer there at the end as well. Looking like a little sad from these guys. I still got to give up to Cameraman, though. He stepped up a bit from what I'd seen from him before. Yeah, he couldn't clutch that situation, but he did down at least one person and put in the effort to try and clutch that. So, I mean, I got to give it to him for stepping up. Astro is someone who'd been doing a lot of the carrying before, and I feel like he wasn't so much today. I mean, obviously that one round where he came behind a cafeteria, he did. But I don't know. I just feel like we weren't seeing as strong a play from him, and I think that ultimately gave them a little bit of advantage on the Payne side.
It's great to see here from these both of these teams, a lot of love going towards each other. I mean, these are all, they're all Brazilian players. They all come from the same country, and some of them have even played on the same team.
I'm sure they scrim a lot together as well.
Yeah, they probably do. Noted actually used to play in the past for Dexterity, so there's a lot of familiarity going between each and every one of them.
Well, I bet he's glad to be on this team now, right?
Well, I mean, the being victorious one in this equation, yeah, I bet
Yeah.
so.
Oh, I want to give a quick shout out to Meepy as well, who's tuned in. Big fan of Meepy's. He's a good player.
Hey,
As
Meeps.
well as
Good to see you, man.
we also have Blood hosting, which was nice. We gained quite a few viewers from that, so really appreciate that, Blood, who's also over there with Kicks in an apartment nearby.
Yeah, he lives like right over.
Yeah.
Right
He
over
should
there.
just come over and start shouting into the mic as well, right?
I can walk over and get him right now in
Yeah.
the interim between matches if you want.
No, I think that would be awkward with
We can
three
do
people in
a
a weird.
three-way cast. Let's fucking go.
I think that would get pretty crazy at this point. Maybe next time. But
Yeah.
but yeah, it's cool to
But,
cool to have everyone tune in here.
Strategically on that last round, because I don't know why, but I forgot to analyze it. What is happening there is when they got that pick onto the player playing between admin, playing in the A. What was it? Yeah, the A bomb site. After that player had been picked, and it was very obviously that was their intention with repelling on that connector window. They waited very long with having that Hibana in a position to get that pick. As soon as he got that pick, Ash then comes up, gets the player between admin and the A bomb site, opens up the avenue for his teammates to come in for the plant, lays down smokes, and the round is pretty much in the favor of Pain from the get-go there. And unfortunately from Dexterity, we didn't see like a pulse from underneath. And since Pain were not establishing themselves under the site at all, they hadn't done any roamer clearing. They just were going for a straight bomb plant. If we had seen a pulse there, it could have gone a different way.
Yeah.
It's
It
kind of
was
unfortunate to see. I mean, I'm sorry, go ahead.
good. No, you go ahead.
One of the most common things that we see on Consulate coming out from North American and European teams so far in their meta is having that pulse ready on an upstairs defense underneath to C4 in that exact scenario. And not having it in this instance really did hurt them.
Yeah.
Really did hurt
I think we've
Dexterity.
seen that even since season 2. People do
Yeah,
that.
it's
Like
been
that's
around
not
for
even
a
like
long
a
time.
new meta, and it's like seems like that's something that works so well. I mean, to be fair though, we
But
have
we
seen sometimes the
have to
pulse
say-
with that.
We have to say though, I mean, it was clear that in Dexterity's case, they were not especially ready to they were flustered. And you were talking about it when it came to the earlier round where they dropped the diffuser upstairs and then were forced to push their way into the site and try to kill all of the remaining defenders. They were flustered. They weren't in a good mindset, and you have to wonder why that is. Because sure, you got brought in overtime, but you've brought it back from a round deficit before. So why not? It's just unfortunate to see. It really is.
This was the only real
It-
pulse play we saw on this map too.
Yeah, and that's on basement hold. That is an
Yeah.
interesting decision to be making there.
I mean,
it
worked out.
It was a good matchup all the same. Like all in all, between these two teams, it was a good matchup.
I think their top floor defenses and attacks just, I don't know, weren't as I feel like as developed as we've seen from the NA and EU. But their downstairs is something they play a bit more and focus on. It seems like so the secondary bomb site being their top floor, they just, I don't know, it doesn't seem as refined. It seems like they're getting kind of just into random fights. I mean, they do have the Blackbeard on the window being that's kind of the old meta though. I mean, like they tried to do, for example, the kind of somewhat older like blow the closet wall and push in, but then they messed that up and got the Montaigne killed. And I don't know, I just feel like because they don't prefer that bomb site, they haven't been developing it as much. And we saw a lot scrappier fights on that.
So we have, I've got a couple of guys in my chat that are talking about right now, and you were talking about this earlier. It's kind of surprising now that we have both Dexterity and CTM alike out of this Pro League season. That's two of the biggest names in Rainbow Six competition that just will not be at the finals, and that's really
huge.
odd to see.
Yeah, it's this new format, really.
Yeah, it is a new format. So the way that we've done it in the previous seasons is we've done it an actual league system, where it's an actual league where you play each team twice on two different maps, and then the team with the most points coming out of that, or the teams at the top of the league, then go to the finals. But the way we're doing it now is there is a bracket system, and there's eliminations, and then teams just get completely shut out with no possibilities coming back, and then it goes to the playoffs, and in the playoffs, the teams are we decide which teams get to go to LAN. But a lot of players, I've actually had a lot of players come up to me and talked about how they really don't like the way that we're doing it now, where you have the eliminations, because it forces, and I honestly do feel, as a caster and as a viewer myself, I think I prefer it greatly, because it forces these teams into tougher positions where they have to apply so much more of their knowledge and invest so much work into each and every matchup that then the viewer, like the watching the matches, is so much more interesting, because you're fighting tooth and nail for your chance to go to the finals. It's not just, oh, it's a league. We play this team today, and we're just going to go ahead and just go at it with whatever we've got on hand. No. We counter-strat everything about the other team. We invest way more time in scrims, way more time into dry runs, and way more time overall in trying to improve ourselves as a team. And because of that, going into a match like this, for example, then we get an actual hard friction, and we get to go to that third map and see these teams play against each other as hard as they possibly can. And it was a fantastic match to see.
Well, I mean, I definitely think the Continuum is a perfect example of that. Because, for example, Continuum losing to Ominous, that was I still think that's probably the best match I've ever seen. But that also put fantastic. Continuum in a position where, like, their match against Elevate meant so much more. Especially for Elevate, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Elevate loss from Continuum... the Elevate loss from Continuum, that was straight up on the first map. I know you saw it. Probably most people saw this. But on the first map, Elevate very, very hard countered Continuum. Going into Cafe, that was the map they played previously, because that was a rematch, if you recall.
Yeah.
They played each other in the very first bracket of the Pro League.
The sixth round comeback.
2-0. Yeah, Elevate lost 2-0. And then we saw Laxing come back onto the roster, or was it Skies? Whomever it was.
It was
we
Laxing.
Saw another player come back. It was Laxing, yeah. We saw Laxing come back onto Elevate, and then Zed get rotated back out. And then that's the familiar roster. That was what Elevate's used to playing.
Yeah, that was a
and
huge mistake from Continuum playing that, because Zed was one of the things that wasn't working on that, and you had to do a 6-round comeback.
But no, definitely. But anyway, it was really good that they brought Laxing back. They brought back their synergy. And then on top of that, they countered hard on Cafe and Continuum. They didn't make any adjustments to their Cafe strategy at all. It was the same cut dry, thing. So Elevate, they going into it, they knew exactly where Elevate or Continuum would be playing. They knew exactly how to counter that because they invested time in doing just that, counter-stratting it. And going into the second matchup, we saw very clearly that Elevate didn't, I think it was Oregon, Elevate didn't have nearly as much experience on that particular map, and they got, I think it was 5-1.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Continuing showing us that they know how to play on that map. Going into the third one, however, a map both of the teams had clearly practiced, and it just went in the favor of Elevate. They played a lot, like they had a lot more synergy. They played like they were a more cohesive unit. We saw Canadian and MVK try to step it up and bring themselves back into it, or bring the team back into it, but it just didn't work out for Continuum. And now we're seeing Elevate in the playoffs. I mean, Elevate is a force to be reckoned with going into that. But we're talking about the wrong thing here. We're looking at the Latin American Pro League today, guys.
But it's all still relevant to the format, right? So this is something, because it's relevant to this upset, Santos Dexterity being in a position that Continuum was in. So that's why we're talking about this. Santos has got to be feeling like Continuum probably is, and going home with like, what did we do? Like, how did we go from being so good to being out of the running altogether?
So correction, I was a 5-0, not a 5-1 apparently on that second map.
Brutal.
Continuum versus Elevate. So it was Elevate are still a good team. It's just they weren't as practiced going into the last matchup.
Well, they also had Zed the previous time too, going on that.
Continuum didn't have Zed.
No, I mean like Elevate did on Cafe the first time, so it's like that's why I think part of why they lost it, because I've seen Laxing playing on Cafe prior to that matchup as well, and he's just nuts on there. And so
they could have had Zed. They could have had anyone on their team going into the Cafe matchup. It doesn't matter. They had hard practice countering and picking apart all of Continuum's strategies, and it was very apparent. I mean, every single move that they made was deliberate, and that's not something you often see going into Pro League. But every player on that 5-man roster from Elevate, they were deliberately countering something that Continuum does on their defensive strat and offensive strat.
Yeah.
In each round.
I mean, that's what counts in the end, especially with the team like Continuum that is all about counter-stratting.
Yeah.
So.
Being the ones who's getting counter-stratted as the counter-stratter, it is an odd thing to be looking at.
I mean, we saw that. So going back to the relevance of what we're talking about right now, we just saw a lot of that from Payne, for example, managing to make adjustments in how they played. You saw, for example, Pino especially, realizing after they lost from Astro coming from behind, they decided to be the ones that come from behind with Pino. Doing it both times really changed things, right? Him getting 2 kills both times, maybe even 3 that second time, that made all the difference in the world for that defensive win, because it wasn't a situation where it was a 5v5 fight at the end. It was a situation where it was a 5v3 or 5v2, or I guess a 4, because he'd usually die after. But it would just
Yeah, you could definitely
paid
afford
off.
a lot of you could definitely afford a lot of the fact that they won that entire matchup altogether to Pino playing an excellent game in of himself. Oh my God, we have to stall for 8 minutes.
No, we're gonna go ahead and just go to a break. We gotta take some voice rest here, so we're gonna just go. I'll just throw on the music for about the next 8 minutes or so.
right.
And we're just gonna take a little bio break, take a little chill break, have some water, soothe that
I'm
throat
just
for a
gonna
minute.
chill out. I ain't got
Yeah,
nothing going on. Dude,
Yeah, so I'll be back here in about 8 minutes or so, and we'll get cracking on the next match, which will be Nox versus Keith Stars. So that should be really interesting. So make sure to stick around for that, and we'll still have Kickstar here for that. Should be good.
All right, what's up, dudes? Yeah, just give me a go call when we're getting ready, okay?
All right, man.
Catch you in a bit.
All right.
I'm close, I can feel it in the fire. I see it as the flames get higher. The more we grow, the higher we rise. No, there's no limit, we're breaking through the sky. I'm close, I can feel it in the fire. I can see it as the flames get higher. The more we grow, the higher we rise. No, there's no limit, we're breaking through the sky. Yeah, I try to tell them, then I showed them the strength that comes after you've been broken. I know your pain, I've been in your lane, but it'll all wash away. That's the calm of the rain, that's a rush, a light bringing you back to life. That's a sunrise after the dark night. It's a gift if you can see, you just gotta believe. And remember you're alive, take a minute to breathe. Can you feel it? But now that's a moment and it's here. It's yours if you want it, just look past the fear. It's time we start now, and live now. Before it's all gone and all we ask is how. We never even saw how we lost it all. And let it all fall and then build the walls. I'm appalled, but I still believe, cause we're on the rise. I know cause I see millions in the streets, standing up for peace, standing up for peace. They've had enough of it all, they've had enough of it all. They won't sit back and watch another one fall. For the sisters and the brothers, the sisters and the brothers. For the fathers and the mothers, the fathers and the mothers. And those who can't speak, those who can't speak, who were lost and then found and then told they're in trouble. Yeah, I had a dream, and I would see a world wake up and then see that they're free. No one can tell them any less or demand any more from us. No more stress, no more war on the poor, no more cops at the door, no more lies that they use to sell us more war, no more crooks in charge who steal from the people. I've had enough of the smiles that hide the evil. I'm full-blooded Irish and I do this for the brave, for the innocent lives locked in a cage. I ride these synth waves and cut through the maze of deceit that they speak to lead them astray. The lost, the blind, I just want them to find a way out of the dark so they can shine. Bright as they are, see, we're all stars, and when it's dark, the sky lights up, the all-stars, all together they connect, yeah, that's us, all we gotta do is reach, and each other will touch, that's power. Together we're empowered, if you don't know it's time, this is the moment, the hour, I wait. Fate tipped it while you can, if not, you'll never see what's in your hands. We're closer than we've ever been, to going where we've never been. A new beginning, no, this ain't the end. The time is ours, let it begin. We're closer than we've ever been, to going where we've never been. A new beginning, no, this ain't the end. The time is ours, let it begin. The time is ours, let it begin. A new beginning, no, this ain't the end. The time is ours, let it begin. This ain't the end. Let it begin. We're closer than we've ever been, to going where we've never been. Time is ours, this ain't the end. Yeah, let it begin. Let it begin. The time is ours, this ain't the end. A new beginning, let it begin. The time is ours, this ain't the end. A new beginning, let it begin. The time is ours, this is the end. A new beginning, let it begin, let it begin. This ain't the end, let it begin. The time is on.
All right. And we are back here with the da 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 da. It's very exciting. This is the longer one too. I really hope someday the new operators get new videos, but who knows if that day will ever come. So it looks like we lost kicks. Gotta call him back here. All right, we are back here on the broadcast.
You know, I'm just not used to Discord calls, and the sound started happening, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah,
You
it's
know, do you
definitely.
really want to? You really want to stall while this guy chats it up? Because we don't have to commit ourselves to the same stalling. that the casters in Brazil have to commit
Yeah, I
themselves.
try to explain that to people that like everyone's when you guys are trying to buy time during the like getting everyone
Yeah,
to lobby all that.
We're stalling. Because
Everyone's always
there's
like, "Shut up, play
problems.
the game."
Yeah, there's problems in production. We need to be like, hey, let's talk about things while production works
Yeah.
everything out.
I don't think everyone
But,
gets that.
No, most people don't. But that's okay. Most people don't a lot of things, so it is whatever, really.
Yeah.
So we get to talk about this guy and
Yeah,
his
we could-
perfect teeth. I mean, look at those teeth.
Yeah, no,
They're
this
so
I like
white.
this guy's hair. Like if you're familiar with Reggie Watts, he looks kind of like him a little bit, but they've got some good curly hair down there. You should
It's
see
the
the hair on
hair.
the Knox guys too.
Yeah, it's the hair and the teeth though. Like it's
Yeah.
the wombo combo, and he's got those like soft eyes that look deep into your soul and say, "You're okay. Everything's okay."
That's why he's the host, right? And then these guys never get a break. Now down there, they only have these two casters, as far as I've seen. Every single play day, it's just these two guys. But they sat through that 3.5 hour Habaneri host marathon, just having a good time still. Which I gotta give them credit for. I don't know what they were saying, but it feels good that they actually made it through that alive.
I bet these guys are like really good if
Oh,
you
yeah.
actually understand.
I'm hoping they
Portuguese.
come out to Poland. I'm hoping they come
gotta-
to do the Brazil cast.
I gotta talk to my Brazilian friends and find out if they're like good casters because I can't critique them given I don't know Portuguese. It's impossible to critique them.
Yeah. I mean, every once in a while I'll get a viewer on my stream that knows Portuguese and will kind of tell me what they're talking about. But it's like I also kind of have some idea usually what people are going to be saying just based off of what we've done, you know? But at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I don't speak Portuguese. I can't exactly lip read it either. So it's interesting. Like, I mean,
People think we're bullying the Brazilian casters. It's just the opposite. I defend him.
Yeah.
I genuinely thought that guy's teeth were amazing.
no, this guy's good. I mean, like I said, there's
My
a lot of
teeth aren't
interesting
that
hair.
white and
No.
straight.
I don't know if it comes across on stream. My teeth don't look that great.
But neither do mine.
Yeah. Rip. It's all our water. It's bad water.
Basically, I'm just talking about random shit until the match actually gets
I
started.
think that's
There's
what these
no-
guys do too after a while.
So they've got this nice little black desk going on here. A little bit
Yeah.
of crumbs on
I
it,
like
but
your
you know,
guys' new desk.
Oh yeah, our desk.
I haven't
is
sat
nice.
at it yet. That looks nice. Like, is
Yeah,
it?
I was so hyped when
Yeah?
I saw the first picture of it. I was like, "Oh shit, no!"
Yeah, new desk.
Yeah.
Is it comfy? You guys good over there? Ooh, there's noted.
It looks noted. Yeah.
Hey,
He's
Matt Damon.
Noted talked to me a couple times, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, I'm the whitest Brazilian in the world." And I'm like, "You can't be that white." And then I actually got to see a picture of him that wasn't
Yeah.
in black and white. I'm like, "Shit, Noted, you're white. You're so white." It's hilarious. He's not as white as me, but he is super white.
I can't tell if he has like red hair or if his hair's like dyed or is like
I
brown
think
light.
It's brown.
It's
I
so
think
hard to
it
tell.
it's probably the lighting making it look red.
Yeah.
Maybe like one of his parents who is red haired.
Yeah,
Something like that.
that's why he's so white. He's got like Scottish descent.
Yeah. Who knows?
That's why he's got that Matt Damon
Actually,
look.
I don't know much about his. I think he told me about his past, but I don't recall. And it's his business anyway.
Yeah.
But they're having an interview. They're talking about things. They're going. So how did you think about that matchup? Did
Yeah.
we play good? We beat other guys, and but no, he's probably actually got some interesting things to say.
It depends on the
unfortunately.
questions, right? Because like it's always hard to
Right.
interview someone right after a match because they're so burnt out from all the playing, like their
Right,
brains like
right.
fried at that point.
I wish I could actually hear what he was saying, or
Yeah.
at least there was like a translated script or something. I don't know, because I'm sure there's an interesting conversation going on here about that previous matchup.
Yeah,
And I think we talked about this earlier, but the results of that previous matchup. I mean, for those of you who aren't familiar, they played. It was Paid versus Dexterity, and because Payne won, that means Dexterity are out of the Pro League, so they will not be playing in the playoffs, and then they will not be going to the finals no matter what. And Payne are going to have that second chance
Yeah.
to make it happen. Well, not second chance, I guess.
Well, and I don't completely understand the bracket, but is it going to be a situation where, like, now Santos Dexterity don't go to land, but they are still guaranteed their place next season, right?
I don't know the
think.
details about the next season transfers over. I wouldn't want to talk about that anyway because I'm sure there's something going on with it. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Second season, I have no idea. That's all nothing that I haven't discussed or talked about yet. But it means that they're done with this Pro League. They're knocked out of the bracket because they were coming from the winner bracket from the first series. They were coming from the Dexterity was coming from the winner bracket, and they lost in the winner bracket. Then they got pushed down to the second chance bracket, I guess we can call it. And then Pain was coming from the losers bracket. They won in the losers bracket, got pushed into the I guess we'll call the final bracket or the second chance bracket, whatever you want to call it. And then when they won there, now they're going to be going to the playoffs. So they are a team that's deciding to go for the playoffs. And then this is the same thing right here. What we're about to see this matchup is going to be the same exact thing. It's the team who wins here will be moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, because it is a loser's bracket for the other side, I believe.
Mm-hmm. And the way it also works is there are 4 teams in the playoffs. It will be 2 versus 2 in the first bracket of the playoffs. Or sorry, not 2 versus 2. I say that it'll be 2 matches of 1 versus 1. Yeah, it'll be 2 versus 2. We're gonna extend the player count for the match. It's gonna be a 10v10.
Yeah,
we're just gonna see where it
it's
goes.
all
we're
out
gonna
brawl.
just see where the wind takes us. But no, it'll be 2 1 versus 1s that will lead into a final matchup, and it'll decide who is seed 1 or sorry, who is 1, 2, 3, and 4th position coming out of the playoffs, and then that will decide who goes to finals.
Now this will be interesting because this is a situation where Keed Stars put themselves in this position to then beat Nox so they could fight V3 in the finals, right?
Yeah.
So
they lost intentionally, right?
Yeah, I mean that was the idea, and that's not just speculation. They basically admitted that. So.
Yeah, they were like,
here
hey,
they
we
are.
didn't want to play against these dudes, so I think it was V3 they didn't want to play against, right?
No, they want to play Santos, but now that's got to feel bad because now they wouldn't, right?
Well,
now they've got to play
these are
against
the dudes with the wacky intro.
Yeah,
they?
they've got some good moves.
Here's
Oh,
the
there we go.
one.
The
Oh,
monkey.
there it
He did the monkey.
That's-
We all had a good
hilarious.
laugh because Semex Aura did a ton of throat slitting on their
Right.
poses, and then they just got decimated right after that. It just felt bad. I felt a little cringy for that.
God.
But these guys look like, they look like they're having a fun time. So the thing is, though, a lot of people were, upset about the throw, but the other team wasn't last time. They were still fine with it, too. They were like, oh, we're all cool, we're all friends, whatever.
But then they got to play against V3, and they were like, maybe not okay with that.
Well, so it's got to feel weird to be like, okay, we don't want to play against Santos Dexterity. And so you set that up.
It was Dexterity
And then now they aren't going to be because Dexterity lost. So now they would be playing against Pain instead. But they didn't know that, right? So they actually made that throw
we
thinking
just saw
that.
that would have been worse for them because the Pain just beat Dexterity. Anyway,
Yeah, and so it's weird. It's like
Yeah.
so I don't know if they made a mistake or not, right? That's assuming I assume they'll win this, and then we'll see how that goes forward. But it would be even funnier if Nox win this.
We can't really assume that Keith Stars is just going to win it. I mean, we saw them throw. We don't know how they're going to be playing against Nox necessarily. I don't know much about the scene, and I have to full disclosure tell you that I have not seen either of these two teams play, so I have no expectations going to this match, other than the knowledge that Keith Stars threw around. Well, that says a lot to me. That says a lot about a team.
Yeah, well, it's funny. If you go back and watch that, they were just straight. So it was on Chalet. Was really obvious. They were straight up jumping in trophy room window one after another, just trying to frag at the beginning of the round, and then doing the same on defense, jumping out trophy room window. Sexy Cake and Sia with the best hair on the teams.
I feel out-haired right now.
Yeah, totally. They're trying to make your hair look short, man.
Yeah, man. It's unfortunate.
Feels bad. Don't go to Brazil now. Hopefully these guys don't go, right? Because then you're gonna have to cast alongside them in
I'm
Poland.
gonna meet them Atlanta. I'm gonna be like, wow, I'm so envious of your hair. I feel bad. I feel terrible about it.
Yeah, you'll have to cut yours. Just shave your hair off, go bald. That feels badness. They're definitely huddling though. This is big for them because Nox, like I said, played really hard last time on the same day, which was last weekend that Keed threw. And so now, Nox have got to feel like, if we can beat Keed and punish them for that throw, that will be amazing for us. And Keed will feel so bad and so stupid for doing that. but it's going to be an uphill battle for Knox. But I did see a lot of potential in them last weekend. I do think, while they may or may not win, I don't think that this will necessarily be a 2-0 either way. I hope at least. But I guess it depends on the maps and whether or not they get the maps that are in their favor. You know how much that is. And that really factors in for a lot of teams. Like, this is definitely a game where it's not just DE dust all day kind of thing. Maps really seem to make a huge difference for different teams. Uh-oh. There we go, a little bit of lag. Just wanted to freeze frame on the hug for a second there. What's up, Judge Phantom? Always nice that we get, like, while this is the Brazil game, we get Europeans in here. Like, we had Meepy in earlier. We have, like, well-known NA people, like Macy and Judge Phantom. We've had, like, Slash and Young were in here earlier as well. We get all kinds of people. So, it's cool. I'm glad to see everyone supporting. What's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
So, like to see it universal support here. Hopefully we can get ANZ and Asia to get a pro league at some point, and then just be like worldwide craziness, right? Does sound like they're getting into game, at least those lobby sounds, right?
Wait, you're
Sounded
talking
like
about
they
the
were
Asian
starting
thing?
Yeah, I mean, I hope the Asians can get a good scene going and then
knows,
go pro
man?
league, but
I mean, it'd be tight to get the Asian scene up in there, but I don't know.
it's hard because they both have a lot of ping issues in terms of playing other countries, but they play each other. Like Asia and ANZ will play against each other sometimes.
I think the reason the Brazilian team got incorporated or the Brazilian scene is because it's freaking huge.
Oh, yeah, they have a
Brazilian
huge
scene has
esports
tons
scene.
of players. They even have, like, I think they might have more than NA.
Yeah,
in the
wow.
But
But I mean, Asia has a
overall-
huge esports scene, so
yeah, but they don't have a huge siege scene, not as huge as Brazil. And as far as I don't know a ton about it, but I feel like that's been holding them out or holding them back. If they had such a large one, I feel like they'd be up in there. But it is what it is. Oh, they do manual bans?
yeah. So they had problems with the map veto site that you usually
Right.
see, and so they switched to doing this last couple times.
I mean, hey, if it works, right?
Yeah. So we are seeing Clubhouse and Cafe go. Thankfully, not seeing another Cafe or a Clubhouse. So I'm glad to see those two gone. But I wonder if we'll see in Oregon. We're not going to see Consulate again. We saw Oregon banned last time. So hopefully we'll see it because I'm a big fan of Oregon. I think that's one of my favorite maps, personally.
There's the coastline ban, and that's what we
Yeah.
all expect to see. We're all waiting for that coastline ban. Now, are we going to see a skyscraper ban coming out from Nox? Because
that's
they have, as
true.
of this moment, been set in a position to ban all of those DLC
Yeah.
maps that no one wants to
We haven't seen Border banned. Probably we'll see that. That's one that a lot of teams are willing to play
There it
still.
is, skyscraper. So we're gonna see Border, Cafe, and I didn't quite catch what the third one would be, but Border and Cafe are 100% confirmed.
No. Cafe was banned first. So is Border and Chalet
I thought it was
wasn't banned.
Clubhouse was banned. I thought it was Clubhouse.
It was
banned.
the other
I'm
side
sorry.
was the one that
was
banned
Bank.
Cafe.
Bank
So
was the
Bank.
one I was
All right. Well, Bank we've seen some interesting play on. So Border will be the decider of all things. So this will be definitely different from the last one. So it should be good.
Yeah, for sure. Bank's a tight map.
And the
honestly, I'm
first
glad
map,
that we're
too.
I'm honestly just glad that we're not seeing Cafe again.
Yeah.
We see it so often played in the Pro League these days. Not necessarily in the Brazilian one. Again, I haven't watched the Brazilian Pro League.
Yeah.
But in the North American European Pro League, oh god, yes, all the time.
Yeah.
Every day.
Well, it'll be interesting to see Chalet this time because last time when we saw Chalet was when Keed was throwing it. So we don't really know how they play it. And that's part of the reason they did that. They didn't want to give away strats. But the question is, are they going to want to give away strats now? Because they need to save those for playing against the...
Not giveaways, strats?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, if you know you're going to be putting yourself in the loser bracket and you're comfortable with that, sure. But now is this the loser bracket or is this the...
So this is the loser bracket because they dropped down purposely to go back up.
Yeah, but is this their second match or is this their third match?
Their third, I believe.
So this isn't the loser bracket. This is the end bracket. So that means that they would have already won in the loser bracket and we pushed it to the end. But yeah, what was it saying? Oh, it doesn't matter.
It will be interesting nonetheless, though. But
Yeah,
we'll see if they play. So I mean, because what I'm saying is they purposely dropped down to fight this team, thinking they wouldn't have to use any strats against them, so that they could save those strats against V3. Like that's kind of what they
Dragon-
said, right?
Dragon with the swag keyboard and get my mouse pad. Look at
Bling.
that. All that bling.
And just to be clear, I know we have a few people tuning in that don't understand what's going on, especially since we had people from Bloodstream and stuff like that. This is the live feed from Brazil, so the normal native feed are in Portuguese, and I don't speak Portuguese. Kix doesn't speak Portuguese, and
speak Portuguese.
no, and we don't want to try and compete with them, right? While they're talking, so basically they send the game to us or the stream to us as is. With just everything but game audio removed, which means we don't know what's coming up. We don't have control of anything. We don't control spectator view. We also don't have to set a delay, which is nice, but it doesn't matter. They're on LAN environment anyways.
We just chill, bruh.
Yeah, we just talk
chill.
about what we see going on. Try and
We watch
entertain
the
you guys.
match and we're like, hey, look at that, guys.
Yo.
Isn't that shiny? Special?
Yeah, they be shooting each other, peeps. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
So that's what we're here for. And
Cute,
Kix
cute.
has joined me remotely. He's over in Poland, as you've seen from Pro League. Those of you, obviously, that watch Pro League here are familiar with him as well. Hopefully you watched the previous Pro League seasons, familiar with me as well. I mean, as you are
We
here.
gotta watch that EU. We gotta cast that EUNA Pro League up in here, bruh.
Yeah, you guys just gotta like feed me in on that one, because unfortunately I am not able to go back to Poland to fill Pakey spot.
Yeah, I think it was gonna happen, but it couldn't.
Yeah, I was asked to, just to be clear, so everyone, they were not like, oh, screw Emzo. No, they were definitely like, hey, can you come back? And I was like, yes. And then the last second, oh wait, I can't. That sucks. So I did try though. I did try. So
Would have been tight, bro.
yeah, I'll just have to make sure Challenger League is locked down. You know.
Yeah.
And
for
maybe,
sure.
you know, some of the Brazil as well. I don't know if you guys know. I mean, obviously, you probably can't say anything anyways. But I don't know if you guys will be doing Brazil or not next season.
I don't know any details about that.
Yeah. I know
don't
originally you
what-
guys were supposed to be, was the plan, I think, but it's like I'm not sure what happened there. And so like kind of last second they asked me like, hey, can you do the English? I was like, okay.
I got zero of the ideas.
Yeah.
I got zero.
Well, hopefully either way it's casted, right? Like regardless of what happens, that it gets casted next season. So
It will.
that's the important part. Even if I have to spend every Sunday doing it, still fun. But I'm glad you're able to join me. Take your Sunday off. Not having a barbecue this time, or was that earlier?
We've had a couple of eat outs. Some steak here and there. It's nice. One great thing about Poland is that steak is cheap.
Yeah. And that KFC too, right?
Everything's dirt cheap,
Yeah.
man. You can buy whatever you want here. Like I bought a bunch of shirts, and because I just need more variety in my shirts, I guess.
Yeah.
For casting. And I got like 4 shirts, but I was expecting them to cost like $500.
Yeah.
I got like all these different discounts, and then all this other stuff stacked on it. It cost way less than I was.
Oh, nice.
expecting.
I'm actually wearing the same shirt that I wear every time when I was casting over there too. That same Punisher shirt. I can't help myself.
No, it's
I need to
nice
buy
shirt,
more
it's a
shirts
nice
too.
shirt.
I did buy one
Thanks,
shirt in Poland. Oddly enough, that was a Poland like it was a shirt in Poland, and it was in English, and it was for Santa Cruz. It was like Santa Cruz car racing, but in Poland.
Every time I see San Francisco swag over here, I'm like, hey, that's where I'm from.
Yeah, right. It's very weird. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
then again, we have like Paris shirts and stuff like that over here. So I guess it's gotta feel weird to them too. I don't know.
Yeah, it is the same thing all around the world. You get that some company trying to be, exotic and foreign, and it just comes off hilarious, the indigenous. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
Hopefully, we'll be getting back into this match sooner or later.
Yeah, I
probably
know. We
just
keep hearing
waiting
the
for them
sounds.
Yeah, that's not the get into the game sound.
No, it's the get into the lobby sounds.
No, that's just a normal background sound for the game sound, like for music, dude. And you probably don't know because you disable your music, same as me.
Oh, that's true.
but
Yeah.
it repeats itself over and over again.
Yeah.
It's an audio track, but
That's right. I've seen this.
all the same, we're just stalling basically right now, dudes. We're waiting for the game to get going. We want to watch it just as much as you guys do,
Oh yeah.
and we apologize for the delay.
We ain't got no control over it, but it will be
Not
starting
control,
soon.
but- Yeah, and we are going to be getting into Banked for the first match.
That should be interesting. So it was Bank, Chalet, Border. I do hope we see Border.
Yeah.
I mean, not that
I
we
hope
haven't
we see
seen a
Border.
lot of that. I mean, so one thing that's interesting that people have brought up is like, everyone's like, oh, Coastline was introduced prematurely, like whatever. We actually saw Coastline last weekend, but from Brazil. But so like Border, for example, was only played a little bit by NA when it first came out, right? Like, because NA is willing to dabble in stuff.
Well,
And-
yeah, and it does dabble, as you said. They go for border, and they went for skyscraper early as well.
Yeah.
But nobody's gone for coastline quite
Right?
yet.
It's so I just wonder though, like, is it going to be like Border? Do you think where, like, in future seasons we'll see people figure it out, because that's what happened with Border, right? Now everyone plays the heck out of it. I mean, some of that is due to the new operators, right? We get new operators that change up the meta, and you get stuff like Mira, for example, that's really shooken up which maps are viable, which spawn slots are viable. Do you think Coastline's going to come up at some point in the future?
I think we'll probably see it in the next season.
Yeah. Assuming it doesn't get taken out of the map pool for some reason.
Assuming that, yes, but in this season, it's doubtful. It could be that going into the playoffs or the finals, we see one of the teams try to bring it to Coastline as an attempt to mix things up. But I find it to be just kind of on the outside of the realm of reality.
It'd be pretty hyped to see it land, though, if they bring it out in the finals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Playoffs, LAN, some sort of team brings something out of their happy. Like, okay, you know what? This team's not going to expect Coastline's bring it to Coastline. But the thing there is that the likelihood of a team letting a Coastline through, not banning Coastline,
that's
is
true.
pretty far and few between. It's just not. It's unlikely to happen.
Well, it was
either
interesting
way.
to see at the invitationals, for example, the skyscraper get brought out and be such a big deal in those invitationals, especially that match with Era versus Continuum, right? Like, where Era was just running that same strat over and over and over till Canadian finally realized, wait, they're not bringing grenades. We can win this. So it's just like maybe Coastline will have a same sort of interesting pivotal place in the finals if people have some good strats for it.
Right.
But again, people have to let it through, obviously, and that's
Now we're
the big question.
getting into-
Yeah, that's the game sound. They always cut late, I've noticed. They wait till it's like a little farther in before they cut to the game than you guys do.
Nope,
So-
we wait too. We wait
guys
till
wait too?
the
A bit
operator
more?
selects. Yeah.
There we go.
We both of the productions choose to wait till the operator select,
That's
which
good.
is interesting. Hey, there it is.
Yeah.
So from the Nox, the lineup we're seeing right off the bat on Montaigne and
We're starting on
Glass.
Chalet. It always throws me off when they start on the second map instead.
They start on the second map.
Well, like sometimes, yeah, they start on the other, like just the way they display the map bands. I think they're displaying the wrong order.
Yeah. No, Bank was the first one, I think.
Yeah, and so they just that's what happened last weekend with Coastline is they displayed them in the wrong order as well. So I guess
Whatever.
we'll see Bank next then.
Yeah, suppose. maybe it's supposed to be Borders the first thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess we'll see.
Who knows?
I mean, we'll see a second map either way, so it's a question mark more on the third map. But
Right.
we'll see how K-Star's going to play this. Again, we didn't see them play it seriously last time. They played like 1 or 2 rounds seriously, like a little bit, but overall they didn't. So it's like, I don't know how this is going to go. I mean, we are seeing like the Montaigne, Glaz, and Blackbeard coming out here, so they're going to have to like be a little more prepared for that. Is that Moringa setting up for a run out? Here he
Yeah,
goes.
this is a run out
Defender is
from
approaching the kill.
Oh,
Moringa?
Exposed.
yeah, he's trying.
Yeah. But he did not successfully get it. That is unfortunately a C4 wasted by the
Yeah.
defensive team. And that is a lot of utility that you're not going to get
Yeah.
from your operator.
Especially
lineup.
with the
I mean,
Montaigne, Blackbeard, Glaz in there, like in a situation where that
Yeah.
may be the difference between winning or losing.
Or you could have picked barbed wire and
Yeah.
brought 3 barbed wire. That's a lot.
Yeah, I'd take the barbed wire personally, just because there's a lot of. I mean, yeah, those C4 throws will win occasionally, but barbed wire wins more often than C4. At the end
Oh yeah,
of the
barbed
day.
wire is a very useful gadget. But he made the decision. He went with it. It could have worked out. It didn't in this instance. Now we're very slow attack coming from Nox
Yeah.
Gaming. They're a little bit worried about those runouts coming from Keydstars, and they're only just now at 2 minutes on the
Ooh.
clock, getting themselves in position.
Speaking of Keystars, Mav, he was the one who was played pretty good last time, taking down Hugzorda already. That is the Montaigne down, and that's got to be part of their strat, right? You don't bring a Montaigne just for fun. And that's the diffuser dropped in game room. They were definitely playing this defense a little bit differently than was expected, holding that angle down from library
So-
in through the hatch.
Nox brought a Montaigne to the board. They were using him to hunt roamers. He died to the roamer, and he was carrying the diffuser.
Yeah.
Now that Nox Gaming is going to have to adjust their entire strategy to pick up that diffuser. They do get a pick onto Moringa to even out the score, but it is
Yeah.
still 1 minute 30, and they haven't established themselves in any meaningful way. Pushing to the site. Another pick onto Math.
Well, at least they're somewhat making up for the Montaigne dying. And then there's another one. Loses
Whoa!
the shield, but worth it. That's a 3K for Sexy Cake. Taking down a lot of the defenders. I'm not going to be so worried about that Montaigne being gone now.
So, Sexy Cake was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you had the advantage in every way this round. Well, I'm gonna have that back now. Thanks, I appreciate that. What's that? What's that? 3 roamers? I'll take care of that. No big deal."
And
And now we're
another
seeing
pick.
another anchor being taken off the board, and it's
all
all
down
down
to
to
smoke.
Julio.
Like, Julio,
Yeah.
can you do it? At least he's got those batteries put down for him before that run out happened, so he's got a little bit of a extra defense there, but it's not going to do a lot of good when they push into the kitchen like they are here. With that Glass, this is going to be very hard for Julio to hold. Easy win there for Glass. That's 2 for Glass and 3 for Sexy Cake. They are excited. You see him getting so hyped every time. Every time it cuts to them when they win, that dude over on like the 4th place, long hair, he just gets hyped. He's feeling it.
Yeah.
I think he was the one on that Glass. He's feeling that.
That was a good job by him. He did get 2 kills in that round, but we definitely does not overshadow Sexy Cake's
No.
3K on. He killed all of the roamers by himself, and
Yeah.
sure you can attribute it a lot to his aim being good, and you could say that Blackbeard Shield helped him out a lot. But at the same time, it's definitely on Keatstars for engaging him one by one. They have 3 roamers, each of them challenged individually.
Yeah.
Not
I think
getting any chance for a trade back.
that was definitely well played. But I mean, obviously, I don't think that was the best play by
So-
K-Stars, but
This is interesting. We are seeing from Nox Gaming going for a master defense, which is something we don't often see.
no. We are bringing a castle at least to try and seal up some of it.
That's not going to work, though.
No.
Going against Keatstars, they've got a Glaz and an Ash to take care of those castles. That's not going to help them much at all. Keatstars also bringing a Montaigne to the table. Going to be curious to see if they use it in a similar fashion. Given that castle barricade blocking off the 2 halves of the map, it's not going to be useful, though, in hunting down the roamers and forcing them out into another area.
The question is, were they expecting this bomb spot, right? Like, this is such an atypical bomb spot that their lineup is most likely set up for a different attack. I mean, they switched out the Blackbeard for a Thatcher as well, so obviously we're planning on some batteries that aren't necessarily. I mean, there are batteries, obviously. There's Bandit in here, but they may not be the same kind of batteries they were worried about.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worth. I mean, it definitely makes sense. I don't know. The operator selection coming out from Keatstars is obviously indicative of the fact that they did not know that Nox Gaming would be going upstairs.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just not something you see very often. Sure,
Now
we
the-
talk about how bar and gaming room is uncommon, but master and office is even more so. Now we have K-Stars. They've established themselves on the balcony here, and there isn't a whole lot of that Nox Gaming is going to be able to do to stop them from pushing in here.
No, they're definitely
C4
taking
from
control of
underneath
it.
from Valkyrie.
And that's why I would almost would have expected a pulse, but Intact does take down 1 on Sexy Cake. That's the smoke that was holding the master bedroom. Now they're going to have a much easier time taking this.
Yeah, the C4 from Valkyrie unfortunately was not used to any effect, and that's gonna provide Keatstars with an opening to plant the bomb or the diffuser, sorry, without any problem of repercussion. But a nice pick from Mute onto Ash there.
Yeah, that is back and forth on the board here. They lost the smoke and they lost the Ash. But either two, I like that hop across there. That was nice by Cyber. But they brought a Mute, interestingly, as well to try and deny some of the drones. But I imagine that's not doing a whole lot when the windows just get easily opened. And he got Mav there, taking down 1, but he gets taken down as he jumps in. And the C4 comes out to take down the Montaigne. Nicely done. That was a little bit risky because Montaigne can block a good chunk of that if you don't hit it right. But that was a nice throw, follow-up there to the kill he got. Now making it a 2v3 for the attackers.
I really like the way that Nox has handled this defensive round. Something completely unexpected, and Keatstars, unfortunately, they did not adjust appropriately to handle it so far. It's going to come down to 2 players to win those fights, put themselves back into this round.
Moringa definitely trying here. He does even out the odds at least a little bit now down to 2v2. I like how Julio's trying to come from a flank so they can kind of pinch this a little bit, but they're going to have to kind of weasel them out because they have no reason to leave their positions. Cyber evening it out for them as well. Down another K-Stars player, all down to Julio. The Thermite trying to take him down now. Cyber is fairly low in health, and Valkyrie has lost a little bit as well. Sexy Cake, or no, who's that? Is it Sia? Is a little bit low in health as well, but not nearly as much as the Mute. So this is really going to come down to whether Thermite can pick off the Mute and then try and finish off Valkyrie after. He's going after Mute right now, but the rotate hole messes him up. He knows the rotate hole's there. Now he's got to know he's coming around. But he doesn't have the diffuser either. All the defenders have to do is hold it, but it doesn't matter. Cyber still takes him out. Sia getting crazy again over there. So that was, again, a nice set of plays by Nox. Unexpected.
Yeah, no, that was well played from Nox, and an interesting site defense, something that you don't really see very often. There's nowhere really to put a webcam on this. And I like the way they handled that. And unfortunately, Keith Stars, they couldn't apply any sort of adaptation going into that particular round. No actual. Oh my gosh, look at that score line coming out from Nox Gaming.
Yeah.
One player has 7 kills.
He's doing some work.
I didn't quite see it, but
I'm guessing it's
there's
Sexy Cake.
some hard carry going on right now.
Yeah, they're definitely. I mean, obviously, that's making all the difference for them in the world as they've won 2 rounds already. But everyone seems to be doing their job, you know, from the Nox Gaming side.
Yeah, we're gonna see Keith Stars. They're gonna attempt another upstairs. Well, I say upstairs. Typically, kitchen is the upstairs bomb site, but they're going to be attempting a kitchen defense here.
10 seconds left.
And last time we talked about how they put themselves in a good position when they got that Montaigne picked off so early. But they just ended up losing all 3 of their roamers to 1 Blackbeard. It was kind of, honestly, it was kind of hilarious.
Well, we're seeing them try this Montaigne thing again. Now, obviously, they lost the Montaigne last time because he pushed into the library.
So,
game room, I'm sorry.
I don't know how we didn't notice this, but apparently that was an ace from the mute on that last round.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty freaking
From a mute, right?
I'm pretty sure it was Sexy Cake who was doing the acing there. He is the player who's been doing a tremendous amount of work for his team. He got 3 kills on the first round, 5 kills on the second round, and now he's put his team in a great position.
So we'll see if K-Stars can hold this a little bit better this time. Pretty much the same lineup coming out, I think, from the attackers. Defense is not necessarily bringing anything special. They're not even bringing like a mirror or anything like that to give any kind of extended utility. It's just pretty much the standard older players, older characters other than Valkyrie, which is kind of mandatory a lot of the time now. So we'll see if this, are they going to be able to C4, for example, that Montaigne if he pushes in there from below. And it looks like they're kind of at least preparing for that a little bit. But if he can get C4 from below because they're not backing him up right now, then pushing out roamers isn't going to do any good.
It was Cyber. I was wrong about the person, so.
Well,
I'm not familiar with any of these.
Yeah. I'm still catching up.
Honestly, I haven't. Unfortunately, I haven't had much time to follow the.
Well, I hope what we're doing right now is helping with that, right? So everyone can get a little caught up for next season.
I certainly hope so. Yeah.
Interesting that they're using. We're not seeing Hibana being brought out. Actually, this is Thermite that's being used.
I think they were. The reason they're bringing a Thermite in this instance instead of a Hibana.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice pick. Is because they don't really know what to expect from Keith Stars, and that's obviously made apparent by the fact that wow, another kill from Sexy Cake.
He's good on that Blackbeard.
But whatever the case be, they're not expecting they don't know what to expect coming out from Keith Stars.
Yeah. Well, Keith Stars so far already down 2 men. It is already a 5v3, but there's only 45 seconds left or so. So they've got to start really getting control of the map, but they do have control of man advantage, which is really important here. If they can start pushing people away from site, they could potentially get this plant down in the kitchen. But it's going to be hard to say whether or not they can actually get control. We could see a clutch situation. Coming down. There we go. One more kill from Nox onto Mav. It is now down to the last 2 here, trying to hold sight. Bandit just walks right into it. Wow. 3-0 from the underdogs.
Nox is dominating right now. Or are they getting dominated?
No, they're definitely dominating. Yeah, I mean, there's Sexy Cake again, rocking it.
Yeah, it's Nox. Nox is freaking destroying right now.
Now K-Stars have got to, I mean, they've got to feel bad for that throw now, throwing themselves down in the loser's bracket, unless they're just messing around now. They're already at 3-0 on the first map here. I mean, this may not have been their map, but if they played this map last time and were just goofing around on it, makes me think it's a map they do want to play, but didn't want to show strats on. It's hard to say. It could be a map they don't care about that much, but this is still, this is not how you want to start things.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, you could see here. Look at that scoreline.
Yeah,
I mean, look at that scoreline.
Cyber and Sexy doing some work for that team. I mean, we saw it previously, though. I know you didn't see the previous matches, but Sexy Cake was definitely one who's doing a lot of work for his team. Oh, looks like we gotta need a remake for something.
Yeah, something's going on.
Looks like Jaeger's already pretty low on health as well. Maybe it's related to that.
Something, yeah, it's been an HP bug. Those happen from time to time. It is what it is.
Unfortunate.
It's a bug game. You gotta rehost sometimes for some reasons. I'll be right back.
Alright. So just for anyone tuning in case anyone's new to the stream here, just catching up now or happen to be watching Go Force before or something like that, this is the Brazilian Pro League. This is the second match of the day. The first match was Santos Dexterity versus Pain, which Pain won in a big surprising upset. Make sure to watch the VODs later if you missed that. This is the stream that they send. It is normally in Portuguese, so they send it to me with no audio except for game audio, so that I don't have to try and talk over the Portuguese casters and things like that. Normally it is just me casting it. However, Kix has been cool enough to join in from Poland. He is watching the same stream as me, and we are kind of on Discord together trying to co-cast this here for fun, bring some extra to you guys who wanted to tune in. So this is the English stream, basically, of the Brazilian Pro League or Latin American Pro League. If you want to watch the German one, that is available on Verdipones' stream, which I think is ESL_Verdipones. The Portuguese one is at twitch.tv/Ubisoft Esports or youtube.com/Ubisoft Esports. So you can catch it there if you speak Portuguese. If not, you can stay here and watch the English one. So appreciate everyone tuning in. I know it is a Sunday afternoon. Sometimes people have stuff to do, but it is cool for everyone to check this out. Have a good time, chillax. We are on a remake right now. So far, Nox Gaming are up 3 points already on map number 1, which is Chalet. These are the underdogs here, already showing off very strong. Keed not really doing a whole lot so far from the sounds of it, especially against Sexy Cake, who's been just dominating, along with Cyber, just massive amounts of kills. We actually saw an ace from a mute the previous round. That's just crazy. So, not looking good for Keed. Hopefully they can get their act together, though.
Yeah, I'm back. What's hot?
Yo, just catching everyone up who's new on what's going on here.
Right? That's tight.
Unfortunately, I have stuff to do after this, or I would do some Go Force stuff as well, because the timing's there. But just generally, I tend to be busy after this, especially when it's 5 hours of casting first, right?
Yeah, I think I have to stay up a little bit later because I'm trying to like set my sleep cycle in a position where I'll like be awake during the NA cast. So I might, if maybe people want me to cast the Go For all today.
Yeah, you should if you're around.
All right, for sure. When is it? Which one is it exactly? Is it the NA one? Or
yeah, the NA one. I mean, the EU one might still be going on after this, but it's always hard to say like how long. Sometimes the brackets take forever. Sometimes they go out really quick. But NA will still be available.
I'll do the NA one for sure.
So make sure to tune in to Kix' stream for the NA finals and hold him to that promise.
Coach how, dudes? Coach how?
That'd
I'm
be
down.
good stuff.
But yeah, this is a good matchup so far. I mean, oh no, who am I kidding? This is a good matchup so far. It's been going extremely in the favor of what was it, Nox?
Yeah, I mean, this is looking similar to what Keed did last time when they were throwing.
Yeah, and it really makes you wonder, were they actually throwing, or is that just a conspiracy they started to make themselves look better? I don't imagine that's actually the case. But here we are, we're getting back into the match now. We're going to be seeing Keed Stars versus Nox Gaming. Nox up 3-0, and it's been mostly due to two of the players on Nox Gaming. Those two being Cyber and Sexy Cake, carrying their team to victory in those first 3 rounds. I mean, it's been pretty fantastic play from both of those two.
Yeah. I mean, we're seeing them play this Kids Trophy Room, and they're actually bringing a Frost this time, which could be good for slowing down that Montaigne, depending on how they use it, right? So, I mean, the Montaigne's been coming out pretty much every round, so they've got to be expecting a Montaigne by now, so I imagine that's part of the strategy. Also, it does deny people jumping into that Trophy Room window pretty well, assuming that, they don't have easy utility to clear it out, because you got, Jaeger's ADS devices. And I really liked when they buffed it so that, or fixed it rather, so that Jaeger could stack his ADSs, right? So you can make that Trophy Room window much harder. And I feel like that's part of the reason we see Trophy Room window as less part of the push and more so Dining Room, because now you really can't clear out that Trophy window without expending a lot of utility or bringing a Thatcher.
5 seconds to go.
And now we are, it's an interesting wall that was just opened up by Nox. Having that wall open is going to allow any roamer playing in the library to much easier challenge any player or any of the attacking operators who come into Master from the balcony. It'll give them a lot more line of sight, and it also works both ways.
Yeah, it
though.
really does.
An attacking operator coming into Master is then going to have just the same advantage looking at a defensive operator coming from library.
Well, it's going to make it a lot harder for anyone to rotate into that Master afterwards. That's for sure.
Yeah. So it's worth noting as well that if Nox Gaming win this particular round, that's going to put them on match point, and this map just started.
Yeah.
I mean, to have it on map point so quickly right off the bat would be kind of demoralizing, I imagine, for Keydstars.
Yeah, I hope.
However, equally, Keydstars hasn't defended this particular bomb site yet, and Nox Gaming doesn't necessarily know exactly how they're going to be handling. Or sorry, Nox hasn't defended this particular bomb site yet. Keydstars doesn't necessarily know what they're going to be dealing with here.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that C4 got shot mid-throw too, from the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we
Again,
saw them defend the bedroom, which was an interesting defense, which makes me think they can defend this site even better if they were able to succeed on bedroom.
This is. You remember when we were talking about earlier, defending it upstairs the way you would defend it downstairs, and downstairs you would defend it upstairs if they're right on top of each other, and maybe we'll see something similar.
Yeah. Well, hopefully K-Stars can bring it back and not just get 5-0'd on their first map. That would definitely look bad for them. The Moringa already getting pressured pretty early, and I like that Sexy Kick rotated around instead. That's going to give away his position now.
The Montaigne and the Glass coming out from the main lobby, that's indicative of just a straight lobby push.
Yeah.
But now they're getting picked off one by one by Nox.
Yeah, and this Montaigne's going to be the next to fall because he's going to start losing his support. The way these guys are playing on this roam is really working out for them. I mean, this is typical. I talk about this a lot. You see the Bandit Jaeger roam in the wine a lot, but it's working. I mean, they're still not expecting it. They're not doing anything to counter it. Smoke's locking them out of the dining room, so their push rush is not working. And all they've got is this Thatcher Montaigne to try and make it happen. It's not happening.
Okay, I'm going to be real with you guys
this.
here. It does kind of seem like Keydstars is throwing a little bit, even though they can't possibly be. They're going straight in through the lobby here, and they've only just got their first pick.
They got 2 kills now, but Cyber traded one of them, so it's still huge numbers advantage for the Nox. And there goes another one of the attackers. That is Hugzord, who has gotten 2 kills this round now, all down to a Montaigne trying to plant by himself. It's not going to happen. It's a 4-0.
Guys, you can't Montaigne push through lobby without clearing the roamers on Chalet. You can't do that.
It's
That
easy
doesn't
picks
work
from behind.
Unless it's a rush pit push. You are just shoving your way. You go through the front door, then you go through the lobby to dining door. Unless you just do it immediately, it does not work.
Well,
Because
you
you're
saw
gonna
them
have
get
the
stalled
roamers-
out, too, by the smoke, so it could.
Yeah, you get stalled out, sure, but you're going to have the roamers who are going to come from behind and kill you no matter what in that instance. And that exactly that happened. If you're going to bring a Montaigne on Chalet, use it to clear out the roamers and then do said push. But you can't do the push before the roamer clear. That puts you in a precarious position of having someone behind you all the time. And they had this Thatcher playing on the balcony outside of lobby, but that's not enough to cover your entire flank.
No, there's too many stairs, too many different ways
It's
to
too
do it.
risky. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was definitely a failed attack by Keydstars. They're on defense now, and they haven't succeeded on this either. And this is not looking good for them. So unless they're just kind of goofing off here, this looks like this map could be over pretty quick.
People keep joking about how the K-stars are the kick-stars in my chat. It's never ending.
The difference is the Kickstars are a little bit better from the looks of this so far.
That's terrible to say. That's terrible.
No,
to
no,
say.
I mean
Come on.
you, meaning you over there.
Oh, no, but that's still terrible to say.
Yeah.
Either way,
It feels bad. I mean, I don't know what I'm watching here.
Something's going on with them, you know. I mean, they made their way into Pro League, and sure, they lost in the first round. They said they were throwing, but now they're going up against Nox Gaming, and you have to wonder if maybe they underestimated Nox Gaming, and that you were saying earlier that Nox Gaming, and I don't know the Brazilian Pro League all that well, but you were saying earlier that Nox Gaming is the underdog going into this matchup, and it's possible that Keydstars mentally going into this matchup, they weren't expecting this much of a fight from Nox, or it could just straight up be they have no idea what to do on Chalet. It could be Keydstars just does not understand this map, and going into the next map, which I believe is Bank, there will be an entirely different picture being painted. However, this is what we're dealing with now.
It does seem like they don't understand this map, judging by the way they're playing, and still losing an attack against Bedroom even.
I mean, they're going for a snowmobile only take right now. That doesn't.
Oh.
That hasn't. Oh.
You forgot to shoot out the glass. Feels bad. Oh.
What did you
Mav,
do?
what are you doing? That was such that's a classic throw. I was talking about that earlier too, and it just.
K-Stars, what are you doing?
I don't know are they playing drunk today? I don't know what's going on with them. There's just. I don't understand, but I just hope they can get their act together this round because it's not seeming like it, and I think they're gonna have to figure out how to play seriously on Bank because that is like probably their only kill so far, practically.
I don't recall what the Bank, like who picked what map, because I've honestly been paying attention during the ban phase, but
I think K-Star's picked
really. Oh, sorry.
No, I think K-Star's picked this map.
Okay, I really hope that they pick Bank. I really hope that Bank is K-Star's pick, because if this is their pick, then we're gonna see a pretty dominant performance. It's likely on the next one.
At least in their sake, they did kill Sexy Cake early, so that is gonna help. But they still got Cyber. Now they just killed Cyber as I say that. Caster's Curse. So actually, K-Stars could make this work, and they get another one. Mauve actually getting a kill despite his C4 whiff.
Looking like K-Stars is saying we're not gonna get 5-0'd right
nope,
now.
This is a Thatcher having to try and clutch against 4 here. One of them a little low, but he's still got to pick up this diffuser right in their line of sight. Give away his position. So I'm being told by Monk this is Nox's map pick.
So, Nox's map pick? Oh, okay. In that case, this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, oh, that...
You know, getting the last pick onto the final Nox player. And that was an interesting attack coming out from Nox. I mean, not an interesting attack. It was a weird attack. Now, so far on this map, they showed a really dominant performance and a good understanding of the map Chalet. But going into that particular round, they set themselves up for just a snowmobile take. And that usually does not work. You need to apply some pressure elsewhere on the map. Other than just simply smoking and planting behind a Montaigne.
Yeah, well, maybe they decided that with the 2 Miro windows on that wine cellar side that they didn't want to push from car garage, even though Thatcher kind of was. But yeah, it really didn't work, and they lost a lot of individual gunfights, and that kind of cost them. Now they are going back to the bedroom, which now K-Stars are going to be a little more prepared for, right? Because they're going to have some idea why they lost that. So this could be a situation where we could start to see a comeback from Keed.
Yeah, and we could, exactly. We could see a Keed, come back from Keed, and it'd be really nice to see that. Now, since Keed, they might not be expecting this necessarily, because it is kind of a throw out, like a mix-up pick, and it could be that Keed weren't expecting to go upstairs the second time. However, they're going to be aware of how to handle an upstairs take this time, and that could work to the deficit of Nox here, and put them in a bad position, because, I mean, an upstairs pick is only usually successful because the other team has no idea what to do there. Now they've dealt with, the Keystars dealt with an upstairs pick once, and they're going to have an idea, at least a concept of what they're doing.
Yeah, I would hope so.
Also,
But,
Cyber got an ace on this last defense.
That's true, so that was an oddball round.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't bring the Montaigne this time, right? So that's already a good change from that. So.
Yeah, not bringing Montaigne to an upstairs. I mean, he's not especially useful in this instance. If you're gonna try and plant behind a Montaigne from like balcony, for example, you're likely to get C4'd from a Valkyrie underneath. But there's not a lot of useful situations for him to be applied here. Only just now getting the default cam.
That's not a good start.
Into the round. You can see him shaking his head. He's like, "Damn, why didn't we get that?"
Yeah, he's already taken a little bit of punishment for it as well.
Bomb located by
Oh
attackers.
man, yo, I actually had a chance at I think it was the last invitational, or the only invitational. I got a chance at the invitational to talk to a lot of these Brazilian players, and they got to play using my setup. And
oh, you're
they
like
were
the way you use it?
Yeah, the way my sensitivity is, and you can see here they play with very high sensitivity.
Very high.
And I play with pretty low sensitivity. I think my 360 inch is like 26 inches. Oh wow, nice pick from Moringa. I can barely make out his name.
like the cell phone tower.
Cell phone tower, yeah. Cell phone tower has actually been finding use in the Pro League
That's good.
as of recent.
Well, especially with Glaz in play, right?
Yeah, and it's in the past it hasn't been used very much. But anyway, these guys play with crazy high sensitivity, and they were amazed that I could actually move my mouse with my low one, and I was amazed they could hit stuff with their high one.
Yeah,
it's really interesting to see the mixed culture with the majority of Brazilian players using that high sensitivity. And now you can see here,
K-Stars, yeah.
They understand what's going on going into this attack strategy, and they only have one player left to deal with.
Oh, Sia though trying to bring something back, but he's got to find two, and it's a Blackbeard and Glaz. You know, this is not the best position to be in. They know where he's at. Like they know he's rotating around. Blackbeard just matching it. But he gets Blackbeard though. All he's got to do is find Glaz, who's low on health. This could happen. Sia could 5-0 or 5-1 this right now. K-Stars have to plant. Mob's gonna give himself away, and Sia does it. Sia takes it. The clutch there. He's someone who hadn't been doing a lot, but he really showed up that round.
Legend.
He got a C4 kill, then comes up and kills 3 or at least 2. I mean, it's just wow.
Man.
And the Keystars were on such an advantage right there, and they had 2 strong attackers left. just threw
They
it.
had every advantage. They had everything going their
Wow.
way, and then Valkyrie was just like, "Nah, dog.
Nah.
Sorry." Sia's
Wow.
just nah. Oh, Vapo said it perfectly. Sia, more like see ya. That was fucking beautiful, man.
Right?
Thank you for that, Vapo.
Yeah.
But oh my god, now we're going straight into the next match, and I really, for Keithstar's sake, you told me for sure. So we're going into Keithstar's pick now, and that is
Yeah.
Bank. Nox, though, you can see by their faces they are feeling hyped.
Oh
as
yeah, and
fuck,
that's
dog.
good going into
They're
bank.
like, let's go, bro.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go. And I mean, Keystar is going to be a precarious position going into this. I mean, mentality-wise, Nox Gaming, they're just ready to go. They're revving on all cylinders. They're sharp as a blade, and you can see that they're excited to go into this next match.
I'm
So
excited
it's
with them
gonna
going
be-
to this next match.
I'm excited. Yeah, I mean, we could see. I think it would be the third 10-0 in Pro League history if we get the another 10-0 here.
Oh no, they got 1 point, so it'd be like a 10-1.
No, that's right. It would be yeah.
So
it'd be
close,
10-1.
though.
Oh well.
next time. I mean, this is surprising though. So Nox is someone that I had assumed was not top 4. Like just based off of my rankings, based off of what I'd compared from preseason
Right.
matches between teams, Nox was someone that I didn't rate as highly. And they showed last week, and they're showing this week, depending on how K-Stars is playing this, that maybe they are a top 4 team. Maybe they are ready to take this to the next level. They won Bedroom twice.
I mean, dog, fam, brethren, dude. Obviously, Keithstars has no fucking clue what they're doing on Chalet.
Yeah.
Like that was apparent. They I don't know if it's they don't practice it or it's just a map that doesn't vibe with them as a team, but they just didn't know.
If that was a
And
throw, they
then-
made it look less obvious this time at least.
But then why would you be throwing
Right?
your
In-
make it or break
in-
it match?
yeah.
Like if they lose here, they're donezo.
Yeah.
Like this is it. This is their chance to remain in the Pro League. So it wouldn't be a throw. But not knowing Chalet and then stacking on top of that the fact that Nox Gaming is bringing them to 2 master bedroom defenses. That's a lot to consider, as well as there was some really fantastic performances coming out from the players of Nox in general. Like each and every one, 3 of the players specifically, there was Sia, Cyber, and who was it? I can't remember the third one, but 3 of the players on Nox, like they dropped aces, they dropped 4Ks, 3Ks consistently, and it was, we just didn't see any of that coming out from Nox. Coming out from Keithstars rather. Here's that first 3K from Sexy Cake
So
to
nice.
set the mood.
Yeah,
that
really
was
set
actually
the mood.
Sorry, that was from 6 Cake on Nox, and yeah, it set the mood for their team going into the rest of the map.
It was just, it was really, really good play from them.
It was Sexy Cake. Thank you, Chaka. Yeah, he was the third man out.
Even Lipizord getting some kills, Sia getting kills at the end. Like some of the other Nox guys got a chance later on, but it was definitely very focused on Sexy Cake and Cyber at the beginning. Now they lost Sexy Cake and Cyber earlier in that round, and I thought it was going to be over because of that, but Sia just this play right here, getting a Blackbeard right there is not easy, right? Because you've got to try and get around that shield and deal with the whole shield issue. But he made the pick, and then he plays this roam back and forth and just holds an angle that I don't think Glaz was ready for there.
No, it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's not interesting at all. It really just comes down to the fact that that Glaz was super lit. And again, at land, there's very little Peeker's advantage. It still exists, but there's very little. So in most situations, a lot of people, I'm sure, when they were watching that Glaz peeking the Valkyrie, they were like, oh, the Glaz is going to get this kill. He's got that super powerful rifle. Valkyrie's standing still. Glaz is the Peeker. But when both players have 15 ping, it's like, it's not that bad. So, yeah, I mean, high rate of fire gun onto a 1 HP player, of course you're going to get the...
And the MPX is a fairly controllable gun, too. It's not very strong, but it's fairly controllable.
Compared to every other gun in the game, it's got, like, no recoil at all.
Yeah, and it just is a weak gun that you need to land headshots with normally, but against the Glaz, that low HP... I mean, I'm surprised it worked on the Blackbeard, but not surprised that it worked on the Glaz.
Oh, man, they're going to put us on another break? Dude!
They need to check in with K-Stars. Are you guys throwing again?
Maybe that's it. I don't know.
Let's check if you guys are high.
Yeah, it looks like we're. Oh wow! I mean, it looks like. Yeah, we're gonna have a 3-minute break, so that's a bummer.
I'll break. I don't know, man. This has been an
Good time
interesting
for
day.
you guys to go get your chips, go
Yeah.
get your salsa, some
I could
water.
do some chips and salsa right now. Jeez.
Dude, I haven't had chips and salsa since I moved to Poland, and
I-
I'm only just now realizing how much I miss it.
I did
'Cause-
nachos once over there, and it's not easy to find tortilla chips.
Dude, yeah, I know. Because the thing is, like, we live in California. And
Yeah.
we get like genuine Mexican nachos.
Oh,
and
yeah,
genuine
I just had some
chips and salsa.
yesterday.
Like, I go down to my local my farmer's market, and there's this Mexican operated stand that sells salsa, and it's fucking sublime, and I love it. It's amazing. And then I have my favorite Mexican restaurant, the Island Taqueria in Alameda. That place is amazing.
Yeah.
And I come here, and it's like I try to eat nachos, and it's like there's olives. There's like a tiny slice of cheese.
Yeah.
There's no bean sauce. There's no pico de gallo, even though I don't like pico de gallo. It's like
Yeah.
all this stuff that defines nachos.
Well, there's not even regular cheddar there.
I know. I don't even.
You have to do like white cheddar and Gouda and stuff on it. Like I did it once. It was
Yeah.
still good, but it's not easy. I know you guys don't.
Uh,
Maybe viewers don't understand what we're talking about that much, but it's definitely
We're just-
culture shock
We're talking
in
about,
Poland.
Yeah, we're talking about culture shock. It's like you come to Poland and there's no chips and salsa. And there's no nachos.
But
and you're set.
there's
The
there's
burritos are
ketchup flavored
terrible.
Cheetos.
There's ketchup flavored.
So
there's,
you got
there's
that.
what was it? It was it's you know that stuff you put on top of like deviled eggs, the
Yeah.
seasoning that you put on top of deviled eggs, the
Uh-huh.
red shit.
Thanks
Why
for
is
the host,
why is
Cross.
it so hard? Oh yeah, what's up, Cross? How you doing? I can't remember what it's called, but
Yeah.
there's like this weird.
It's like paprika. Yeah, everything's paprika.
Paprika. That's the one. It's paprika. There's paprika flavored chips.
Honestly,
and I, never
I
expected
ate
to
a
see
lot
that.
of those. Like paprika Pringles are not bad, dude.
I didn't like them. I
Really?
didn't like them. I didn't like
feeling it?
those, and I didn't like the green onion chips either. I
Yeah.
didn't like either of them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
tried
about the
them,
green
and
onion
they're
chips.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's paprika everything, dude. It's crazy. They're nuts about
mostly
paprika.
I miss nachos though,
Yeah.
mostly. Chips and salsa I could totally do. Technically, you get some tortilla chips and some salsa easy. But,
Yeah.
But I can't get real nachos here. And I mean, I could make some, but it would be difficult to find the right ingredients. And because I used to I used to go down to my Mexican restaurant. I went there for 7 years, and the one thing that I got consistently was nachos no pico de gallo. It's my favorite thing in the world. Fuck, man.
Are you still living on KFC half the time?
No, I mean I get it when I forget to go out to buy food. That's what
Yeah.
I do. But I'm mostly living on a diet of like eggs and bread. So like I'll cook an egg, put it on some toast with some ketchup, and that's my breakfast most of the time. And like sometimes even my lunch and dinner.
Nice. All right,
I mean,
we're
it's
gonna hopefully
cheap.
get back.
It gets the job done.
Yeah, well, honestly, like my last 3 weeks over there, I ate pizza every single day, and that's all I ate.
Yeah, my last couple weeks over here, last time I was here for season 3, year 1, I could only eat like out of this one restaurant because my card stopped working.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you
I-
had a
I
lot of
didn't-
problems with that.
Yeah, it's my bank, man. It's a huge bummer. So I had to use this website that took PayPal. It was the only delivery website that took PayPal, and that was my lifeline to food. And if I ran out of money in my PayPal account, I would have starved to death because I didn't have any more food or any other way of like paying for shit. It was just PayPal. But now we're going into bank, ladies and gentlemen. We don't see a lot of bank in the North American, European.
No, we've
Pro
seen it a
League,
little
and-
bit more. So in the Pro League for Brazil, and also in Challenger League a bit too.
Yeah, you can see that Knox Gaming, they're still really excited going into this matchup. They did have a 5-1 onto Keith Stars in the previous match, which was on Chalet. Now, Chalet was Knox Gaming's pick, which means going into this matchup, Keith Stars, they understand Bank, obviously, because they forced their way into it during the ban phase. And it's likely that this is going to be a much closer matchup, even if Knox mentally is in the better place.
Yeah, I think Key Stars need to win at least the first couple rounds, or they can. I mean, assuming they weren't throwing the last map.
Anything is possible, but
true.
I overall, mentality-wise, as a player, my experience as a player, I'd have to agree with you.
Well, it's because it's not just for their own mentality, but it's also to knock Knox down a peg, right? You want to put them a little bit on the off foot, make them take some of that confidence away from that 5-1, and make them have to think a little bit more, maybe overthink it, and catch them, with some better stuff they're not expecting. And I think winning some of those early rounds does that. That being said, most of the best teams, we do usually see losing their first couple rounds and then adjusting. Like, that's from Continuum, that's from Era, that's from, not so much from Ominous. They just came crazy, but,
Ominous is they have an interesting formula as a unit, and it's been working for them really well. From Continuum, that you're definitely right, and from Era, they're the sort of teams that they need to figure out their
especially
opponent
Era.
before they
Like,
start
even
winning
when you were
rounds.
back on the team, you guys would still lose the first two rounds of like every
that was our
map.
whole thing. That was our whole thing, is that we would lose the first couple rounds, and then we would start our comeback. It
Every
was something
time.
we actually relied on it. We expected it.
Yeah.
And it didn't hurt our mentality when we were going into a round and we were losing the first couple, like 3 rounds. We were like, no,
Yeah.
I mean, this is what happens. This is what we're
I
used
started
to.
expecting it too and just relying on that. Oh, they lost the first 2 rounds. That's normal. They're going to take
They're
this
called
after that.
vertical gaming now. Someone just
Yeah.
corrected me. Right.
Well,
They're
I'm
actually
still
called
calling
vertical
them
gaming.
Era because of
I
the
mean,
references to earlier. But yeah, they're vertical gaming now.
Let's recap. They went from Lit to Orbit to Orgless to Most Wanted to Era to Orgless to VG.
Yeah. And that's not to mention some of the players, coming in from other teams and things
You
like that as
can't-
well.
You can't hate for a guy mixing that up. Come on.
They
Like,
need
I
to just
know-
switch to question mark and just stay with that.
Yeah, let's just change our name to question mark.
Yeah, or do like some Prince kind of thing. The team formerly known as Too Many Other Things to Say.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
But,
they definitely have trouble with that.
They've gone through some changes, and it's confusing sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I do hope they stick in it. If we lose both Continuum and Vertical Gaming from the LAN, that's going to be confusing. Like, I'm going to not know what to think about going to LAN.
Honestly, I wouldn't be.
Because it looks like
surprised
it could be Ominous and Elevate, but at least there's 3 this time, right? Not just 2.
I wouldn't at all be surprised if Vertical Gaming gets knocked out.
But who does
I
it
don't
leave as
see
that
it-
third place team, though?
Well, I don't see it as likely, but I wouldn't be surprised.
But I mean, if they are, who do you
Hang
think
on,
could take
hang
that
on,
third place
hang on,
slot?
hang on,
Okay.
hang on. Let me send you a message. So we are apparently not getting straight into the match. We did see, I think, a map rundown, like, of the bomb sites, but they didn't actually put us in the map. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe it was a rehost, some sort of mistake that happened. Maybe they were on the wrong sides. I don't know. You there, Hamza?
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting to see if wait, so who is Vertical Gaming playing next?
I would have to take a look at the bracket. Let's do that, though, since we're waiting for we're waiting for this to start. Let's take a look at the North American bracket. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. So taking a look at the North American bracket, we have... Oh, that's right, the playoffs. Okay, so they're up here. So it's going to be Ominous versus Flipside, and there's going to be Elevate versus Vertical. So Vertical's going to go against the team that went against... that knocked Continuum out of the Pro League, Elevate, and... then it's going to be, Ominous versus Flipside, and then we'll see what happens. And this is going to, basically the way this is going to work is, it's going to, the teams that win from those 2 playoff brackets are then going to go on to the final bracket in the playoffs, and they're going to play against each other. And then that will decide the first place team will be the winner of that bracket. The second place team will be the second place team will be the loser of that bracket. And then the third, fourth will be decided by the teams who get to play against each other down here in the playoffs. As far as the Latin American bracket goes, right now it is exactly what we're spectating right now. Is we are looking for at the moment the 2 teams that are going to be coming out of this respective blackout. So we have so far, was it Black Dragons? No, that's not it. That's not what it is. Yeah, we have Black Dragons in V3 and Pain. Apparently, Pain hasn't been moved up into the bracket, but I think Pain, the way it's going to be working, is going to be playing against Black Dragons in the playoffs. I know it's a little confusing that they're here, but they're going to be there. And then Black Dragons is going to be playing, or sorry, not Black Dragons. And then the team that we see who wins this matchup will then play against V3 in the playoffs. And then they'll do the same thing where they'll go into the
defuse as many bombs as they can.
the final round of the playoffs. I'm sorry, this has been a really long, strung out, convoluted explanation. They'll go into the final match of their playoffs, and they'll decide who's first and second place, and third place, fourth place, respectively. Now we are finally getting back to the match, and we can actually talk about what they're doing here. And they have selected Heller's Archives as the first bomb site. This is uncommon on there.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good secondary one, but definitely not a great primary one, especially compared to the defensibility of that basement. It's one where, for example, Glaz doesn't get a huge advantage, but he sure does on this particular site. I mean, especially on those windows into the lobby. So it's, I don't know, it's an odd choice to start with, to say the least. But, I mean, Nox defended bedroom, so I guess we'll see if, I mean, this is not their pick, right? This is K-Star's pick, so I'm not sure if they have the same strats, like same level of strats that they had on Chalet, or I don't know. We are seeing no Glaz from lineup, though.
Yeah, no Glaz from the Keat Stars lineup. They are not bringing Glaz nor Montaigne. Kind of an old school setup going here. Only difference really being the Habana, but for the most part, this is an age-old tradition of a attacking lineup. On the Nox lineup, we are seeing the mirror coming out, and that might be why they opted to go for that upstairs defense first, as they might have put a lot of faith into that mirror, into those mirror windows being put to good use.
Now, they are not bringing a buck, but they are bringing a sledge. So, if tradition continues, I would expect the sledging of that CEO room floor if they get in there and take control of that top floor, which is, of course, what they are defending, that top floor to defend the floor below it. And you see already Sexy Cake in there whiffing on that drone.
He's rocking that P90.
Yeah.
He's got it going on. I mean, P90s, a lot of people give it a lot of hate for being a low damage weapon, but at this level of play, if you can hit those headshots consistently, it has a higher rate of fire, I believe.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, see, that is why people don't like the MP5 or the P90 though. If he had an MP5 in that situation, because he was hitting chest shots, he would have killed that Ash and not have been traded back.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, the low damage is just not working out for him.
And he's probably not going to get picked up here, as there are two people down. And there's a finish off on Hugzord, and there's the one on to Sexy Cake. They are getting their guy back up, so that wasn't really worthwhile trade. Now they've got control of the top floor, so it's not looking
good. That's a really good start for Keat Stars, who were at the deficit, like severely defeated in a 5-1 on the last map. One minute left on the clock, though, and all Nox really has to do is just hold the site.
Yeah,
I mean, only is so much pressure coming from Keat Stars going into the site itself.
Obviously, they can attack it from above pretty crazy, but they're really just droning instead, not taking control much of lobby or the side there where the hallway for the stairs is. But at least they're droning to get some idea what's in sight. Now they can start attacking from above, but they need to start pinching from below, as the diffuser's not even in anyone's hands yet. Looks like it's up on the roof. 30 seconds, pick up that diffuser. Oh, there, I like those little splats of those discs right on the window there, forcing Lipsword to push back into a bad spot. Cyber, though, slowly trading it out, gets one onto Mav, but he gets taken down. Now it is all on these last two defenders, Cyber and C, to try and do it. No, we've seen them clutch before. Cyber already starting to, but he gets traded from behind by that Habana. It is all down to Valkyrie to fight three. Good start for that Sia trying to do this. We have seen him clutch before, but he's now fighting two in this room alone. And he's going to get pitched. Nope. He's going to stop them from planting. Just barely that thermite. Sia!
That's the second amazing clutch coming out from Sia, putting his team in what should have been a first-round deficit into a first-round advantage.
Oh.
That's amazing.
Man.
He's the big guy with the long hair, right?
Yeah, I think so. And he's just definitely
I think that's
feeling good.
They didn't label him for us, but if you recall when he clutched that as the Valkyrie last time, he stood up and he was like, "Woo, let's go!"
Yeah.
And I don't know if that is Sia, but if it is, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, Nox lost that first round in every way possible strategically. That was they lost it. Like,
I mean, they were down to site defenders pretty early on.
Yeah. They put two players upstairs to roam and hold and try to deny that upstairs pressure, and they got picked off without doing any work at all.
Yeah, just taking Ash to
then-
half health.
Attackers have discovered the
Yeah, and then the attacking operators were then free to start picking off the site players one by one, and they did just that. And then Sia's just like, nah, it's our round, sorry.
Yeah.
And this is interesting as well. We're looking at K-Stars. They're defending Teller's Archives as well instead of the basement. Both of these Brazilian teams seem to favor
10 seconds
the
remaining.
upstairs bomb site to the downstairs one.
Yeah,
Which
it's
is
definitely
just
different.
something that we
5
don't
seconds.
see that at all in North America or Europe.
No, they definitely dislike doing Teller's Archives.
Use the bomb.
So I gotta wonder if that last round came down to the diffuser being on the roof, causing them to go for frags, which is what gave C the opportunity to trade those by just playing smart on site, because they were more desperate to get those frags at the last second rather than trying to get a plant down. And so I think that probably factored in a little bit into their losing. That and good play from Sia.
Yeah. That was a fantastic clutch from him.
Yeah. They gotta feel bad for leaving that on the roof, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing that in my chat too. I'm like, they left the bomb on the roof.
Right.
That's actually, I think that's the second time we've seen that in the Brazilian Pro League today. Earlier, we saw Kane versus Dex. Dexterity actually lost a round and thus the matchup in general because they left the diffuser on
Yeah.
the first floor.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
mistakes were made.
at least it's not as bad as planting on a hatch, but it's close.
Oh god, yeah. Okay, Stars with an early C4 on
nice.
Hugzord 1.
Yeah. That is the Montaigne down, though, so that is what you want to do with a C4, if you can. But there's a Jackal,
Yeah.
interestingly. We haven't seen a Jackal yet today. Not sure if that'll make a difference.
How much use does Jackal have in Pro? What is this pick?
I do not know. I mean, there's a lot of roam play, to be fair, on this map, but
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, you're right. To be absolutely fair to the team, there's a lot of roaming going on, and they know there's going to be a lot of roaming going on when they're defending an upstairs bomb site.
Oh.
However, that's what drones are for.
oh! Yeah,
Nice
that's
pick
exactly
from
what you're
Julio
for.
on Sexy Cake.
There we
And
go.
Sexy Cake. Oh boy.
K-Star's
Another
coming
pick
back
from
again.
Attack.
Now that is
Yeah.
the Montaigne, the Thermite, and the Jackal down, and there goes
Oh!
one more. The Habana. It is all down to Galaz. Good luck on this against 5, and just barely lost half
It's-
the health on Jaeger.
It is Cyber, though. It is Cyber. You know, he's done some pretty clutch plays in the past. It's entirely possible he's going to make this work for him. Gets the first pick.
Oh, no clutch
Nope.
from Cyber this time.
Nope.
But
So K-Star's throwing it down and being like, you know what? We know how to play bank. We're not
well, they could
as
get the
dissimilar."
frags, but they just couldn't actually stick any kind of plant last round.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this would be a 2-0 deficit if it weren't for I'm sorry, if it weren't for Sia.
Yeah, definitely.
So
I mean,
K-
we're gonna see
K-Stars
downstairs
in-
now.
Yeah, finally. This is really weird that both of these teams opted for an upstairs defense before a downstairs one.
I mean, there is always the thought that, hey, you go on your off foot first, so that if you lose it, it's not a big
Protect your
deal.
bombs from being defused
But
by
it's
attackers.
like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
But when both of the teams are going upstairs,
Right?
then it's not the off foot, it's the predictable, it's the commonplace.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think it necessarily applies in this circumstance, but you're definitely right. I mean, bringing a team to a site that they're not going to expect, like for example what we saw on Chalet with those master defenses coming from Nox, it works for you the first time. Sometimes not the second time though. They almost lost. If it weren't for Sia, and I feel like I say that a lot, but if it
Yeah.
weren't for Sia, they would have lost their second master defense.
Yeah. Not that it would have mattered that much at a 4-1 at that point.
Yeah,
It just
no,
would
they
have
had,
been
they had a
4-2.
complete advantage.
We are seeing the Caviera again. We haven't seen it, I believe, yet from these two teams, but we did see it earlier quite a bit from Santos and I think from Payne.
Attackers have effectively
So.
located a bomb and defused
Yeah, Brazilian Pro League overall, they tend to go for those odder operator picks, and on the Caveria, I can understand somewhat. Jackal,
Yeah, I mean, you saw him. He
Jackal-
did face check, right? He got killed
Yeah.
trying to face check that closet.
Well, the thing is, I understand why you would bring him,
the diffuser.
but I think you're wrong. Like, I would still say
I
you're
still
wrong.
disagree with it.
Even if you're thinking, like, even though I understand your mentality is you're trying to hunt down the roamers that you know are going to be there on an upstairs defense, I'd still say that's the wrong choice. I
Yeah,
mean,
and we saw it not work
he-
out.
there-
So
what are drones and teammates for? They are for droning the area out and telling you what you need to deal with. Jackal doesn't even do that. I don't know. Whatever. It is what it is.
Swapping mag.
Now we're at 1-1, and there's already a minute left
or a minute off the clock for Keith Stars.
But they are at least
They've made a
pushing
little
in.
bit of
Like, you at least
progress.
have Intact
Yeah.
in the building trying to hunt down this Caveira. So at least they're making some progress. But though, unfortunately, I don't think they've found Caveira yet. And they've got the diffuser on the roof again.
Yeah.
If they leave it there again, I'm just going to facepalm so hard.
I'm
You'll
sure
probably
they
hear
won't.
it.
They'll pick it up this time.
Yeah, I would hope so. I
Sure.
mean, but it's still like the problem is when you leave that like that, that shows that like you don't necessarily have someone set up for that plant yet, right?
Oh,
Like, you don't have the
dude.
strat for it. Oh,
Oh, there goes Sexy Cake on that Cav. You know, honestly, Cav is a good operator, sure, but I don't know.
you've got to
Yeah,
burn
it's
up
a
at
weird
least
thing.
time for it, right? You've got to at least distract them long
Yeah.
enough to burn up time, or come for that
Okay.
really late flank when they're trying to plant.
Yeah,
Oh.
okay, there's 1 minute left on the clock, and sure, there's a man deficit for Nox, but the bomb is still on.
2-man
the roof.
deficit now, though. Yeah, but why is it still on the roof? There's a minute left. Now they're just now opening the hatches to
There's
plant
no
in the basement.
operator. There's no attacking operator on the roof right now.
Now Julio might change that. I think Julio's got the
got
defuse
it,
now.
Got it.
All right,
Yeah.
so minute left to get down here, though. They just got the hatches open. Pressure's coming down. Looks like Mauve taking down Sia, though. Not going to be a clutch from him this time. It's down to Lipzor and Cyber. Cyber maybe could pull some stuff off here, but we haven't seen a ton from Lipzor. He's just going to be not trying to play the site now. We have seen Smoke played by Cyber do pretty well, but they've got to make maximum use of this, but Lipzor not going to be doing so. He already down. They're going to go for the plant now. Doesn't even look like Smoke's going to be able to delay this. He gets pinched from both sides. An easy kill. He takes down Moringa, but it doesn't matter as he gets hit from behind by Mav. And an easy pinch there, despite leaving the diffuser on the roof till literally the last minute. Still managed to win it.
So, Keith Stars, 2-1 now, and you could say mentally 3-1 because I'm sure even though they lost that first round, they must have been thinking to themselves, nah, we won
We
that
got
first
this,
round. We just totally threw it by not having the diffuser. So overall, it's going in the favor of Keith Stars on this bank match, and it is definitely indicative of the fact that they understand how bank works.
Yeah.
This is not Chalet. They know how to play here. They know what they're getting themselves into, and it's working out for them tremendously.
Now we'll see how this Montaigne gets used in trying to push this because they know it's going to be the basement, right? Because both teams won their upstairs defense, right? So
Right.
they got to know it's going to be coming down here, so they have a plan for this Montaigne. It's not just a mispick. But the question
I'll be
is,
right back.
is he going to be used to push down, you know, for example, into the servers? You could have him push garage. You could even potentially go for vault drop if he's able to get into vault and block it out. But I don't know. This is looking a little iffy. Defenders, however, are bringing a pulse. What we do see a lot of times with the pulse is him hanging out in that gold vault that you see right there to be able to see into when people are pushing in to the servers. And you see the interesting strat of like opening up the wall just above the mirror thing, you know, crouching, put the mirror, and then shoot above it. So that could help. I would be interesting to see if that works out. See if Cyber is going to be. We haven't necessarily. I don't think we usually see Cyber on that roll on the glass, and then Thatcher from Sexy Cake. This is not necessarily the lineup I would expect for attacking the basement. You know, a Montaigne and a Glaz. I mean, it can work, but it's just this is more of like a different kind of take lineup, I would think. So
Sorry about that. I'm heating up some chicken.
yeah, you gotta heat up that chicken.
It's
Hopefully.
interesting that Unit has this mirror window facing the garage. It's not very often that you'll see an attacking lineup pressure the garage in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, we see a lot of them just hang out sometimes in the garage, like with a Jaeger, for example, crouched and like facing the car where it comes into the garage, and then just rotate back. But dedicating a whole mirror window to it seems like overkill for the utility, especially when there's probably better uses for that.
Yeah, I was about to say there are some much better places that you could be putting a mirror window.
See you on the other
And there it looks
side.
like that's nice. They have a claymore for each of the hatches that they're going to be opening up on this attack. And the attack strat from Nox Gaming is something we don't see a whole lot of. It looks like they're trying to come from the stairs and the drop downs exclusively, not going for that server, which is the most commonly attacked site or area of the map for attackers going into this basement.
Yeah, when I was talking earlier while you were gone, I was saying, like, I guess they could go for a vault drop, for example, from that Montaigne and maybe block off some of the vault from a rotate so they don't get pushed from behind. But it still seems like a risky play dropping down potentially right into their fire. You need to drone it and know exactly what you're dropping into.
And the good thing about it, though, is that there is, for example, a Jaeger playing behind server right now from Beat Stars, so there will be a man deficit if you just push yourself straight into the site. And it looks like it's working for them right now. At least Montaigne has pushed his way into the vault. But he doesn't know about the player behind him.
Oh, there goes Lipsword actually getting 2 kills there. Hogs are the only one being dropped. There's another kill to Julio. Lipsword coming back, making up for last round. Does get down, but Sexy Cake there to pick up the trade, and it is actually going in their favor. It's all down to K-Stars, who gets picked off by the glass. He didn't have much health left anyways. That was a nice attack. That was, I mean, maybe that was down to some mistakes by K-Stars.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a huge mistake from Kate Stars. I mean, when you see the Hibana opening up just exclusively the elevate and Teller's drop down, you need to call for your team, adjust, move yourself back into the back end of the site, and there was still a Jaeger in the server when they were dropping down the drop and pushing their way in through vault. So it had only 3 players compared to Nox Gaming's 5 attacking in a position to stop that push. And because of that, they had man advantage going in and got those picks down, and then once the last 2 players were coming into support, it was a 5 versus 2. Or sorry, 4 versus 2 as the Montaigne did get picked off.
Yeah, I mean, he tried. I'm not sure the Montaigne was really necessary in that attack. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it worked in the end, and that's all that matters. It is a 2-2, really. Despite all the fragging happening most of the time from Keat Stars, it's still tied. So these clutch situations, these little moments are working out for Nox. They don't necessarily seem like, they seem like they know what they're doing, but they also are still pulling off stuff they probably shouldn't be.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So I don't know. They are still bringing a pulse for defending that. I mean, they're back to the bomb site in the middle again. So.
Sorry, I totally. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sweet. I accidentally muted myself.
I've done that. It's worse when there's a delay for 4 minutes and you don't find out. You know, like you find out and then there's an entire round uncasted. That's fun.
Yeah.
So they do have looks like they have batteries, but they're not putting them on the mirror windows from the looks of it. They know to attack down here, and they are definitely putting pressure on already, which is good. There's only 40 seconds into the round. But they still look like they haven't taken control of this top floor yet. They're still pushing it, but there's so many drones out from K-Stars. Like, they're definitely not face-checking this.
See those drones? Yeah, see, that's why you don't need
Yeah, that's why you didn't need Jackal.
They're establishing complete information on the upstairs floor with those drones, and they don't need any special ability to do it. And that leaves them open to pick other operators that actually have utility and can help them influence the round.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Jackal had a pretty good gun at first, but it's been nerfed since, so...
I mean, okay, operator picks have not been based on, like, the gun for a long, long time.
No.
They really haven't. I mean, it used to be that was the case. We would see, like, a Twitch, for example, back when she wasn't useful at all. We would see a Twitch come out just because the team wants to use her for mods. But teams don't often do that anymore.
I like how Sledge gets shot, doesn't even know where it was from. He's like, where did that even come from? Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Ashe in some ways is kind of like that. It still has utility, don't get me wrong, but, like, her gun and hitbox are a big part of why she's picked, too.
What's your count right now? Mine's 119, 118?
I'm a couple seconds ahead. I'll pause for a second.
Alright, tell me where you are.
And 110.
Okay, past that.
Okay, well,
Here, I'll pause for you. 1-6, 1-6.
Close
1-6
enough.
for you.
I'm 1-2.
1-2? Oh god, well I shouldn't have paused. Nice pick from Moringa.
Nice.
Onto Sexy Cake though. Sexy one tap onto Sexy Cake. Almost gets the pick on Amira, but she manages to slip away.
Looking to find some angles down. They're definitely doing this top-down attack that they should have been doing previously. Intact manages to get Cyber down. That's good, though. But Hugzord trades it. And the trades are going back and forth. Mav gets taken down trying to work the floor, actually. Nice angle there from Pulse. Sia doing some work. It is actually a 2v2. This could go in either favor. K-Stars, though, trading it off down to a 1v2. And Hugzord's very low health here. They're going to be putting pressure on him from both sides. Potentially, no, it looks like he's actually rotated to a weird spot here. They're going to go for the plant finally. They didn't leave it on the roof this time. So, wow, nice use of the mirror window there. Actually getting killed. Now they know where he's at. Moringa's going to be able to do something about it, but does delay the plant at least, but there's still 13 seconds left. Hugzord's going to have to rotate a long way around to try and stop this. Diffuser's already down, though. The question is he going to catch Mav off guard before the diffuser runs out? But it doesn't matter. Mav catches him. And that is another win for K-Stars, giving them a slight advantage now by 1 point.
Good round from a good round from K-Stars, and you saw there the Sledge. He opened up the floor, looking down onto the site, and he didn't actually. I don't think he got any kills from that position.
No.
He forced the defensive operators into positions that then allowed his teammates to get the kills for him. He even died trying to peek into the floor, but he did so much work just by opening up the holes in themselves.
Yeah, I mean, he also has grenades too, which could help clear out some things down below, assuming he doesn't hit the ADSs. So
Be back.
we'll see if Nox can bring this back. I mean, even if they don't bring this back, they're showing pretty strong play still after winning 5-1 first map. So even if they have to go to third map, it depends on who picked border or who wants border, really, to determine who could be going home with the W. We are back down to the basement. Looks like they are bringing their same basement attack again, which is that Glaz and that Montaigne. Now the question is, are they going to go for that vault drop again? We saw them just almost winning that vault drop more off of luck and the fact that no one was expecting it. The fact that they're going to be expecting.
Hang
I
on
mean,
a second.
yeah.
I just have to talk about how reinforcing that drop down in server is terrible. Like, having that reinforced means that your flankers then have no actual possibility of flanking anyone who's coming in through the server, and having it reinforced doesn't even help your hold in server itself. And it's not a good idea to hold server as a defender most of the time. I mean, often if an attacking team wants to take server, if that's their initiative, if that's what they're going for, it will be taken eventually.
Yeah, it usually
Now,
just
you
comes
might
down to
feel that-
smoke at the end of the day, right?
Right, exactly. But having the drop down reinforced is nothing but helpful to an attacking team who's trying to take server. It just straight up denies the flank on the server and nullifies all roamers.
Yeah, that's
And
one of those counterintuitive things that I think is not obvious to a lot of people. As you see, he just walks right into server, like you mentioned.
Yeah, he's in server, and he only has to worry now about being flanked from the server stairs. Doesn't have to think about the drop down at all.
And they are going to bring that glass in. So we're going to see, this is a pretty typical play here, where you see the smokes go out, Thermite goes for the plant, Glass covers him, and, you know, it's easy peasy. So the question is, what are the rest of the people going to do? And are any flanking roamers going to be able to do anything? Or is this just going to be an easy push and all down to Julio on that smoke, trying to stall them off, especially if they can bait out the smoke early. Ooh, intact, though. Interesting position. Trying to jungle it up here, see if he can catch someone going down those server stairs.
But unfortunately, all he has to watch is the server stairs, and all he can
Oh.
watch is the server stairs. Oh,
Uh,
will he get...
Hugzord happened to be looking right at him.
They're looking at each other.
Like, hey, buddy. That head
Yeah,
shield
you
paying
know.
off. I'm glad they
You got
added
a
the head
gun, I
part.
got a shield.
Yeah.
What?
Oh, the shots came down on him, too. But didn't do anything. The shield definitely did its job. He protected his teammate. I'm still not sure what the plan is for this Montaigne, but... I mean, they are in a good position to take this here because Intact's not doing anything, like you said. Ooh, there's Cyber 2 with a nice kill. So that is still at least one smoke down as well, opening up a lot of this wall. Now Montaigne's going to be able to hold this, maybe bait out the smokes, I think is what Hugzord's going to be doing. Once he baits out those smokes, Thermite can go for the plant, and then it's easy win here, unless this Moringa flank, he gets caught by that drone. So this is looking like in Nox's favor here. Oh, that could change things. There we go. Now it's starting to shift the other way. Ash gets taken out by a C4, and then Thermite gets taken down from behind. But Montaigne with the nice revolver shot there. He's going to have to manually finish it, though. There we go. Took a few shots. Hugzord gets the kill there on the Moringa. Still 39 seconds left. If they could just take out the smoke or bait out enough of the smoke if they haven't already, the plant could go down here with their smoke grenades. There's Glaz pushing in very aggressively for a Glaz here. He definitely wants to try and help this plant, and he's going to go for it. Montaigne's going to be here to cover him. Valkyrie has no C4 left to do anything with. He's going to have to try and push this, but Montaigne's there to block it. Plant does come down. Someone gets down upstairs. That is Sia down upstairs, but it doesn't seem to matter much as the plant is down now. And there we go. K-Star's taking down Cyber. That is the Glaz taking down, but the Montaigne's still alive. Julio's going to pick up his teammate here. Montaigne's going to try and just block the defuse here. He can push this red hallway now. And he's going to try and get him during the pickup, but he's just a little too late. Takes down one, but it doesn't matter. He gets traded by Hugzord. It is all down to this Valkyrie to stop this. But where is Sia? He's crawling around upstairs, bleeding his guts out. And that is
this
easy
is
to
over.
fuse.
That was a great clutch by K-Stars, to be honest.
Yeah, they just barely... I think that was down somewhat to the timing, that barbed wire making that difference where he peeked around too slow. Had he caught him picking up the other guy, I think that could have gone completely the other way.
Oh,
It was like down to like literally half a second probably would have made all the difference in the entire match.
it probably wouldn't have been as close if K-Stars left the drop down open. And it could have looked down onto the players in server.
Yeah.
Without a care in the world.
Well, hopefully they watch these VODs after, assuming they speak English, and then...
They won't watch our VODs. They'll watch probably the Brazilian ones, but that's fine. maybe the other caster talked about it. I don't know. Sometimes
Hopefully.
I could be too harsh on 1 point, but it doesn't really matter. We are looking at now a match point. Heat Stars on to Nox Gaming, and this is similar, not completely 1-to-1, but similar to what we were seeing in the last matchup, where Nox Gaming 5-1 against Heat Stars. We're seeing a 4-2 situation, possibly a 5-2 situation.
To be fair, though, I don't think this is over yet. I think Nox can make a comeback here. But even if they don't, you know, they may have some good strats for border. We've seen map obviously seems to matter to Keystars. So the question is whose map is the next one if Keystars win this. But I do think there's a good chance Nox will win one more round at least. Just because despite them losing constantly their gun battles on here and getting killed, they're still sometimes winning rounds. And it's always been kind of close. And they have been a team that sometimes kind of figure out what they're doing wrong. And then adjust. And then we saw them kind of in a situation like that last weekend, so against Black Dragons, which they ended up 2-0ing, so I don't know. I mean, it depends on how K-Stars play this. If they start getting sloppy and leaving the diffuser roof on the roof again and things like that, then yeah. We'll see. They're at least doing a lot of droning, which they've been better about now, not face checking everything. And that's been helping, I think, too. Making sure they have the intel. Because they're not getting caught behind.
Yeah, using your drones is super duper useful. It looks like they're setting themselves up. Honestly, I'm not sure exactly why Moringa is going to be taken from the lobby here, but probably just trying to clear out all the roamers. Similar to what we commonly see on a clubhouse basement defense, where the attacking team will drone out every single crevice of the top 2 floors to make sure that there are no roamers in place to set up a flank.
Well, that's what you do when it's a 5-man on-site typical defense, right? You just clear them, and then you can not worry about it.
That's what you do when it's a basement defense.
Yeah.
So, a map like Bank, where it's easy to stop a roamer coming up from the basement.
Yeah, same with Clubhouse.
Same thing. Same with Clubhouse. Yeah, there's only 2 ways for somebody to get out of the basement. One of them is a ladder, and they're completely exposed. You put a claymore there. It's the end of that flank.
Yep. Well, we're not going to see any flank attempts so far from the Nox guys, so this is looking like it could work out for the K-Stars guys if they can put pressure down sooner rather than later. Now, they're actually opening these with 1:20 left, which is a lot better than last time, right, where they were down to the last minute, just barely getting those open. I assume the diffuser's not on the roof anymore as Thermite has it. Well, I guess it kind of is, but he's making his way in now, so this is looking like K-Stars have enough momentum to work on this. But what's up?
We need to sync the video. People keep asking about it.
All right, where are you at?
I am at 1-6. What are you at? No,
1-2.
don't pause yet. You're at 1-2.
I will pause at 59.
59. All right. Oh, sorry. No. Okay. I am at 54. I will pause at 50. All right.
Okay, 53, 52, 51, 50.
All right, we're good.
All right. So it is now looking like K-Stars could win this here because they have taken down 2 of the defenders, one of which is Smoke, which is very, very important to this defense. They also lost their pulse, which means they get none of that intel on the server push that Smoke would need. So they're definitely in a disadvantage. Hugzord trying to get some advantage here. Both of them whiffing their gunshots actually manages to make it work. So it is now 3-3, but it's still, again, in the advantage of the attackers because of the operators that have been picked. On the defensive side, Smoke's coming out. They don't have a glass to push in this, but Thermite just walks right in. Doesn't try and do the edge plant that we sometimes see. However, Sexy Kick walks in right into Moringa's fire. That is the Hibana taking down, but Hugzord takes down one of the K-Stars members, and that is now a 2v2. Very scrappy gunfights here. Both teams pick each other off. One defender left. Lipsword having to try and finish off the last guy here. Does take down Moringa. The defuse does go down, but it's an easy... What is he doing? What was that? That was one of those moments where you're just like, look at this. They're even laughing about it at this point.
About it, yeah.
I
mean, they won, you know?
Yeah. He's like, what was I doing?
That was funny. So...
that clutch.
Yeah.
All right,
that was
well,
a good round.
they won it. Like I said, I did think they could get at least one more round on the board. Now K-Star's going to Teller Archives, so hopefully K-Stars don't take this, and then we can go into an overtime and see which team can really like slug it out with the most adaptations.
Every time you say K-Stars, I think you're talking to me, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking
Yo, what's
to?
up, K-Star?
We should say Keed Stars.
Yeah,
So no one gets
or Keed.
confused. I've actually had people call me K-Star before, so...
That's weird. I mean, I guess not too weird. But
most people call me Kicks, and it's that simple.
yeah, that makes a little more sense.
But now we are seeing Nox Gaming. They brought it back from their 4-2 deficit, and now they are at 4-3. Now this round, they're going to be defending the upstairs Teller's Archives bomb site. And this is the make it or break it moment. Can they bring it to overtime, or will they be moving on to the third map? Because remember, it is Nox Gaming who won that first map on Chalet, and they're the ones who have the map advantage here.
Yeah, I feel like if they can come back and take this to overtime, there's a chance Nox can win this. Like, I don't mean literally, obviously, mathematically they have to, but I just mean I do think there's a chance they could bring it to 5-5 and then take the 6-5. But, I mean obviously...
Overall, on their Teller's defense, they haven't had a whole lot of luck. I mean, the one round that they did win was because of the clutch. Remember from who was it? It was the Valkyrie player. No, it was Sia. It was Sia who it was. He was playing Valkyrie. And I'm thinking of the wrong team here. I'm thinking of Nox, not Keepstar. So I'm totally mixed up.
I don't feel like this whole like Blackbeard or the Montaigne Glass thing has been working out for them on most of their attacks, other than that vault drop that they just barely succeeded on.
Well, they didn't barely succeed. It was a lack of adaptation and rotation from Keepstars. That's really what it came down to. If you know that the enemy team is going to be attacking one particular area, you need to rotate. You need to make that change. And they just didn't.
I don't know if they're going to try that again, but it does look like they're taking the lobby. Or no, that's right. This is not the basement. So let's see if Yuna's going to be the one to call this out, and then they're going to get some kind of pick if they can rotate down. Do they have people upstairs to try and hit Montaigne from behind, perhaps? That's a real question. Looks like Sia, though, watching some angles there to try and catch anyone trying to rotate around through the square lobby, but doesn't see Mav down there in the utility, the electrical closet. So could make some progress. Oh, there is one roam punished. That is the Jaeger down. Intact, getting taken down by Sexy Cake, who has played such a good Blackbeard against those roamers that we saw on Chalet. The question is this Montaigne going to do anything for them? The Glaz, now, Glaz is great from that outside, but he's also far away, and that means lack of support once they get deeper into the bomb spot. So it's a situation where he's going to have to rotate potentially at some point, unless a lot of picks come out here from the attackers. Interesting angle here from Moringa. They are droning a lot of the site now, so they have some idea where most of the people are positioned. 55 seconds left and only one person dead so far, just the Jaeger on roam. They do have roamers upstairs as well, potentially, but this is definitely looking like not going so much for a top-down attack as a lot of teams do. They're just straight up pushing into site here, baiting out smokes and trying to go. Blackbeard pushes in aggressively through the smoke, takes quite a bit of damage, but it was worth it taking down Yuna. That Mira gone. Now it is 2 defenders lost, so there's just a Bandit, Valkyrie, and Smoke left against 5. Now that Glaz is outside. Montaigne takes a lot of damage from that smoke. If they can kill Julio, they're going to be in a better position here. Oh, he does almost get picked. Takes a little bit of damage on the Moringa instead. Montaigne going to be putting pressure over there so he can switch sides, but they still have the Mira window to look through. Now he's pushing slowly through the barbed wire. Smoke wasn't there to capitalize on that. Shots come down, almost catches his teammate from behind. Kills his own teammate, but trades back and forth. Brings it down to a 2-2. Glaz is still outside. He cannot support this.
He's down.
Yeah, he can't support it either way. Yeah, he is down. And then, of course, the C4.
The
Bummer.
fucking throw! The
That
fucking throw from Nox. What the hell was that? He killed his teammate, and then one player the Glaz got down, and then it was a 1 versus 2? Like, just like that.
There goes Bank over to Keed. So we are 1-1 here. That is not looking good for Nox, who were super strong on Chalet and super not so strong on Bank. So hopefully Border is something they're a little more prepared for. Hopefully both teams are prepared for it, really. I'd like to see it be a lot closer than that. They're the runaway from blows his feet off.
On a lighter note, my chicken is delicious.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, no, it's tasty. It's KFC. I mean,
yeah, with that, honestly, for anyone who doesn't know, I wouldn't eat KFC anywhere but Poland. It's so good there.
Well, I mean, it might be in some of the better or good in some of the other European countries.
Not
but
London,
in America,
at least.
Terrible.
Yeah, in America
Really?
it's terrible, yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, as far as I know, Poland is the only one I know of specifically that's good. So I could be totally wrong. I mean, maybe it's good in Brazil for all I know.
So, you saw there from Nox, let's analyze that round a little bit.
Yeah.
There was some really great picks coming out from Blackbeard, especially those on that roamer, that Jaeger playing on the stairs. But ultimately, they had the man advantage. I think it was a 4 versus 2. And I think it was Valkyrie's C4 down the Glaz. And then, or no, it wasn't. Hers was the one that was thrown into Teller. So somebody down the Glaz off screen, we couldn't see it. Then the Blackbeard got picked off the Thermite killed the Montaigne, and then it was Thermite versus Bandit Valkyrie, and that was it. That was
Yeah.
like.
I mean, there was a couple mistakes I think that really cost him on that. One is leaving the glass out there, because what happens is, and I think this is why he got downed, he's going to be focused on shooting people downstairs potentially that run out, or people that run out in different spots. He can't watch both floors simultaneously. So it is not hard for someone to come out and shoot him.
This is really important. I've just been informed that there's no KFC in Brazil.
Oh, well, that Sao Paulo finals that was on the calendar, it's going to be harder.
Might not be going there anymore.
Yeah. All right, well, some good replays here. The Sia clutch, this is the one that really saved them. Even that drop shot after, and this is that vault push that worked out for them as well. There's definitely some good rounds for Nox, and that's what we're seeing. And unfortunately, that's mostly going to be the end of seeing good plays from Nox. A lot of the rest of it's going to be K-Stars here. A lot of good kills from them. Although Cyber doing pretty well on that glass. Sia trying to clutch it again. Had he got that kill on Thermite, that would have been pretty good. Sexy doing good on the Blackbeard, and that's something that I think was one of the best things about that round. But then that kill on his teammate from behind. I don't remember if it was him or Thermite that got that kill onto the Montaigne, but that really did not help so much. And that was a big deal on that round. And they really lost that due to a lot of different factors at the same time. And I just feel like they're not adapting their operator lineups to the site. They're really just kind of playing pretty much the same operators regardless of site. And it wasn't working most of the time. And I just think I don't see Bank being a map they have a lot of plans and strats and ideas for. It looks like it's a map they're just kind of running their guys on, the operators they like. It just did not seem like a lot of good strats. So
Sorry about that. I was just trying to like clarify something with my stram.
yeah.
That was a good match. I mean, it's alright. I mean, going into this next one, we've seen dominant performances from these two teams against each other on separate maps. So it's really, I mean, this kind of goes without saying, but let's say it anyway. It's going to come down to who has the better map knowledge. Going on to, is there going to be another avatar, or is this just like a?
So an avatar game. We had the audio on. One of the times they accidentally left the audio on for this.
Is it made by Ubisoft by chance?
Yeah. So that's what this is. Like Ubisoft, or no, I'm sorry, Massive. The people that did the Division. They're using the Snow whatever engine that they use for Division on this.
Right. Okay, well, I mean, that's interesting. I guess I had no idea about that. That's cool that that's happening.
I didn't know about it till I saw it on here, and I was confused whenever I saw this. And then one of the times they left the audio on, and it was in English, and so I actually heard it.
I'm watching this and going like, okay, they're not doing another Avatar movie as far as I know.
Well, they're scheduled to do 2 more.
Are they really?
Yeah, at least according to IMDb. I don't know what the actual scheduling is on that, but I don't know.
Huh. I mean, it's cool, I guess. I hope that they don't try to do this like, you know what they did with Battlefront, where they tried to release the game alongside the movie.
Yeah.
And because of that, they had a rush schedule, and the game turned out to be like content less. You play.
Yeah, it was not so great.
Done. I really hope that doesn't happen with this. If that's the plan to try and come out in unison, then yeah, I really hope that's not the case.
I've been informed the second movie is being filmed, but it's still gets delayed a lot.
That's
so
dope.
I don't know.
That's dope.
At least I'll give James Cameron something for pushing technology when he does those. And then, of course, another South Park game. I actually really enjoyed Stick of Truth, but it's a little grindy for me.
It was dope. I mean, I gave up. I didn't finish it. I never finished it. But
I watched the videos of the ending though. If you haven't seen those, watch those on YouTube.
No. I got to the final phase, and I just one day I stopped playing it, and then I never went back. So I got to the final level. It's like a treehouse or something. And I was just like, yeah, I don't really want to play this anymore because it would, like you said, it's kind of a grind.
Yeah, I mean, the ending though looked worth it though. It was really good. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to this one. I think this will be good.
Oh, hey, apparently there is a Brazilian KFC. I don't know, man. I'm getting mixed information from my chat, dude.
Well, there is some good Brazilian barbecue up here, so.
I've never seen my chat not have one united consensus on an opinion or a belief. That's never happened.
You need to lead them forward on that so they can follow you to either confirming or denying Brazilian KFC.
Yeah, who knows, man? Who fucking knows?
So someone asked, yes, Dex is in the same situation as CTM. Wah, wah.
So yeah, 2 of the teams that we saw at the Invitational
won't be at the finals this season.
I know, and CTM beat
And-
Dex last time, but couldn't hold up
Yeah,
against Ominous and
And this
Elevate.
is because of the way the bracket's set up. Like the current Pro League, it is much harsher, and it requires that each team come to each matchup, all of these matchups. Even if you don't think the team's going to be beating you, you have to give them their due course and respect.
The strategy for
And
this
you
new
also-
system is win every time.
Right. KFC is all around the world. You know what? I'm not even fucking. I wouldn't be surprised if KFC had a KFC in every single country.
They probably
I think
should.
it's like Coca-Cola and McDonald's are everywhere, but I don't know about KFC.
Well, it's not like it's a hard menu, right? Just cook some chicken up.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Coca-Cola is in countries where they can't even feed, like the majority of people can't even feed themselves. So we're seeing now, guys, don't be deceived. We're seeing the map rundown here, but I'm pretty sure that we're not going to see the match for another like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Last
so
time they showed us
unlike
that-
you guys in Poland, they run the flyby way too early compared to when they actually
Yeah.
start. There's usually, like you said, a
Yeah.
bit of a delay.
Cause this just like this gives me this gives me like a softie, and then I'm like, oh no, we're not
Yeah.
playing, and then it just all goes away.
I'm not sure
Honestly,
why
I
they do
feel
it so
like
early.
I don't know, man. It's weird though. Weird. It shouldn't go like that. It should be other ways.
Yeah, it's they do things a little differently, but I think that overall their productions run pretty good, and they have LAN, which is awesome. I'm
yeah,
jealous.
I like the fact that they get to sit down with each other and play. I
Well,
had a
they
guy
also get
ask
to do
me
in-person
earlier-
interviews too.
Yeah, I had a person ask me earlier, why don't we see face cams in the NA and EU Pro League? And it's like, because we're not playing in LAN on the
Yeah.
NA and EU Pro League. Like,
Oh.
that doesn't happen until finals for NAU.
Yeah.
And we are getting into the matchup. We're coming up with a Fuse Fuse Hibana now sledge Thermite Twitch from K-Stars on their first attack. Now Buck. Sorry, I guess they aren't really sure what they're doing. And then
Yeah.
a Smoke Jaeger, Doc, Valkyrie, Rook from Nox, and they will be defending Armory first.
Now it looks to me like they're preparing their attack lineup for a ventilation attack, but they're playing upstairs for. I mean, I don't know necessarily as much about the Brazilian meta, but generally the meta is play upstairs first. So it seems like a weird choice from the attack side to go with a Fuse and a Buck. I mean, the Buck not as unusual because there are good strats to attack from below to try and get people out, for example, from behind that half wall on the A side. But it's still like the Fuse. I mean, I've seen the Fuse useful sometimes. Say, for example, when someone brings a castle, they will throw a Fuse cluster charge on the castle window and then use that to help push people off there.
I'm not entirely sure what their plan is with the Fuse
Yeah.
on upstairs. If I'm being completely frank here, I don't see a lot of applicable situations for a Fuse.
If only he could fuse upwards, right? Stick it on the,
Yeah,
the
right?
ceiling from below.
Remaining.
I like that they're opening the floor there, though, because that is some of the counter to Buck. Is playing with that open and being ready to shoot the Buck when he comes in. I've seen that work quite a few times. So I do like that they're doing that, because when you set that up right and it works, you have a nice counter, and then you can sit back there a little more secure. They are bringing a Frost as well in the defense, and we'll see if that happens to catch anyone. Generally, it doesn't catch people. For the most part, the bear traps end up being more of a delay than anything else.
I have seen the Frost Traps work in Pro League, albeit not often. Just not often.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that the Pro League for Rainbow Six is an all-male Pro League, right? Do you think that they
for
would
defense?
allow a female to
Oh.
compete?
There is one. There's one on Black Dragons. There's a female.
Is there?
Yeah,
Dude,
she's a
that
sub,
is-
I believe, though. Ooh, there's a nice kill early. K-Star's taking
do
down
allow-
one.
As long as they allow it, I mean. That's
No, they allow. There's no rule against that. 100% sure on that, but... Oh, there's that Buck from below we were talking about. Now, he's useful for taking out the batteries. A lot of times we see Ash doing that, but there's no Ash on the attacking side, so it's all Buck's job. But there's interestingly...
I mean, I feel like Buck is the better operator for that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
But it is
he's
good
also
for a
gonna-
quick, run in, just hit the bottom and run out. Sometimes
He's also
with
going to be
Ash.
able to use these grenades to hopefully catch somebody from underneath. He's going to try and he's going to open up the drop with it, which is honestly an interesting decision by the Buck. I mean, maybe using him on the bunker would have been a little bit more helpful, but
Yeah.
all the same, Moringa getting a pick onto Sexy Kid.
So that's two defenders down. That's two of their good defenders too. Sia, who's been good in the clutch situation, and Sex Cake, who's been good on those kills and flanks. And that leaves it down to Cyber, Hugzord, and Lipzord. Hug and Lip, the two Zords, not always getting a lot of kills, but we saw some good plays from them last map. So Cyber's going to need to do a lot of work here as well, I think, to try and keep this in. He is the smoke, though. It's his job to delay, but he's already getting Twitch attacked here. So it's not looking good for the defenders. They are pretty strong. Not getting a lot of use out of that fuse, but he does have his gun at least. This Frost's not going to be doing a whole lot as well. Super 90, not quite the Sniper 90 it used to be.
Oh, I
Attacks.
remember the day.
Yeah. Oh, is he going to catch
You
Knox
remember
here?
the-
Yeah, maybe someday they'll accidentally buff it again. So the wall's going to come open here. The drone catches where they're at. That's going to be bad for them as he's easily taken down from that window crossfire from K-Stars. Mav with the SMG of all things taking him out. Now they are down to just 2 defenders left. Lipsword's pretty low on health here, trying to play as that Rook. There is still smoke left, and he's going to throw one more smoke. That might be his last one. He's easily taken down by Twitch, and then there's the bear trap doing no good as the last defender is taken down. There goes Cyber, and that is a first round win.
It kind of helped, but it was an effort in futility.
Yeah. It was
There was not enough time in the transition between rounds for the bear trap to be of any assistance. Like you were saying though, that was a good attack from K-Stars. They knew what they were getting themselves into. They took control of CCTV. They opened up the A wall. They had a player playing on the window from lockers to put up a crossfire for the players who were advancing through A wall. There was nothing in the way of holding that A wall coming out from Nox. No mirror on the small closet wall. No player playing the angle, and because of that, Keystars just kind of walked into the site and won their engagements, and that was it. It was done.
I mean, it was very clear from watching Keystars. They were playing the meta, the strats, like they were playing it correctly, and then it just the defense, like you said, on Nox's side, not having a mirror window on the office, not even reinforcing the office wall, like just seems like small office rather. It just seems kind of weird.
They weren't playing it. They weren't reinforcing it. They weren't opening it. There were no mirror window. There was nothing going on, and thus nothing to stop somebody from.
And that just left.
There wasn't even a player in bunker. There was nobody to stop Keystars from walking into the A bomb site, and you can't do that.
At least Hugzord trying to make up for it a little bit on this attack round, getting banded early.
You're back.
All right. So we'll see how this goes down. At least it's a good start for them. So looks like we're gonna have Mav on the roam here. See if that can work. I mean, he's still getting cameras up pretty late here, 30 seconds into the round. But, you know, I guess he just hadn't decided where he want to put them yet. It looks like they're playing this a lot smarter in their defense. They're actually using those mirror windows. Looks like just on the wall for right now, which is risky sometimes, but it does work out in your favor if you can manage to hold it. They are taking control of that the security, though, pretty quickly. So apparently, the bandit ran out on spawn, and that's why he got killed. It's not good. They are thatchering the wall. That's good, but they didn't bring a Habana, so they're gonna have to run thermite up to that wall, which is risky when they've got a mirror window on it. They're gonna play against it. I threw a drone and that almost did the 5 damage from hitting him. That would have been pretty funny. But I don't know if that actually caught him or not. I think you can see the drone midair, right? So they probably would have seen it coming at his face.
He's just managing to barely etch his way around these attacking operators who are setting themselves up in positions to catch him. And unfortunately for Nox, that's going to give Mav free reign over this bottom floor. He's going to be able to hunt down this Glaz, or at least engage into a fair fight with him. He's getting droned out now by Nox, but again, he's still in a good position.
Now there's a trade back to Hugzord.
Instack coming up and taking capitalizing on the fact that Nox is so distracted with this Valkyrie, and now Valkyrie again given free reign as Cyber is still trying to figure out where he's pushing.
Oh, and then he gets punished for it.
Yeah. Now Mav was allowed to establish himself onto that angle, looking towards Cyber, and Cyber got caught off guard when he was peeking. Again, the lack of Pinker's advantage coming into play here.
And there goes down one more. Sia getting taken down, and there's Sexy Cake. This is easily Keith's round. Although that Claymore does get one, but that's all that's going to happen here. Is it's 3 versus 1, an easy win there for Julio. This is definitely Keystar's map.
The difference between Keystar and Nox there going into that attack is that Keystar, they understand what they're trying to accomplish when they're taking control of CCTV, moving their way through the A wall. Whereas Nox, they opened up the A wall, but then they had like 3 players hunting roamers and kind of in between, trying to they weren't sure exactly what they're getting themselves into. You saw the Glaz, he was hunting the roamer, but then he went up the stairs, start coming back down, and they're just catching themselves in positions where they are unsure of what they're trying to accomplish, and because of that, they're getting picked off easily by Keystars one by one.
Yeah, I'm not seeing solid strats from them on this. It doesn't feel like they've practiced this well enough. It just kind of feels more like they're pugging it.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's hard. It's difficult to see coming from Nox, given that on the first map we saw a 5-1, I believe it was, and they looked so dominant. Obviously they knew Chalet, that was their map, but now they're struggling to win rounds in the third map. I mean, Bank was, I suppose it was a little bit close, but it was still dominant towards Keystars, and now Border is starting to look similar. A 3-place C4 coming out from Nox Gaming, and unfortunately for them, it is going to be spotted by Keystars. It's likely the sledge will catch that before it has a chance to be detonated.
It's unfortunate. I like the idea, but pre-placing anything where you can't pick it back up is unfortunate.
Yeah. They need to pick on this on this defense. They need to be able to hold Keystars from pushing themselves straight in through the A wall, because that's likely to be what's going to happen. As it is what Keystars is setting themselves up to do.
Yeah, and
they're droning out now underneath that C4. Try and pick it off before it gets detonated. And you can see the Valkyrie cam right on top of it. It's just waiting.
Yeah, we'll see if that pays off. But I don't, like you said, I don't think it will. It'll be hilarious for them if they can pull it off, though.
It's not going to happen. I mean, when you know the C4 is there, you're just going to walk around it, you're going to shoot it. Yeah.
There's that buck we saw before from K-Stars doing his job down below. Doesn't quite get all the batteries, but that's enough to help here. They're going to be forced back. Not going to have Bandit playing any kind of Bandit tricking on that. In fact, he's kind of waiting for his chance to go back in and finish the job. Looks like he just wanted to make sure that there was no payback for doing that. Still got one more battery to get, but it looks like he's more concerned about this hatch. Now he's using grenades on it, which really he could be using a skeleton key. It seems like a waste.
I mean, the reason. Okay, sorry, I answered my question, but the reason he's using that grenade is because he's expecting somebody to be playing behind a mirror there. There is no mirror.
Yeah, you had to have known that from last time.
Mirror. And that's honestly, that's Nox's fault, but at the same time, it's Keystar's fault for not recognizing that, hey guys, there's no mirror on the small office. Plus nobody's playing there.
Well, there should have been a drone to call that earlier on, right? They should know that ahead of time before he gets in the room, so. It's just a wasted utility.
Yeah, the way that both these teams are handling it is kind of weird, but you're right, the grenade should have been used likely underneath Bunker, but it is all the same. He's going to be able to open up all that stuff anyway if he just spends enough time down there.
Yeah, it looks like they are finally droning it a lot, though, getting a lot of the positions on Nox. Still no one killed each other, though. 57 seconds left. No kills have come out, but they are going to start coming out very quickly here. The question is, are they going to trade in the defender's favor, and will Nox finally win a round, or is K-Stars just playing this too solid? So far, Sexy Cake making it look like it could go in their favor, taking down the sledge. We didn't get that awesome C4 kill, but hey, there's at least one kill under that sledge. Now there goes one down on the half wall. Julio takes that one, but it is another one taken down here. Upstairs, it is a 2v3 as I say that. Valkyrie doing a good job from inside the office, and now it is down to just Castle and Valkyrie to try and get these last ones. Lipsword gets taken down, but it's traded by Sia, who also gets taken down, and then Lipsword, of course, dies from bleeding out. And there's another round on the board for Keystars.
I think that's 3-0 now in the favor of Keystars. Again, no mirror window coming into the small office from Nox Gaming. No way to really hold that A wall. They did do a better job of it, though, in this instance, where they actually managed to pick off a couple of the attacking operators as they were coming in, but they traded each other back fairly, and at some point to their deficit. And because of that, the remaining Keystars players were just simply allowed to walk in through the hallway, vault their way into small office, and secure the round.
Yeah, there wasn't enough defense left.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Mirror windows, yes. It's an operator that exists. It's got a good gun. He very much helped in this situation, but unfortunately they're just not making that adjustment. And now, 3-0. I mean, okay. Now this is interesting. Also, Keystars are defending customs, and this is the least defended site, I think, throughout all of the pro leagues.
Yeah, it's not a choice.
I mean, it is an odd choice, but if they can make it work, they can make it work. I remember when Border first came out, everyone was under the impression that Customs was the best bomb site. So, it isn't necessarily a bad one, it's just not something we don't see very often.
There is no mute or bandit though to hold the box wall. And when I say box, for those of you unfamiliar with this bomb site, I'm talking about that room to the far right with the little metal panel in the middle of it, as you can see there on the top down. And it's going to be interesting to see how Nox tries to handle this attack. I mean, they have the Thermite to open up the wall, they have the Montaigne to cover the plant, and Sexy Cake, a nice pick on the map.
I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but that was a nice pick on someone who shouldn't have been in that position when they know that door is shot open.
Yeah, go ahead and guess it's not. Oh!
There we go. Oh. That one.
Ah.
Ooh. Sexy Cake. Yeah, he's bringing it this time. They're really not wanting to be 3-0'd. So there you go. You got to get those default cams, buddy.
That was beautiful. That was a nice shot from Sexy Cake.
If they can keep that up, they can finally bring this back, but I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. It's a good start, though. Taking down a Jaeger and a Valkyrie early on will definitely help. I mean, it's not a smoke or the pulse, you know, someone that has a little more utility like mid-round, but it's definitely going to help.
They are conscious of the fact that Julio is playing behind this CCTV desk, and they're going to start to collapse.
Oh, it's starting to happen. He's pretty low health, and this Glass couldn't finish the job, but that's definitely going to pin him down. He's trying to do what he can. Feels bad for Julio. I mean, this is why would you have a smoke right there necessarily? Like, again, he's going to be better on site with that utility.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision-making process to put a smoke in CCTV, but we'll see if it works out for them. Heat Stars are at a severe man disadvantage here, and HP and overall, smoke being very lit up. But at the same time, Nox haven't made a lot of progress in towards the side.
Oh!
Is custom. Oh, nice.
That was a good shot there by the Valkyrie. I mean, the Mira, taking down the Glass, and then now another shot onto Libzord, taking down the Thermite.
Remember about 20 seconds ago when I said that Heat Stars was at a severe man disadvantage?
Yeah, that's turned around. And there goes Hugzord. Now it is up to just Sia to try and clutch this again. It's certainly not unheard of. Ducks the shots. He is crazy here.
A little bit of mistake there by Sia. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1 full on, and now both of the defending operators are conscious of where he's playing. 36 seconds left on the clock, and he's got to make some progress on down towards the site.
He's got to get his
open up
diffuser
some
too.
sort of avenue. Yeah, and he's got to get the diffuser, which has a camera looking at him. And now they know he's vaulted into the A window. They also have the pulse sensor. They're going to be able to stop him. No matter where he plants through this wall, Pulse will get the shot down.
Oh.
He's got to get aggressive and go for the fifth kill.
Oh, and he runs and throws his back right to Pulse. Not sure he had any idea where he was at. So
4-0 Keith Stars.
This is not looking like this will be a long map.
Nope. It's looking like Keith Stars is going to lock it out. So not the Keith Stars that we were seeing in the first match.
Yeah. Not at all.
Definitely not. They are the overall match comeback kings, it would appear.
Well, again, maps do matter. We are going to see Ventilation Room Workshop this time. Now, I'm curious to see if it's going to be a top-down attack or if they're going to go for a push on the first floor. As I said earlier when we were talking about it, I feel like a push on the first floor has actually been more effective a lot of times than people would expect. And if they leave people upstairs, they don't often rotate down because they're expecting still people to be upstairs. They hold upstairs, and then it's just down to site defenders.
You saw there from Nox Gaming on their attack going into customs. Come on, guys. Customs.
Yeah.
They tried to take control of the entire upper floor, whereas they only needed to control CCTV. That's all they needed to do. Take control of CCTV, open up the freaking drops, open up the floor, plant the freaking bomb. But they tried to take the entire top floor, and because of that, they lost so many people to roamers.
And that's what I feel like happens on the attack for this side as well.
They could have also easily just, as you said, take the first floor. They could have opened up the side front door, the south front door, and then opened up the wall next to the south front door and planted right then and there. Like, it would have been that simple, but they tried to overcomplicate it a little bit, tried to take full control of the upstairs, and it didn't work for them.
Well, I do hope that they don't bother with the top floor for the most part. Maybe send one person up there to kind of mess around with them, but then keep most of the attack downstairs. Because like I said, the people that are upstairs rarely will rotate down till the very last second, and you end up just taking site by killing all the site defenders and just planting. I've seen it time and time again now when people actually feel brave enough to do it.
One of the most useful ways to attack this particular bomb site is to simply open the front door and walk through.
That's what I'm saying, right? I mean, they have castle at least to try and slow things down a little bit, but still, you just walk in half the time.
Yeah.
Those
It
are
does
usually
look like
no
Knox
fun.
Gaming is not going to be letting that happen, though, as they do have 2 players in a good position to stop an immediate plant on the bomb site.
Sexy looking like he's trying to hold this here. There's 3 people pushing at him, though. He's going to be hard hold, and he's going to get droned out by 2 drones easily. He can't hit either of them. And now the both of them are going to have to try and hold this as best they can against 3 attackers who know where they're at. The wall's easily going to get opened. Intact probably going to get a pick on here if Sexy Kate can't flick it fast enough. This hold, that angle hold there from Ash. There we go. Now they know exactly where he's at. Again, there's keep droning it over and over, though. They really want to give their attackers as much real-time intel as possible. That Ash run-in, though, that costs so big. Sexy Kick does get downed, though, and so the Glaz trades it out at least. Now he's going to find Bandit, and they still are losing people in this top floor attack, which is what we talked about earlier, costing them not just time, but also manpower. Now, unfortunately, Hugzor trapped himself in that room there, so Glaz just walks up to him, shoots him in the face. It is all down to the 3 site defenders left. Oh, speaking of which, there's Cyber doing his job on that smoke. He unfortunately throws one and misses. He maybe tried to throw it through a hole. Unfortunately, it costs him as he runs away, gets down in the process. But he could get picked back up here. He's just got to leave a nice little snail trail of blood all the way back to one of his teammates. In the meantime, Moringa's going to run in and get backed up here by Glaz and Thermite. Sia going to be trying to hold this angle here right by the door. And it seems like Julio might know it. He's a little prepared for it. He's waiting for a run out potentially. Now, Glaz also coming through it here. Is he going to get caught up? But he tries to fight 2. Doesn't work. Sia takes down 1, but there is Glaz with a kill. And now it is all down to Cyber versus Thermite. Julio going to have to try and get in there. It's actually looking like they could win this, and they do finally win a round. In round number 5, finally going to Nox. Hard fought.
Yeah, that was well played from Nox. It was a 3 versus 5 at one point. The site defenders, though, the anchors themselves managed to make it work. The roamers, not so much. They weren't very useful, and it could have been a lot less of a close map. So I started with match. I transferred to map, and then I realized I meant round. I don't know what's going on in my head right now, but all the same, wouldn't have been nearly as close if those 2 roamers had managed to put down some work.
Yeah.
However, at the same time, Nox managing to bring it into
Attackers
drum
need to
roll,
locate and
please.
defuse
4-1.
bombs.
So keep sharp. All they have to do is lock this out with a seemingly upstairs hold, and this is well, it's been working for them so far.
They did
so,
change something up, though. They brought a mute this time.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision there.
I think that's not necessarily a bad idea because he has a lot of utility to deny a lot of the walls from being opened, and also the ability to deny drones at the same time, as opposed to Bandit, for example, which they're taking him kind of in place of. Fortunately, we got to do a remake. Not sure what that's for.
Hey, remakes.
They want to
That
delay
is,
this final round.
That is truly unfortunate, but it is what it is. We will be doing a short remake. But it is still, the score is still 4-1 in favor of Heat Stars.
Yeah, still looking like... I mean, obviously, Nox have to win 3 rounds in a row to stay in this. And that's not looking likely. I mean, hey, we had the CTM 6 round in a row come back, and then the next match after that, we had a Vertical Gaming 5 round comeback, so it's possible.
Anything's possible.
Probably not so much from Nox. Looking at them praying right now, warming their hands up or whatever they're doing. They're like, okay, thank God for this remake. It's our timeout. I do feel like, we've talked about this in previous seasons as well, these little timeouts can really shift momentum for either team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it could be that we come back from this timeout, Nox has talked to each other, they're like, all right, guys, this is our moment. We win here, we win all these rounds out, we win 5 rounds in a row, or we go home and we're done with the Pro League. That's it. That's all. Those are our 2 choices. So let's go and fucking win these rounds. All right? We know we can do it. We decimated them on Chalet. Let's bring it to the table now that we have that competitive. We have the ability to fucking win rounds. Let's do that.
Right?
And then they go and do that. And, hopefully that's what happens. But from what we're seeing on Border it's not likely. I mean, Keystars, they obviously have better map knowledge going in here. I mean, they've done a lot of the really basic stuff that we're just not seeing from Nox Gaming, like the Mira in small closet on an upstairs hold. I mean, that is like Armory 101. Having that Mira in a position to stop players from waltzing in through the A wall is pretty basic, you know. And we aren't seeing that from Nox. And there's other things as well, but overall, it just seems like Keystars have their fundamentals down on border.
I mean, I do think just unless Nox adjusts what they're doing, it makes sense for Key to win this. They're clearly playing better strats. I mean, to be fair, they're mostly playing the meta. This is not like they're coming up with these crazy unique strats, but it feels like Nox is just kind of playing this really weird method of play that maybe it worked great on Chalet, but and a little bit on Bank, but it's not working here at all. The meta is just that much better.
They're straight up pubbing it out. On Chalet, they had plans, you know? They had plans. The police have plans. The mob have plans. But Nox, they don't have any plans. They just do. And it's not working out for them so much on border, as you said.
Well, hopefully they are at least having a speech of, hey guys, I have an idea, let's stop losing.
Let's win some rounds.
Yeah,
Dude,
we won that last round.
Unfortunately, here's the thing. The problem with that is that the deficiency in their team is not mentality, it's not skill, it is pure and simple strategy. They are clearly not sure what they're doing going into each of these rounds. They're just kind of winging it. I mean, and that might be not true. It could be that they have strategies. And if that's the case, then they're poor strategies. They need to reevaluate them. But the way it appears from our perspective, from what we're seeing here, is that they simply don't. They're going into each round and they're like, okay, let's just see if we can kill as many people as we can. We'll do the basic stuff. We'll take control of upstairs and we'll start moving our way down on a custom take, ventilation take, whatever. On an upstairs take, let's just hold in the site, hold our floor. We'll not roam too heavily. I mean, they've had a couple roamers, but they haven't been put to very good use, and it's hard to watch, it's hard to see, and that sort of deficiency you were talking about earlier. Teams talk to each other, let's get it going. Is that sort of deficiency, a lack of strategy, isn't something that you could solve on the fly like this. It's not something you could just be like, okay, let's do this, and let's and because that's the sort of thing that you work out through custom games and scrims over long periods of time. And you just, 5 minutes is not a long period of time. You can work it out and talk to your team. You're like, okay, here's how we're going to hold next time. We're going to put a mirror here and we're going to do this and that. And that's all well and good, having a baseline idea for something for your teammates to follow. But maybe you don't explain it in a good way. Maybe they don't trust the strategy because they've never practiced it before. There's all these sort of things that are going to hold you back in coming up with a strategy on the fly. And I don't expect them to be able to make those drastic changes that need to be made when they're at such a deficit.
I would hope that after all this said and done, regardless of who wins, that Nox takes some time to scrim a bit more on border and Bank, especially border, because it just does feel like they're not really set up for, at least because if you're scrimming and people are playing the meta, you get a chance to kind of prepare for that. But it doesn't feel like that's what they're doing at all. Like, it feels like they don't necessarily know how to play with that, which to me speaks that they're not scrimming, that they're maybe just playing this in ranked and hoping that they're kind of pubbing it could work, and it's clearly not.
The thing about ranked is that from a pro league standpoint and top level play, and we don't know that these guys play in ranked, we don't know that that's necessarily what they do with their lives, but if you are doing that as a team, playing ranked is actually to your deficit. It is not a good thing. It teaches you bad habits. So it's not something you want to be going and doing as a team format. Now we are seeing, again, as we talked about earlier before the rehost, Keystars, they're going to be defending upstairs, and this is a site that has been working pretty well for them so far. And Nox Gaming, they've got to come up with something spectacular to turn this around.
I found it interesting the way they open up that wall. I've seen that done before, and I think it was Challenger League. It was interesting in terms of like whether or not that worked, because it does sometimes stop anyone from trying to push on that side, especially like a Thermite kind of person that might be set up for there. But I don't feel like Nox are the kind of team to push that wall anyways, although I say that and they have two drones there.
Have attacked office yet. That doesn't necessarily mean they won't, and it does look like they're doing just that. They're setting up for an office take.
Yeah.
Just as we say it.
Of course, yeah. It's almost like I summoned it. Now, usually you see Glaz playing that bus there, but for some reason C is just working his way over to probably the AC unit, like we usually see Blackbeard. We'll see if we can make that work. But hopefully this office take gets off to a good start, because I would like to see them make a little more progress and not just win that one round.
Third try.
He'll get it eventually. Stuff like that always kind of tilts you as a player. Like, it's like missing your sledge, right? It always feels a little bad.
It's like, damn it. Oh, I got it. We're good. We're good, guys. So we can see Hugs Ortiz entering himself into a crossfire unbeknownst to him between the Pulse and the Valkyrie. As soon as the Valkyrie calls that the Mountain is there, Pulse is going to come up from behind.
There's
And
one.
there it is.
He's at 50% health, though, so he did get punished a little bit for
How
it,
did
but
you not get him, Sexy Cake?
Sexy not doing so great. Whiffing it.
Oh. You beautiful bastard, you. Gotta kill the Pulse.
Nice shots there from Sexy Cake, but didn't quite land them in time. Just slightly too late to make that work. Now, they're really concerned about that Pulse. This is actually burning up a lot of their distraction, like a lot of their time, because they're so concerned with that. I think that's going to be a problem for them. He's already almost gotten a kill on Lipsword as well. Just taking shots left and right.
If he secures the kill onto that Thermite, that's it. It's done.
Yeah.
If he also wastes the Thermite's time. Oh, but pick on Julio by Cyber. That's gonna put the man advantage. Well, the man count in even.
Well, it is a smoke, so it's a man advantage in that sense.
Yeah, but it's also the Montaigne from Nox.
Yeah, it's true. So both strats a little gimped here in terms of what they can do now. But that Pulse still just kind of having a party down there, doing what he wants, and that Thermite can't do anything about it.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
There we go, another kill from K-Stars. Intact taking down Lip as Intact takes down another one on Sexy. Cyber manages to trade one, but it's not enough here. All they have left is this, I was going to say the Blackbeard and the Glaz, but it's clearly just the Glaz here. And this looks like the end for Nox. They are going to be done with Pro League if Cyber cannot pull out a magic clutch here.
Dude.
No, whoa, no! So close. He's
Cyber's
got to get
got
up here.
this.
He's got, no,
believe-
there's that Pulse. The curse of Pulse as he comes back to win the round for them. And that is Nox going home. Keystars starting extremely badly on Chalet, coming back. Now, of course, they set themselves up for this potential fight against V3. The question is, are they going to get themselves stomped for it?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure they have to play against V3 now.
Hopefully not on
And
Chalet.
They were saying that I think it was so they were saying they didn't want to play against Dex, right? And Dex was the team that was beaten by V3. So like now they're going up against the harder team. You can see from Nox, like, dude, those players are so fucking passionate.
Yeah.
Like throughout the entire play, you saw like when they were winning and shit, they were just happy as fuck, and it was good times. And for losing something like that, fuck, dude, that's gotta be disheartening.
Yeah. I mean, I think Nox played pretty well, like in some of the maps. It just clearly came down to which maps they were good at, which they weren't. I think as
They
a
didn't have
team,
enough strategy.
yeah, if they can better prepare for some of those other maps, or at least make sure that they're playing ones that they're better prepared for, I think they're a great team. But they've got to have those strats in place, because you saw what happens on Border when they don't. I think they had some interesting ideas on Bank, but they didn't feel very solid on it either.
Every team is a great team, but you have to practice, man.
Yeah, you got to be
And
ready.
It might be the case that Nox has put in practice, and judging by their faces, it seems like they are a team that has invested a lot of time into getting themselves better as a unit. You know, like they're very passionate. They've got a lot of emotion going on here, and even when they're doing well, when they're doing bad, it shows.
Well, I look forward to seeing them in next season. I hope they'll stick around.
Yeah, but the thing is, passion's all well good, and aggression, and good aim, and the ability, skill, important. But if you don't invest that necessary amount of time in dry running, strategizing, then it's all for naught. And season one, a lot of teams didn't know that. My team being a prime example, we had no idea you needed strategy. We just won all of our matches based upon gunplay and better skill.
Yeah, I remember those days for you guys.
Going into the final, like we had no strats going into the finals.
I remember that.
Going into the finals, we played just how we saw or even worse than how we just saw Nox play. And we played against our first team that actually applied genuine strategy to the game. That was Sisu at the time. And then we were like, oh wow, culture shock. Wow, you need to actually strategize going into these matches. You can't just go in, win fights, and that's it. And it was a wake up call. So hopefully, coming out of this match, Nox versus Keatstars, you saw from Keatstars, they applied basic strategy and it worked for them very well. So hopefully Nox is going to be able to take from that, learn, okay, we need to invest more time in strategizing, more time into figuring things out in terms of meta and just overall strategic advantage. And then do that, come back the next season and be a much better team. Because as you said, you were talking about earlier, that they are a good team. They have a lot of skill on their lineup. They just haven't invested the necessary time, or it appears they haven't invested the necessary time into actually having a strategy on any of these rounds. I mean, no Mira in the small closet is baseline.
Yeah, you
guys.
just saw that right there, the Mira that we were talking about.
Yeah, that is basic strategy on the border hold, and you even saw Keatstars, they were nading underneath that mirror window, even though the mirror window wasn't there.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
But,
that buck. Yeah, using that utility on that. It wasn't even there. I mean, I guess they know as well. Like if they watch the VODs, like they know what the counter is to playing in that. Maybe. I mean, it's possible that they were not playing it because of that, but I doubt it.
The problem is that I want to like critique and I want to be like, okay, well, they don't know what they're doing, or they didn't invest enough time in strategy. And I can say from an outside perspective, like watching them play, I can say vaguely my understanding of them as a team. But the thing is, I don't know much about that team. It is possible that they invested the time. Maybe they just did it poorly.
Well, at least we know.
Honestly,
go ahead.
Honestly, it would be worse for them if they have invested time in strategizing and that's what they came up with, than if they hadn't. And because if they haven't, if they're just playing off raw skill and play and just like player knowledge and individual play, if that's what they are right now, then they have so much potential going into the future. But if this is their peak, then that's a problem. Then that's
well, at least
going into next season, this is going to be bad.
They know what their assets are, right? They know, or hopefully they know what their assets are. They've got Sexy Cake, who's a good fragger, especially on that Blackbeard. They've got Sia. Cyber is great as a smoke player, especially. As long as he doesn't die early, he plays it pretty well on site and does a good job playing that. And then Sia as well is a great clutch player. We saw some great clutch plays from him. So having Cyber and Sia on site, for example, having Sexy Cake on more of that roam play or like more of the kind of aggressive play, especially with the Blackbeard, things like that, like kind of knowing what your assets are and then strategizing around them, like you're saying. Like I think if they can carry that forward to the next season, I do think they will do quite well.
Oh yeah, no, I think they've got a good chance. But it is what it is.
Yep.
And we're done casting the Pro League and all that nonsense.
Yeah, so since the rest of this is just going to be in Portuguese and I would just be talking over it and just not even really filling time necessarily because obviously it's going towards the end, I will peace out here and let everyone enjoy the rest of their Sunday and hopefully enjoy Kicks doing the NA Go 4 finals. When I get to that, I'm not sure when that will be because I haven't looked at the brackets at all. When
does it start?
I don't know. It's NA Go 4 started 2.5 hours ago. So
wait, what?
It'll be NA Go 4 started I think 2.5 hours ago. So finals will probably be in a few hours, depending on how many people they have playing. But anyways, I will be here again next Sunday. As it turns out, I'm not going to Poland, so I will be here for that until the end of this. I am also doing NA Challenger League on Thursdays. Catch Kickstar every Monday and Thursday. He is doing the NA EU Pro League as usual on the Rainbow Six Twitch. So thanks to him for stopping by, coming in, doing some guest co-commentating, which is really cool. So it was good. It was good. We actually haven't ever casted together because we were both analysts usually. So it was cool to actually finally get a chance to do that. So
yeah.
So cool. Well, I'll let you guys enjoy the rest of your weekend. Kick's going to enjoy the rest of his evening. I got some stuff I got to do, unfortunately, so I can't continue casting today. But I will, again, catch you guys Thursday and Sunday, if not anything else sooner. So make sure to follow both of us on Twitch and Twitter so you know when we're casting our things, especially outside of the usual scheduled stuff. And I'll catch everyone later. Thanks again, Kicks. Thanks all the chat, everyone who stopped by, Macy, Rankasm. Too many people to name. Those are just the two in front of me right now. But thanks to everyone, and we'll catch you guys later.
Peace out, bruh. GG's
Peace.
today.